Li Wei held the newly acquired magic weapon in his hands, but the elation he expected didn't come. Instead, a weight he hadn't realized he was carrying seemed to lift. So far, his vision of uniting all civilizations in the universe had faced no major setbacks. Yet, the absence of challenges left him uneasy. As he gazed silently at the dark, ominous artifact in his hands, a faint green light began to emanate from his body. Suddenly, a soft halo of light flashed nearby, and in an instant, the Avengers, the Justice League and Captain Marvel appeared at his side. Li Wei, darling, looks like you've already handled Beria. Did I miss all the action? Captain Marvel's voice held a mix of relief and teasing. Gamma Star was an enormous planet, its vast expanse stretching hundreds of millions of kilometers. The epic battle between Li Wei and Beria had been nothing short of cataclysmic, but amidst such an immense landscape, finding them had been like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even with the time gem, which Li Wei had skillfully employed to draw Captain Marvel to him, the task had been daunting. How could I fail? Li Wei chuckled, his tone light yet confident. Your husband is, after all, the strongest in the universe. Despite the playful arrogance in his words, Captain Marvel's anxious expression softened into one of warmth. Li Wei's heart swelled, but aware of the others present, he coughed lightly, masking his emotions with a joking air. Their tender moment was cut short when Iron Man stepped forward, his usual wit in full display. Sorry to interrupt, lovebirds. Should we step out, or is there a task for us? Li Wei cleared his throat and straightened up, his demeanor returning to its usual commanding presence. Ahem, have you all completed the tasks I assigned? Iron Man was the first to report. Boss, the monster army in my sector has been wiped out. But halfway through, they suddenly disappeared. The others echoed similar accounts. Li Wei nodded knowingly. The monster army had been under Beria's control, and with the evil rod now in Li Wei's possession, he had ordered the armies to stand down. Good work, Li Wei said. But during the fight, did you remember to deliver the message? Iron Man stepped forward again. Of course. Each of us used our brainwave communicators to broadcast that the Justice League is here to protect the universe, not invade it. We emphasized that our fight was to protect them from Beria's monster army. Well done, Li Wei said, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. For him, the battles were only part of the mission. The greater goal was spreading the Justice League's message of unity and protection. Visibility and influence were as vital as victory. What's our next move, leader? Batman asked, his voice steady. Li Wei's expression turned serious. The next step is to persuade every civilized planet in the universe to join the Justice League. They must unite, restore communication, and cooperate for mutual protection. This isn't as simple as fighting a battle. We need a strategy. Suggestions? The room fell silent. For so long, decisions had been Li Wei's sole responsibility. The others had grown accustomed to following his lead rather than offering input on large-scale strategy. Now, faced with the weight of responsibility, no one spoke. Li Wei frowned. What's wrong? You always have ideas. Don't hold back. This issue is vast, but we need an entry point. Finally, Captain Marvel broke the silence. Clearing her throat, she spoke. What we've done so far is spread the Justice League's name. The universe knows we fought for them, but they may not yet know the outcome. We need to announce Beria's defeat clearly and show them that the Justice League can protect them from any threat. Iron Man picked up where she left off. Exactly. They need to see that we're capable of not just winning battles but ensuring lasting peace. That kind of trust doesn't come easily. We have to demonstrate it. Li Wei nodded, impressed. Good points. Victory is meaningless if it doesn't inspire confidence. He looked around at his team, his determination evident. Our next step is clear. We must announce our victory across the universe and build trust. This won't happen overnight. To truly unite the universe, we need to become more than just a team. We need to become a symbol of hope, a belief they can rally around. The room buzzed with newfound energy. The path forward was daunting, but with a clear vision and the unwavering commitment of his team, Li Wei knew they were one step closer to achieving universal unity. In the vast expanse of the universe, there are countless ways to inspire faith and devotion. Wishes, myths, and relics have long served as conduits for belief. However, Li Wei was not one to follow conventional paths. Since we have the ancient artifact known as the Five-Color Stone, why not fabricate a legend around it? Li Wei proposed, his voice brimming with determination. We will position ourselves as the spokespeople of the Five-Color Stone. Those who revere it must see our words as its divine will. The gathered heroes exchanged uncertain glances. Batman, ever perceptive, raised a brow. Are you suggesting we establish a universal religion? Li Wei shook his head with a faint smile. Not quite. I don't want to establish a religion in the traditional sense. Instead, I want the Justice League to become a symbol of hope and righteousness, a representation of the five color stone's power and ideals. The room fell into contemplative silence as the implications of Li Wei's words sank in. Batman was the first to respond. To achieve that, we need to make the five color stone a universally recognized symbol. But here's the challenge: not every civilization in the universe knows or reveres it. While Beria's pursuit of the artifact lends it significance, we can't assume it has universal recognition. Iron Man, ever pragmatic, added, "He's right. To make the five color stone the cornerstone of belief, we need evidence of its importance across civilizations. Without that, our efforts will lack legitimacy." Li Wei's eyes brightened with realization. Don't forget we have the Green Lantern Corps. They've patrolled and protected countless worlds. If anyone knows the cultural and mythological significance of the five color stone, it's them. Using his universal communicator, Li Wei reached out to the Green Lantern Corps. After extensive discussions, his theory was confirmed. The five color stone was indeed a revered symbol across many civilizations, representing virtues such as bravery, goodness, and hope. Moreover, its antithesis, the evil rod, symbolized anger and malevolence. With this newfound knowledge, Li Wei issued his orders. We must connect the Justice League with the five color stone. Spread the message that we are its representatives, embodying its ideals. Ensure that every planet knows the Justice League stands for justice and unity. The team dispersed to fulfill their assignments, leaving Li Wei and Captain Marvel alone. "Li Wei, when will we go home?" Captain Marvel asked softly. Despite her usual strength, a hint of vulnerability laced her voice. She had endured much in this strange universe, and the longing for her own world was evident. Li Wei's expression softened. "I know you miss our home. I promise I will complete this mission as quickly as I can. The beam of black light that brought us here may have dictated our task, but I won't let it keep us apart from our true lives forever." Captain Marvel leaned against him, her voice tinged with sadness. "Sometimes I wonder why we must bear these burdens. We have incredible powers, yet we endure so much pain and responsibility. Fame is fleeting, and now we're forced into a strange universe to fulfill a mission that feels endless. If it weren't for you, I don't think I could endure it." Li Wei placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Our lives are filled with challenges, but they also hold moments of incredible beauty. We may yearn for simplicity, but reality demands resilience. Together, we'll turn these hardships into something extraordinary." Their conversation was interrupted as Gamma Star came into view. The two held each other in silence, drawing strength from their bond. Upon their arrival, they met with Shi Chong, who had witnessed the aftermath of Beria's defeat. He listened intently as Li Wei recounted the battle, nodding in admiration. Defeating Beria was no small feat. "What's your next move?" Li Wei's eyes gleamed with resolve. "The Justice League must be recognized by the entire universe. We will unite all civilizations to build a future of prosperity." Shi Chong frowned slightly. "You're moving too quickly." Li Wei raised a brow. "Why do you say that?" Shi Chong explained, "You underestimate the complexity of the universe. Beria's failure to dominate it despite his vast army speaks volumes. The universe is immense, filled with countless civilizations, some more powerful than you realize. Gamma Star, Alpha Star, and Beta Star are only medium-strength planets. The true challenge lies in the advanced civilizations at the universe's apex." Li Wei's expression grew thoughtful. "How far have those civilizations advanced?" Shi Chang's gaze was steady. "Far enough to challenge even your vision. To unite the universe, you'll need more than strength and resolve. You'll need time, strategy, and a profound understanding of what binds us all." Li Wei nodded, the weight of the task ahead settling on his shoulders. The path to universal unity was longer and more complex than he had imagined, but his determination remained unwavering.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
The next long speech led Li Wei to open the door to a new world. A world that Li Wei had never thought of, even a world that only existed in the fantasy of ancient humans, slowly unfolded in front of Li Wei. Before the Big Bang, the universe was just a fixed star similar to the Earth. At this time, there are already many civilizations on the fixed star of the universe, just like the 4 major civilizations on the Earth. There are also different ethnic tribes that are civilized. They thrived in the universe and created their splendid civilization, and the technological development at that time was far faster than the current planet Gamma. But something unexpected happened to everyone. The universe suddenly exploded. Due to the internal nuclear fusion, the universe began to expand infinitely outwards, and the original physical universe became a huge universe that could contain all things. For the later civilization of the entire universe, this is a matter of historical significance, and it has absolute benefits. But for the original civilization, the Big Bang is no different from them. It is the most tragic disaster. In this explosion, almost all civilizations in the universe disappeared, because the original natural environment and atmospheric conditions of the universe during the planetary period were the most fundamental reason for their survival. But today's universe has spread out, and there are no planets in the outer space of the city, just an empty and vague space, and the original fragments of the universe. No life can continue to survive under such conditions. However, due to the development of science and technology, there is still a civilization that finally left its blood, allowing its own civilization to continue. This civilization is called the Lichma civilization. As early as after the Big Bang, the survivors of the Lichma civilization hid in their originally prepared refuge spacecraft to withstand natural disasters, and this spacecraft was later known as the Noah's Ark, known as the universe. However, after hundreds of years of changes after the Big Bang, due to various physical phenomena, planets were finally formed, and huge amounts of nebula were formed. The descendants of the Lichma civilization chose several nebulae more suitable for their survival at the end of the universe as the base for the continuation of their offspring's lives. Then the nebulae in the universe also appeared their own life forms. With the changes of the times, various civilizations also suddenly emerged, but the Lichma civilization, which has already developed science and technology, has never interfered with other planets. After thousands of years, some life forms in the universe appeared on earlier planets, and their technological level has been developed to the extent that they can explore the universe, so in the process of accidental exploration, they discovered this ancient and advanced Lichma civilization. The Lichma civilization has given considerable help to every explorer. It not only teaches science and technology, but also teaches them how to transform the planet into a more suitable way for them to live in. However, the evil of human nature does not only exist on the Earth, it is equally applicable to any civilization in the entire universe. When the first batch of planetary science and technology that received the help of Lichma civilization developed to a heyday, they produced a unified universe that wanted other civilizations in the entire universe to bow to them. To dominate the entire universe requires not only scientific and technological strength, but also unlimited resources. The infinite resources possessed by the nebula where the Lichma civilization is located have become a piece of fat in their eyes. At this time, they thought of attacking the Lichma civilization that once surpassed them in terms of technology and civilization. Yes, they have now rashly believed that their military strength is strong enough to destroy the entire Lichma civilization, and then take all their resources as their own. And it is not a planet that possesses this evil idea, but all the planets that are the first batch of technologically advanced planets. So another planet was formed, and when the leaders hit it off, they formed a coalition army to encircle and suppress Lichma civilization, and also established a spy army that has been sneaking into the Lichma planet. Therefore, under the attack of internal and external cooperation, even if the technological level and military strength have developed tens of millions of years of civilization, they finally ignore the evil and greed in people's hearts, and almost face the crisis of genocide once again. And it was this critical moment of crisis that Noah's Ark left to them by their ancestors rescued them. The Lichma civilization selected all the elites of the entire race at that time and entered the Noah's Ark, with them as the link that continues the race's destiny, and survived with everyone's hopes. After all, the coalition forces with evil thoughts will not cooperate for long after all. After they finally captured the nebula where the Lichma civilization is located, and after slaughtering all the Lichma people, they have no accidents. The problem of unfair resource sharing began to kill on the Lichma nebula. In the end, all parties were scarred and fled back to their own planet in a desperate manner. Then the Lichma elites who came out of Noah's Ark, after several generations of hard work, finally returned to the prosperity of Lichma civilization, but at the moment they never accepted visits from other civilizations. In order to avoid discovery, and to avoid repeating the same mistakes, the Lichma civilization used advanced science and technology to hide the nebula where they are located. Since then, no one has found the Lichma civilization, even Beria, who wants to conquer the world. There is also the Justice Alliance that thinks about the civilization of the entire universe. After searching every corner of the universe, I still didn't find the mysterious Lichma civilization that appeared in the legend. However, the Lichma civilization did not withdraw from the disputes in the entire universe. They will still lend a helping hand to help the universe return to peace at the critical moment of life and death in the universe. The last time they made a move was when Beria tried to massacre life on all planets in the universe after eliminating the Justice League hundreds of years ago, helped the Asgardians of Orstar, established the Green Lantern Corps, and gave it the Asgardians, the power of the universe, then repelled the Beria army, temporarily bringing the universe back to peace. And for thousands of years, whenever there is a planetary extinction crisis, the Lichma civilization will help save this race in its own way, but no one has really seen the Lichma. Therefore, countless civilizations of many planets regarded the Lichma civilization, which once extended a helping hand to them, as their savior. So far, the Lichma star people have become the patron saint of the entire universe. Lichma civilization has become a symbol of the gods. Straight. Why have I never heard of this civilization on Earth? After listening to the long talk, Li Wei was amazed, but still uttered his doubts. Shi Long laughed. If I remember correctly, on your Earth, no matter what civilization it is, there have been legends of creators. The Western world is God, Jehovah, and the Eastern world is Pangu Nuwa. Although these are all legends, their historical records are numerous and diverse, and every detail is described very clearly. Have you ever thought about why? Shik looked at Li Wei slightly mysteriously. But, since having super ability, Li Wei is not superstitious and blindly following things at this time. Before dealing with anything he hasn't heard of, Li Wei will use critical thinking to prove it again. And after Shi's long story with some strange fiction, it is really hard for Li Wei to believe it all at once. And Shi Chang also saw Li Wei's hesitation. I know you may not believe what I said, and this is also what I saw in an ancient book by Oa Seeing. At the beginning of 840, I did not believe it just like you, until I saw it with my own eyes. After the 5-color stone can make a wish, I completely believed it. Because the ancient book describing the Lichma civilization also wrote this legendary 5-color stone, and the reason why the 5-color stone can make a wish to help you is that because it can communicate with Lichma civilization, and it is the Lichma people who help you fulfill your wishes. This passage really shocked Li Wei. Is this legendary weapon horse civilization really so powerful? To help everyone fulfill their wishes, even I dare not make such a guarantee. Li Wei couldn't believe the long words. However, Mr. Shi nodded his head conscientiously, which made Li Wei believe it from the bottom of his heart. Li Wei shook his head vigorously. This shock made his thinking a little stagnant. Only now did he find something wrong. For your story just now, I didn't mean to offend. But does this have any relevance to my desire to establish the Justice League? You said that the Justice League before he did not help, so I established this time, I will not intervene. After all, I am not trying to harm the universe, but to make the universe develop more peacefully. Only then did Li Wei realize that the long talk just now was not helpful to him at all, and it had nothing to do with what he wanted to do. You have to have a reason to establish the Justice League, which is to make the entire universe believe that you represent justice. The human heart is separated from the belly, even if you destroy the Beria army and save the lives of countless planets. But they do it for your own interests, or for various reasons, will not worship you just because of this incident. Shi Chang frowned and said to Li Wei solemnly, what you want is everyone's willingness, but if you want to unite everyone, they must sacrifice part of their own interests. This is inevitable. So you just do this thing, and you can't reach them. To the extent of your willingness, you still need someone who will respect them in their hearts to support you. Mr. Shi made the point. Li Wei's previous assumptions were too simple. Only by resolving a crisis on other planets, we must gain their absolute trust. Although it cannot be said to be impossible, the probability of occurrence is too small. And if you want all civilizations to join the Justice League, you will definitely sacrifice the interests of a part of the planet, just like the previous Beria. Isn't it just because your planet has sacrificed too much and it is against the Justice League? If Li Wei only relies on this achievement and forces the formation of the Justice League, then the next Beria will appear in the near future. Li Wei had never considered this issue before. It wasn't because he couldn't think about it, or because he had a simple mind, but because Li Lei was unwilling to think about it. After all, if you consider all aspects, then the difficulty of advancing this matter is too complicated, and such a complicated matter will affect your determination. So Li Wei didn't dare and didn't want to consider these. Now this issue was spoken by the head of Shi. Not only has Li Wei plunged into endless contemplation. This is indeed a question that has to be considered. If you want to achieve this great event, you do not rely on the efforts of a few people alone, let alone rely on a few things to promote it, but to let the whole universe and the people want, even let the leaders of all civilizations in the entire universe willingly agreed. Using the 5-color stone as a belief, and then let the Justice League become the spokesperson of the 5-color stone, this method is not impossible. Li Wei knew about it, but he really couldn't think of a second way, and the market now seems to point him to another, more effective way. From your point of view, can Lichma civilization help me? Li Wei asked in a very humble tone. Since Mr. Shi told him about this, it means that the market must have figured out what to do for him. The definition of management is that if someone gives you a suggestion, you must ask him what to do next, because the person who asks you the first method will definitely figure out the way forward for you. Under this reason, Li Wei immediately asked. Shi Long nodded, and looked at Li Wei with satisfaction, with a teachable expression. The reason why I spent such a long time talking about the Lichma civilization with you is to suggest that you try to find this legendary godlike existence. I know that you don't want to use the 5-color stone to do everything for you, so if you can get the recognition of the Lichma civilization, then the successful establishment of your Justice League will be more effective. Long Shi said. Li Wei pondered for a long time. The market's suggestion should not be fed badly, but there is an important problem. You just said that the Lichma nebula is difficult to find now, so what can I do to find this nebula quickly? If you want to get their support, you must first meet them. But it seems that even this most basic condition is difficult for Li Wei to achieve. At that time, the ancient book said that you can try it. What way? Li Wei suddenly became interested. This method requires you to sacrifice your 5-color stone and the evil rod that you just acquired. What do you want these two things for? The 5-color stone represents desire and hope, while the rod of evil represents endless evil. To a certain extent, this is completely opposite. Li Wei heard that Shi Qing said that he needed these two unrelated things, and it was normal to be surprised. Have you heard that these two things came from before the Big Bang? Long Shi said. You mean? Li Wei seems to have thought of something. They are all made by the Likama people, and these two artifacts represent two different powers, and these two powers are also the symbol of Liki, the horse civilization. Long Shi continued. After experiencing the disaster of genocide, the Lichma concealed their whereabouts, but left the wings of their civilization in the universe to help them quickly know when they are facing a major crisis, and then help in advance. Hearing this, Li Wei was a little confused again. Then since the five-color stone can make a wish originally, then I use it directly to make a wish to find the Lichma civilization, won't you be done? Why go wrong? Li Wei said. Do you think that the five-color stone can be made for any wish? The reason why the five-color stone is omnipotent in the legend is that the wishes of ordinary people are too ordinary, except for money, fame, and fortune, almost seldom consider the development of the entire universe. A wishing founder of the Justice League is nothing more than a wish for all civilizations to join the Justice League voluntarily, and guiding thoughts is not a big deal in the eyes of the Lichma people. Shi Chang's eyes widened and explained. Li Wei suddenly became a little speechless. Then you mean that I want to enter the Lichma civilization address? Is it a more demanding desire than the desire for money, fame, and fortune? Li Wei asked helplessly. This is their principle, and no force can break it. Shi Cheng still uses a low tone, but his tone is full of unquestionable power. Then since this is their principle, even if I fight the five-color stone against evil, it will not help. Is it possible that I should use these two magic weapons to attack the nebula of the Lichma civilization? Li Wei was even more puzzled. To be honest, Li Wei does not understand the long words. After a while, he said that he needed two magic weapons, and then he said that he could not enter the nebula of others. What should he do with Li Wei? Is it true that he has to use force to attack? Li Wei didn't want to destroy Lichma civilization again because of himself. After all, the Lichma civilization has made a great contribution to the entire universe. Even if you don't dare to say that you have made a greater contribution to the Lichma civilization. Therefore, Li Wei knew he was not qualified, and did not want to use force to gain recognition from the Lichma people. Definitely it is impossible for you to attack. Even if you beat you, you may not be able to beat you. The civilization that has accumulated for tens of millions of years is not something that you fledgling boy can say that subversion can be subverted, even if it has been subverted by several big planets before. The failure of the joint attack was also due to the combined use of conspiracies and tricks on the planets. Shi Qing said in an extremely disdainful tone, as if he felt that Li Wei's mind was too narrow, and he looked down upon him. Then can you finish talking all at once? You say so intermittently, so I have to keep guessing your intentions. Li Wei is also very innocent. It's not that he wants to think about it, it's that he is gasping for breath. Shik gave Li Wei a blank look. The five-color stone and the rod of evil are both from the Lichma civilization. According to the ancient book I read, if you want to find the Lichma civilization, you must refine both of them. You can use refined things. You can find the Lichma civilization. After the specific refining, there is no record in that ancient book, so you need to practice it yourself. Shi Qing said in a nutshell the rest of the words. Although the long-winded speech made Li Wei a bit whimsical, but the market was suddenly so simple, and after talking about the rest, it made Li Wei even more confused. Since there is no record in this ancient book, it remains to be verified whether this incident is true or not. Li Wei now has some doubts about the things in this ancient book. Mr. Shi Chang, do you know where this ancient book came from? Since the Lichma civilization has concealed his location from the outside, how did the author of this ancient book know these things? 0. Look for flowers. Li Wei's question is very meaningful. To tell whether I am the truth or not, we must first see whether his major premise is consistent with common sense. It is the same on this ancient book. If this ancient book was written by a whimsical person from the source, then what story about the Lichma civilization, the five-color stone, and the rod of evil is said in this ancient site? It's even more. The yellow-mouthed children only know that they are slanderous there. I tell you, this ancient book was left by the Lichma who helped the Asgardians defeat Beria. As a Lichma, he foresaw the future of the universe. So, at the risk of being abandoned by the Lichma civilization, I recorded how to find them. This is how selfless, and now you are here to blame at will. It is really risking the world's great disharmony. 0. Shi Chang shook his head angrily, shaking his hands vigorously, and pacing heavily, as if he was blaming Li Wei for being ineffective. I'm sorry, I'm just asking, it's a bit abrupt. But you don't have to be so angry, I can just find it if you just let it go. Li Wei hurriedly stood up and made an apology. Then he grew a cup of tea for Shi, and helped him sit down to calm him down. Li Wei didn't expect Shik to be so angry, and quickly confessed his mistake. After all, Shik is considered his benefactor, and in the future, if you want to establish a Justice League, you will have to get the support of Shi Chang, so the relationship with Shi Chang must not be stale. After drinking a cup of tea, Li Wei began to ask again after seeing that the long anger was almost gone. But how do I quantify these two treasures? Does it require a special environment, or just integrate them? If you want to integrate the five-color stone and the rod of evil, it is too simple for Li Wei. Even if he didn't use anything, he could hardly squeeze these two treasures together with the power gem alone. How can such treasures be refined by ordinary people? Moreover, if special violent methods are used, the treasures in these 2 days will be automatically discarded. Ding. Mr. Shi knows that Li Wei is extremely powerful, and that Li Wei, who inherits the power of the universe, can even destroy anything, so he is worried that his words just now aroused Li Wei and made Li Wei mindlessly make some out of the ordinary. That's not worth the gain. Then tell me, what special method do I need to refine them? Li Wei is getting a little impatient again. This shit can't hurry up and explain it quickly, and squeeze the toothpaste bit by bit. If it is placed in the past or given to others, Li Wei has already turned and left, and it will be a little affectionate. Do not stay. After all, time cost is also a cost. She was white again and Li Wei glanced. You have to find the legendary fire of hell, and then refine them with the fire of hell. After Mr. Shi finished speaking, he safely picked up the teacup, and said that I would never say 8 or 40 again. Don't you think I'm nonsense? Then I won't say a word this time. Li Wei looked at this childish chick with annoyance and amusement. He didn't expect that he was hundreds of years old, and he lost his temper as a child. Well, I don't mean to blame you. Where should I find the fire of hell? Li Wei hastily refilled the tea in the long teacup, showing the meaning of humility. She took a long and slow sip of tea, paused, coughed up his throat, and then slowly spoke. This set of actions made Li Wei's heart tickling. Li Wei was originally a short-tempered man, and the slow movements of Shi Cheng just now were like the kind of small knife making small cuts in Li Wei's heart. The pain and itching really made Li Wei a little irritable, but Li Wei dared not say anything. The fire of hell is hidden in a white hole. If you want to find the fire of hell, you must first find the white hole. Long Shi said. Although the name of a white hole is similar to that of a black hole, the two are completely different. Black holes can absorb everything in the world, not only light, but even time and space. But white holes are just the opposite of black holes. White holes are produced in black holes. It not only emits light by itself, but also integrates and transforms some of the things absorbed by black holes, and then releases them. If the black hole is the gluttony that can swallow everything, then the swing is the bodhisattva that can give everything in the world. But after all, there are very few bodhisattvas, and white holes are the same. Although white holes are in black holes, not every black hole has white holes. If there are only 100 black holes in the universe, then white holes are there. The probability of being in a black hole is only 20%, so the small proportion can be imagined. Knowing what a white hole is, Li Wei was deeply thinking. If I find the fire of hell, refine the 5-color stone and the battle of evil, what should I do next? Although it is very difficult to find a white hole, Li Wei decided to understand the whole thing clearly. If the next thing is particularly simple, then Li Wei is still willing to try this method. The next thing was not explained in the ancient books. The legend is that when the Lichma came to this place, he was suddenly summoned away by a burst of light. Shik Wei stretched out his hands helplessly, and was taken abducted while sitting, so he had no way of knowing what happened next. Even if he will be summoned directly away, then it seems that the next thing may be particularly important to the Lichma civilization. Thinking of this, Li Wei suddenly became interested. I just provided you with such a method. I definitely want to build the Justice League and the civilization of the entire universe. It is not just this method. I even believe that you will have a better way to solve this problem, so I also just suggest you. After finishing the whole thing, the head of Shi suddenly said such a passage. Well, this method is complicated, but if it is really as you said, then it will lay a more solid foundation for my Justice League. After all, human nature will still unconditionally believe in gods, and if I really get caught they are recognized by the Lichma civilization, which is enshrined as a god, that is actually no longer with me, and the Justice League will still exist. Li Wei knew that he would leave the DC universe one day, but he didn't want to disappear together because of all the efforts he had made before leaving. After all, Li Wei wanted to leave a trace of himself wherever he had been. After thinking for a while, Li Wei finally made up his mind. Before, he wanted to use the 5-color stone as the object of belief in the entire universe. In the end, it was still a bit strong, and it was too cumbersome to operate. Although the 5-color stone is well known in the entire universe, it must be raised to the height of admiration by thousands of people. It is indeed necessary to do something more hands of God independently, and to do this requires a series of preparations in advance. These things, Li Wei has a headache thinking about it. So relatively speaking, to find a white hole, and then to visit the Lichma civilization to be recognized by the gods generally recognized in the universe today, it is much more concise, and for Li Wei, the matter of finding something is for him. It's not a problem at all. Okay, then I will do as you say, Li Wei said to Mr. Shi seriously. Shi Chang heard the sound and was delighted, and it was extremely fulfilling for Shi Chang to change his previous work plan just because of his own words. Well, it seems I didn't spend so much talk with you in vain. Then Shi Chang turned around and walked back to his office, as if looking for something. I thought that I gently picked up a cup of tea in front of me, drank it slowly, and thought about the future plan as I drank it. After all, he made the decision on his own, but this matter will have huge amounts of impact on his entire team. So how to explain to them is also a more troublesome matter. But Coco Lee has always followed a one-sentence, no regrets decision. This is the best decision. Now that he has made up his mind, even if there are more difficulties, he will not shrink back in fear. While Li Wei was thinking, Shi Chang was holding a delicate box and slowly walked back. Li Wei's original melancholy was replaced by curiosity about this box. Mr. Schick, what's in this box? Isn't it the secret weapon you gave me? Li Wei asked curiously. Shi Chang glanced at Li Wei with disgust. With your strength, as well as the 5-color stone and the rod of evil, do I still need to give you any secret weapon? Even if I need it, I have to have it. Long Shi continued. This is the ancient book I read back then. It records all the things I just said. Now, I will give it to you as a gift. Mr. Shi pushed the box in front of Li Wei. You stole it back. Li Wei's first reaction when he saw the ancient books was different, which made Li Wei's gratitude for the grateful Shi Long in his mind could not help but feel a little affectionate. No, it can't be said to be stealing. I put the reprinted version back in it. The book, the most important thing is the content, whether the original version is not that important. And stealing a book is not stealing. I can only say that I am curious, strong, and Shi Qing definitely knew that this was not a glorious thing, so he blushed with an old face and quickly explained, for fear that Li Wei might misunderstand him. Thank you. Li Wei suddenly interrupted Shi Chang's constant explanation. Li Wei definitely knows what this ancient book means to the Shi Long, and he was able to snatch this precious ancient book from Oa Xing, which was very popular at the time, and he must have risked huge amounts of, and from the various performances just now it can also be seen how much Shi Chang attaches importance to this ancient book. 08. And now the head of Shi has handed over the book to him solemnly. Although Li Wei has a little skin on his mouth, he is still very moved in his heart. Suddenly, Li Wei thanked him, but the head of Shi was a little uncomfortable and smiled at a loss. I am also old now. According to the average lifespan of Gamma stars, I have not survived 2 or 3 years. The future is yours, and I am optimistic about you, Li Wei. The life and death of the entire universe in the future is in your hands. This book is in my hands and can't be used for any purpose. I can only go into the coffin with me, but if it is handed over to you, it might help you achieve your great cause. There were tears in Shi's long eyes. When Shi was young hundreds of years ago, he was also a young man with ideals and aspirations. With the goal of saving the universe and enabling the joint development of cosmic civilizations, Schick has also been in the entire universe, and even held an important position in the Justice League. But as the Justice League fell apart after being defeated by Beria, Shi Chang could only let go of his dreams with hatred. Although he returned to the planet, he was still admired as a great hero in the universe. But Shi knows that he can only spend his entire life here. In the past few hundred years, Shi Chang also thought about rebuilding the Justice League, but he knew even more that with his own ability, it was impossible to make such a great cause for a long time. So he has been waiting for someone who can realize his dream for himself. In order to wait for this person, he has prepared for hundreds of years. And now, Li Wei, the best candidate in his mind, appeared in front of him stepping on colorful auspicious clouds. From the moment he saw Li Wei, he said to himself, this person must be the one I have been looking for. No matter what method I use, let him go on the path of rebuilding the Justice League. Fortunately, Li Wei did not have any rejection. What even the teacher did not expect was that Li Wei had such determination and perseverance to devote himself to rebuilding the entire Justice League. This is the luck of Shi Long, and it is also the luck of Li Wei. The two of them achieved each other, and the heroes cherish each other. Li Wei took the ancient book and bowed deeply to Shi. Neither of them said much. After a deep hug, Li Wei turned and left. There is still a long way to go and a lot of things to do. Life is originally made up of partings. 21 Ibian is just for better progress. No, I will never allow you to venture into the black hole by yourself. Captain Marvel's excited voice came, but Li Wei, who was opposite her, looked innocent. Just after leaving Gamma Star, Li Wei went to find Captain Marvel. After all, he is going to find the white hole, and as everyone knows, the white hole is still hidden in the black hole. So weak I felt that I had to make a move with Captain Marvel in advance, roar, because he may not see each other for several months. But as soon as Captain Marvel heard of Li Wei's decision, he immediately jumped into a rage. Don't you know how dangerous a black hole is? Do you really want to abandon all of us and go adventure alone? What if you have an accident? What should I do? What about the rest? Captain Marvel's voice was slightly crying. Li Wei was shocked. Not only because of Captain Marvel's 3 consecutive questions, but also because Li Wei has never seen Captain Marvel so excited. Dear yes, I definitely know what the black hole is, but if I take you with me, I will be even more worried. After all, I may not be able to distract from taking care of you. Li Wei has been to a black hole. When you were in the Marvel Universe that year, in order to reverse the battle, you once entered a black hole and traveled through time and space. So black holes are not that scary for Li Wei. But he couldn't tell Captain Marvel about this matter. Did he tell Captain Marvel that you had already died once before, and I went to the black hole and reversed time and space to rescue you? If Li Wei really tells the truth, then things will undoubtedly be more complicated. Then you mean to dislike us for being burdensome? Even if our strength is not as good as you, but if you really go alone, we will be more worried. I beg you to take care of our emotions, please. Please at least take care of us. My emotions. Do you know how worried I am at home every time you go out for adventure? As the Captain Marvel 840 spoke, his eyes became redder and red, and finally his nose became sore that he couldn't help crying. Li Wei didn't expect that this incident would give Captain Marvel such a big impact, so he hurriedly took Captain Marvel over and comforted him in his arms. I just don't want you to go on adventures with me, but I really didn't think about your emotions. I thought you would have so many worries. I'm sorry, dear, I was wrong before. Li Wei patted Captain Marvel on the back lightly, slowly apologizing. Li Wei has never bothered to apologize to others. But today, at the moment, facing the woman he loves most and who loves him most, Li Wei took the initiative to admit her mistake, not because of anything else, but because he worried her. Although he is the strongest person in the Marvel universe, although he can be omnipotent in the world, but from the bottom of his heart, Captain Marvel is still just a beautiful girl, facing her favorite man to take risks outside. Life and death are uncertain, she will do the same. Painful, worrying about not falling asleep all night and all night. Well, I promise you, this time I will look for the white hole. We will be together. But I want you to promise me one thing first. Li Wei gritted his teeth, and finally decided to take Captain Marvel with him. Go ahead. When Captain Marvel heard Li Wei's promise, the grievances in his heart were swept away, and he quickly got up from Li Wei's arms and rubbed his tearful eyes. Although he was eager, he pretended to be calm in order to cover up. Asked in a tone, I can take you with me, but you must promise that you must listen to me no matter what the situation arises. Li Wei knows how dangerous black holes are. Although it can go in and out freely, it is protected by 6 gems. Although Captain Marvel also has super ability, Li Wei is not sure that she can tolerate the high-pressure environment in the black hole. If so, if you want any discomfort after the black hole, you must quit. Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel seriously. After all, this matter is about Captain Marvel's life. You are not allowed to make any difference. Okay, I assure you, Captain Marvel promised with a smile. As the strongest person in the Marvel universe, she has never been to a place where she can't stand it. And even in order to be able to fight side by side with Li Wei, no matter how big she is, she has to endure it. Li Wei was still a little worried, and looked at Captain Marvel. If she were not so emotional this time, Li Bai would not agree to let her accompany her to take the risk. Then through Brainwaves and Avengers and the Justice League explained what they were going to do, and arranged for them to continue to promote the various trivial matters of the Justice League to various planets. Li Wei and Captain Marvel were ready to go. In the Marvel Universe, there was a black hole just not far from the Earth. The DC Universe and the Marvel Universe are surprisingly similar in this regard. So the two came to the black hole with no effort. Black holes can absorb light and sound, so there is darkness and silence inside. Nothing can be seen or heard. After a while, you must hold me tightly. If you encounter any situation, you must use your brain. The electric wave communicates with me in time. If you find that the brainwave communication is not successful, you will use your finger to me fiercely. Until this time, Li Wei was still worried about Captain Marvel. Don't worry, I will do as you say. Although Captain Marvel with Li Wei by his side is not afraid of anything, but facing the huge amounts of black hole in front of him, Captain Marvel still suddenly feels its own insignificance and powerlessness, a trace of fear and tension, and it is still involuntary. From the bottom of my heart spontaneously. Li Wei also noticed, Captain Marvel's tight hand. Gently took her hand over. The cold feeling came from the palm of her hand inside, and Li Wei couldn't help frowning in her heart. Don't worry, with a husband by your side, as long as you follow me, you will be fine. Li Wei comforted Captain Marvel softly, warming Captain Marvel's cold little hands with his own hands. After a while, Captain Marvel's hands gradually returned to temperature, and Li Wei knew that it was almost time to go in. Are you ready? We are going in. In response to Li Wei, Captain Marvel nodded seriously. Immediately, Li Wei activated the superpower, and the two of them entered the black hole in an instant like a light. This is the first time Captain Marvel has come to a black hole, but the sight of her going in stunned her. The black hole is really dark, and even if there is a little light, it will be quickly sucked away by the surroundings, and the light is here. Ben could not survive. Don't look around, our goal now is to find the white hole as soon as possible. Just as Captain Marvel opened his eyes and looked around, Li Wei's brainwaves broke into Captain Marvel's mind. Okay, I get it. Captain Marvel is like a child who has been accused of being naughty by adults. Some want to resist, but there is no alternative but to agree. But what Li Wei couldn't see was that Captain Marvel raised his mouth in a rage, like a child who didn't obey the parental discipline. But even if it can be seen, Li Wei is not in the mood to pinch Captain Marvel's face, because through the sea of consciousness, Li Wei found that the environment of this black hole is much worse than that of Marvel Planet. The air pressure of this black hole is hundreds of times greater than the one I entered last time. If it weren't for him and Captain Marvel to be physically strong enough, they would have been crushed to mince by now. But under this atmospheric pressure, they simply endured it for too long, so the most urgent thing is to quickly find the legendary white hole. Fortunately, Li Wei has superb power, and the efficiency of searching is greatly improved. While Li Wei was busy searching for it, he suddenly realized that Captain Marvel, which had been holding his hand tightly, hadn't moved for a long time. Li Wei suspiciously touched Captain Marvel's face with his hand, and wanted to see what she was. How about it? The feeling from Li Wei's hand is cold, without a trace of temperature. You know, with Captain Marvel's physical fitness, even at a temperature of -700 degrees, she can still maintain a constant body temperature, which means that when she touches her bare skin, there is also a certain temperature. But now Captain Marvel's face is not as warm as it should be, which makes Li Wei suddenly messed up. My dear, how are you? Answer me quickly. But Captain Marvel didn't respond at all, even the touched face was motionless and lifeless. Now that the two of them have entered the inside of the black hole, it is very difficult to get out quickly, but Captain Marvel's situation is unknown now, and Li Wei now feels like an ant on a hot pot in a dilemma. Suddenly, I felt that something was tightened on my finger. Yes, I have a space ring. Li Wei immediately opened the space ring, a burst of light flashed, and the two of the money entered the space ring. Due to the small size of the space ring, the movement speed will be much slower than usual. Li Wei automatically ignores the space ring. What he didn't expect was that it was the space ring that saved their lives at this moment. After entering the space ring, Li Wei could see clearly that Captain Marvel had no blood on her face and was motionless, thinking that she should put Captain Marvel on the bed and check her for any wounds. It seems that the air pressure here is too strong. Although it was acceptable at first, she still couldn't hold on at such a fast movement and after so long. After some inspection, you will find that Captain Marvel does not have any wounds. Dianchito Captain Marvel lost consciousness due to excessive air pressure. This little fool, why doesn't he know to ask me for help? Li Wei was angry again, but distressed again. As the light blue mask of the gem of life shined on Captain Marvel for a long time, Captain Marvel finally woke up slowly. My dear, I'm sorry, I can't make it anymore. The first sentence after waking up turned out to be a hastily apologized to Li Wei. Seeing Captain Marvel's hateful eyes, Li Wei couldn't help but hug Captain Marvel with distress. Little fool, at this time, what are you sorry to say to me? It's me who is not good, knowing that your body may not be able to bear it, or bring you over, knowing that you may not be able to withstand the powerful pressure of the black hole, but because of fear of delay time and choose to be exposed to the black hole. Li Wei kept talking about his mistakes, and the corners of his eyes were a little wet. The two people hugged and cried together like this, their eyes full of guilt towards each other. After a while, Captain Marvel gently pushed Li Wei away. My dear, this is not the time for us to cry. We must hurry to find the white hole, otherwise I would have suffered so many crimes in vain. Captain Marvel remained sane at the critical moment. After all, at the moment is not a time when children are in love with their children. They still have many tasks to complete. At the moment, I am not responsible for all people in the universe. Li Wei also recovered his sense of guilt from just now. Thank you for forgiving me. But now I want to understand the truth of 840. Life is far more important than those laborious tasks. So let's search in the space ring, although it may be slower and less efficient. But at least our lives will not be threatened. The body is the capital of the revolution. If it hurts you because of this action, then I will be ashamed for a lifetime. If you simply pursue speed and ignore all other factors, it is likely that the final result will be twice the result with half the effort, and it will even cause him to regret the consequences of his life. Captain Marvel nodded in agreement. Although she didn't want to delay Li Wei's progress because of herself, the feeling of uncomfortable and desperate just now is still vivid. In any case, Captain Marvel never wants to try that kind of desperate pain again. After weighing the pros and cons, she agreed to Li Wei's thoughts. Next, the two people were again engaged in a boring but nervous journey to find the white hole. This time, although the speed was much slower than before, it did relieve Li Wei a lot and made Captain Marvel a lot more comfortable. So, in this boring but tense atmosphere, this small egg ring arbitrarily shuttled through the black hole. Husband, we have been looking for it for so long, and we have gone back and forth in this black hole twice. I guess there should be no white hole here. Although Captain Marvel can't use consciousness to detect surrounding things like Li Wei, but in constantly questioning, he also learned that they have been in the black hole for a long time, and they have been in this black hole according to the Earth time. It's been 12 hours. Li Wei didn't give up and wanted to look for it again, but the ruthless reality knocked him back to his original shape. It is an existence that can only be mistaken and cannot be missed, so Li Wei had to bow his head to reality. It seems that this black hole has no fate with us. Let's rest here for a while before looking for another black hole. After all, he has been highly concentrated for 12 hours. Even if Li Wei has good physical strength and strong mental strength, he will not be able to sustain such a constant consumption. So rest and replenishing physical strength are essential. My dear, I think it is too slow for us to find black holes one by one in the vast universe like this. I wonder if there is any way to improve efficiency? For example, Avengers and the Justice League. Does anyone have the ability to enter the black hole? Look for. The ancients said that everyone was collecting firewood and the flames were high. If everything is done by one person, even if that person is a Superman, he will be exhausted. So Captain Marvel thought of mobilizing more people to find together. But the reality they have to face is that in the case of black holes, the entire universe is afraid that only Li Wei can survive in the black hole with the strength of his own body. After all, even Captain Marvel, the strongest man in the Marvel universe, can't last for a while, let alone ordinary humans like Iron Man and Batman. The ideal is full, and the reality is very skinny. After all, the environment of a black hole is too bad. The base could only shook his head and sighed. Who would hide in the white hole after that hell? Captain Marvel also lowered his head silently, and fell into contemplation again. Suddenly Li Wei sensed the brainwave information from Iron Man to him. Boss, since we knew that you went to the black hole to take an adventure, we have been worried in our hearts. What is the situation now? Have we found the white hole? The first sentence of Iron Man came with urgent concern, and Li Wei could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. Iron Man's second sentence made Li Wei's heart warmed, and added a layer of joy, even ecstasy. After I and Batman's overnight research, we have produced micro-spacecraft and micro-warframes that can cope with the harsh environment of black holes based on the data collected by the transmitter in the black hole, but now we don't have the conditions to experiment. If you can allow us to experiment, I think in the future we can all enter the black hole to help you find it. This can be considered as sharing your worries for you. Iron Man spoke earnestly, but he could hear it with a hint of ecstasy. Dear. Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel with joy in his eyes. You just suggested that there is finally a way to proceed. Li Wei couldn't help but stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Captain Marvel's shoulders, and shook it vigorously. That is to say, the physical quality of Captain Marvel can withstand such violent toss of Li Wei. What are you talking about first? However, no matter how good your body is, Captain Marvel quickly grabbed Li Wei's hands and wanted to figure out 3 things. Stark and Bruce are both of them to study the spacecraft and armor that can survive in the black hole. Li Wei's voice was filled with joy and trembling. Captain Marvel frowned and looked at Li Wei. She didn't understand what's so happy about it. It's just research, especially both of them are scientists. It should definitely be reasonable to study this issue. The point is that they really designed it. What did you say? Captain Marvel did not expect to have designed it, and the speed is too terrifying. Don't be surprised, my dear. I'll tell you better news. The 2 of them have already made the betting. Now they are just waiting for the experiment, and then mass production after success. What? Captain Marvel was shocked this time. It was only 24 hours since they announced on Li Wei that they were going to find black holes and explore white holes. In other words, Iron Man and Batman have designed a technology product that can lead human civilization forward for hundreds of years in just 24 hours. These 2 people can not only be described by genius, they are simply sent by heaven to benefit mankind. It's not late, they were sent by God to benefit Li Wei. Then what are we waiting for? Go back and find them now, experiment quickly, put into mass production, quickly ask them to help us find, and then quickly complete this broken task. Let's quickly return to the most ordinary life. As Captain Marvel said, the corners of his eyes were wet again. After experiencing life and death just now, let him tortured himself again and again. Why should he stay here? Why is he who accepts these broken tasks, and why his man should shoulder the responsibility of saving the universe? Yes, as her own man, Li Wei can be admired by thousands of people, and she shoulders the most important responsibility of the universe. She should be proud, and as a wife, she should support unconditionally. But he became a great hero of others. He has a heart for the world. He first worries and worries about the world, and enjoys the world afterwards. But why can't you think about it for yourself? Why can't you accompany yourself more, make yourself happier and happier? After all, he is also a member of the world. Why should he bear all the loneliness and pain alone? This is unfair to Captain Marvel, and even more unfair to Li Wei. But then again, the heavens will descend to the people, and they can't get rid of this kind of responsibility at all. The reason why the chosen person is called the chosen person, it's because he didn't have the right to say no. He knocked his teeth out and swallowed in his stomach, hurting and suffering, and he could only heal his injuries silently by himself. While the hero is saving the world, he must endure the loneliness and suffering from his heart when he accepts the admiration of everyone. Captain Marvel understands this truth. And this is because I understand that Captain Marvel has to wait for Li Wei silently behind him, can only silently endure every lonely night of worry and fear, and can only watch his husband leave home without looking back. Save the common people without caring about themselves. She knows that Li Wei loves herself in her heart. She also knows that as long as she says her husband, let's stop fighting, I'm really tired. I want you to stay by my side and accompany me every day. You think you will abandon everything and follow his wishes. But as a superhero, she knows better that she can't do this. It turns out that although this can only be exchanged for Li Wei's daily companionship, it may make him fall into the daily depression. After knocking out her teeth and swallowing in her stomach, no matter how much pain she had, she could only digest it silently in her heart. This was Captain Marvel's fate, and she had already accepted her fate. Li Wei definitely knows his wife's words are insincere, and can better appreciate his wife's pain. So he has always tried every means to compensate Captain Marvel, but he knows better that no matter how much energy he put in to compensate her, it will never be able to heal her inner wounds. Seeing Captain Marvel's joy and excitement, Li Wei couldn't help sighing silently in his heart. Okay, we will go back soon. After several brewing, only this sentence can make Captain Marvel feel at ease. So, with the full expectation of Captain Marvel, they used Time Gem's ability to return to Earth, and brought Iron Man and Batman to the black hole to test 2 new inventions. Fortunately, except for the problem of material optimization, everything else is perfect. After Li Wei's transformation for a long time, the black hole spacecraft and black hole armor can fly freely in the black hole. After that, Li Wei and Captain Marvel began to organize Avengers and all the Justice League people to learn to use black hole spacecraft and battle armor. After all, they are all superhero, and one of them can be regarded as a highly educated background. During the years of fighting as a superhero, Shanghai has also learned the use of various spacecraft and armor equipment. In half a day, all of them can already use the new equipment in a comfortable way. 0. Look for flowers. This result is something that Li Wei never thought of, and it is what Captain Marvel would like to see. They didn't expect these people to work hard to find the white hole quickly. Although Li Wei knows that Avengers and the Justice League have different goals for each package, as long as they work in the same direction and the results they want are the same, then the purpose is not so important. However, although they have obtained the conditions to enter the black hole, in the end, only Li Wei has personally experienced the black hole. The changing conditions of the black hole and the various unknown situations will make you worry about them being able to deal with it freely in the moon. 0. After all, for Li Wei, they are not just the backbone of his staff. You buy them and treat them as your own brothers. Therefore, Li Wei does not want to see the loss of any one person. So to be on the safe side, you also deliberately put a little time gem power in every spacecraft and platform, so that when they encounter a life-threatening situation, they can trigger the time gem's ability to instantly transfer to the base. In this way, their lives can be guaranteed without any worries. And Li Wei's hard work is also remembered in everyone's eyes. In this way, on the third day after successfully developing the black hole spacecraft and battle armor, all of Li Wei's power was ordered to set out to find black holes in every corner of the universe. At the moment, outside a huge black hole 1 billion light-years away from Alpha Star, a silver spacecraft is hanging in the air. Stark, why are we two together every time we go out on mission? Do you know? I feel sick when I see your face now. This was a rough voice, which rang inside the spacecraft. Do you think I would like to be with you, who makes the boss feel that our two personalities complement each other, and doing tasks together can better prevent problems before they happen? Ding. That's right, the two people who spoke are officially famous in the Marvel Universe, Iron Man and the Captain of the United States, who have absolute leadership in Avengers. What made both of them more depressed was that this action split the two of them together again. Well, it's useless to complain now, even though I really don't want to be with you as an idiot. Iron Man will always be the unforgiving one. What did you say? The Captain of the United States heard Iron Man's words and a group of unhesitation shot out, but was blocked by Iron Man very tacitly. Two old men who were born to death and fought on the battlefield together, definitely will not dislike each other from the bottom of my heart. The two of them were just arguing just to relieve the tension in the other's heart. Because they are really afraid of black holes. It's just that they have never entered a black hole, and for two men who have both studied astronomy and science, they have a deeper understanding of the terrible aspects of black holes. Who is most afraid of death? Those who know what it feels like and what consequences it will bring are afraid of death. Those who turn a deaf ear to death, and don't even know what death is, never fear. And this truth is the same for both of them. If both of them don't know anything about the black hole, and only know that the thing in the past is extremely dangerous, then the two of them will not be afraid at all. But just because of understanding, it is more fearful. After fighting like this for a while, the two finally stopped, and the tension in their hearts was reduced a lot. How excited about this trip to the black hole? Iron Man looked into the eyes of the Captain of the United States and asked. That's definitely. I have only observed it on a telescope before, and I have never really seen what a black hole is like. This time it is also a large-scale netizen meeting. Do you think the one I am wearing now is handsome? The Captain of the United States also began to gag, and he could see that he was still very nervous. Steve, can you promise me one thing? Iron Man's tone was suddenly serious. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? You make me very uncomfortable like this. The Captain of the United States was caught off guard by Iron Man's sudden change of expression. Steve, I'm telling you seriously now. Iron Man still looked at the eyes of the Captain of the United States seriously. Okay, let's talk about it, but I'll go ahead with the ugly story. If my life is really in danger, I will definitely not leave you alone. You don't want to bind me with such a request. The Captain of the United States definitely knew that at this moment, Iron Man suddenly applied to speak solemnly to himself what he wanted to say. It seems that you know me, but we are not the same. I am just the CEO of a company and a veritable capitalist. So if I disappear, my company will operate as usual. The product and technology produced by my company, it will be produced constantly, so my sacrifice will not affect most people. Iron Man smiled helplessly. But you are different. You are the symbol of the United States, and you are the integrity of the entire nation. If you sacrifice, you will lose not only the elites carefully cultivated by the country at a high price, but also the hope of the entire country. The sky is over. So you can't come to the country without you, and people can't live without you. The words Iron Man said were full of affection, and the tears in his eyes slipped down inadvertently. This is a man who does not hesitate to belittle his life, but persuades his brother to live. Although still possessing Iron Man's peculiar overbearing and unreasonable harassment, the emotions revealed in it still deeply moved Captain America. Ha ha ha, you are joking with me, the leader of Stark Industry, the leader of the entire United States industrial technology, the great hero who has protected the United States hundreds of millions of people, and now he is here to tell me his own life is worthless. Stark, let me tell you. I'm not joking with you, let alone discussing with you. This is something I have decided. You should know what I decided. No one can change it, even the boss. Iron Man interrupted the Captain of the United States rudely. Speechless, silent. Chasing guests does not need any encounters to fill this tender space. 0. The feelings between men have its particularity. He does not need to be affectionate, and he does not need any beautiful and touching words. His language requires only one action, even a rude remark, but what remains in the hearts of two people is full of brotherhood. We will be fine. The Captain of the United States abruptly popped these words out of his teeth. What can he say at the moment? What does he need to say at the moment? Then, the captain of the United States raised his fist, and the second Iron Man tacitly knocked it up with his fist. The two looked at each other and smiled, and at the same time gave each other a big hug. If in the past, they would definitely dislike the feeling of being angry when the other party did this. But what surrounds them now is the warmth that can dispel fear. Without a moment of hesitation, the Iron Man piloted the spacecraft, the captain of the United States debugged the equipment and observed the surrounding environment. The two of them rushed in like an unknown and scary black hole. Stark, it seems that this legendary black hole is nothing special. It seems that we both made a fuss. After entering the black hole for a long time, you found out to my captain that there was nothing special about it except for a little bit of darkness, which made him suddenly let go of his vigilance and nervousness. Are you a fool? Didn't you see the surrounding light being taken away by the black hole adsorbent at a very fast speed? And even I saw it. Our spacecraft 1.2 has always been reminded of being collided by a foreign body. I feel that you are not stupid. It's blind. Iron Man gave the captain of the United States a slap in the face. This time it was really disgusting. I still can't see the words reminding me of danger, but you haven't driven a spacecraft before. Due to the existence of cosmic garbage, it is not unusual for you to encounter some garbage debris, and this is very your design. Yes, only with such a small bump, will there be this kind of no pain or itchy reminder. If I say you should delete this kind of reminder from the design plan, it is too naive. As soon as the crisis was lifted, the captain of the United States was back to the state of being speechless and mutually hurting each other. Oh, silly big guy, you know I made the spaceship. Then I can't make some suggestions? Even the boss can accept our suggestions with a humility. You were so rampant yesterday. The captain of the United States replied indifferently, but he stared at the surrounding detection equipment earnestly, observing emergencies at any time. I'm telling you, the most annoying thing in my life is that others give pointers on my design. Iron Man will strike back mercilessly, as if the scene of brotherly tenderness had never appeared before. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that although Iron Man is mocking the captain of the coming country, he still looks at the surrounding environment with a solemn expression, for fear that an inattention will cause irreversible damage to the very, and cause the two of them to die here. The two of them are not arguing, but relieving each other's pressure. Just as you came and went, Iron Man and the captain of the United States walked from one end of the black hole to the other, but in the end, no trace of the white hole was found. It seems that our first trip was really futile. After coming out of the black hole, the captain of the United States paralyzed on the chair in relief, as if he had just walked through the threshold of life and death, and patted his chest with lingering fears. However, Iron Man suddenly took a serious look at the data from the surrounding environment just now. Steve, I have a new discovery. Iron Man suddenly cried out cheerfully. Don't bother me now. I finally walked out of that ghost place. I just want to lie down in a chair quietly for a while, and then drink a bottle of beer. But I'm sorry, I didn't bring you the one that brought you serving, but if you ask me, I can still give you a generous sip. The captain of the United States didn't want to think about anything about work at all. He just wants to relax now. Steve, I discovered that when we were exploring the black hole, there was a hidden fork in the road, but because the environment was so bad at the time, I ignored it without paying attention. This is Iron Man, who suddenly turned his head and looked straight at the captain of the United States. There was a sudden silence in the spacecraft. Don't tell me, we have to go back and go again. The captain of the United States wailed in despair. He just vowed in his heart that he would never go to this ghost place like a black hole again. Unexpectedly, he would be slapped in the face after a while. We have already entered once, and the environment inside is almost familiar. I believe I will not encounter any danger this time, and if you think about it, if we miss the white hole because of negligence this time, not only will you feel guilty about the boss, but it will also delay the process of going home. You forgot the last time we drank and you told me that if you go home, you will make up for your previous shortcomings. Seeing the reluctance of the captain of the United States, Iron Man began to persuade him. The effect is still obvious. The United States captain did not continue to complain, put the beer that he had just taken out, and then turned on the observation equipment to prepare for entering the black hole again in a while. In this way, in order not to miss the slightest possibility of finding the white hole, the two people once again returned to the black hole they had vowed never to enter again. This time they still got the fork in the road that they had just missed, but the sight in front of them baffled them. The caliber of this fork is too small to pass a spacecraft at all. A problem was placed in front of the two of them. The current situation is that only the black hole armor can pass through, but according to the original design of Iron Man and Batman, a spaceship is equipped with only one black hole armor, because there must be a person to maintain the operation of the spacecraft, so there must be a person make sacrifices to take risks. I go. Two people said this to each other at the same time. I have already said that if you are in danger, I must go first. If you have to sacrifice, that person must be me. This is my principle and my decision. If you fight with me again, then don't blame me for turning my face with you. Iron Man said in a deep voice to the captain of the coming country, revealing decisiveness in his tone. No, Stark, I can't let you take such a risk alone. And you also know that your body is just the flesh and blood of ordinary humans. You know how terrifying the high-pressure environment of this black hole is. Even Captain Marvel's physique won't last long in it. So if you go out, you will die. I can't let you go. The captain of the United States also looked at Iron Man decisively, and his words revealed a sense of irresistibility. The armor I designed is definitely the most convenient for me to use, and its safety doesn't need you to worry about it. No one has ever dared to question the quality of the thing I designed. Don't fight with me. I must go this time. Iron Man still refuses to give up. This remark with Iron Man made the captain of the United States speechless and couldn't find anything to refute. Okay, that's okay, I know, I can't tell you. Then do as you say. The captain of the United States gritted his teeth and agreed to Iron Man's will. Iron Man nodded in satisfaction, and beckoned. Black Hole Battle 840 armor automatically put on him. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. Although you can't tell me, you can beat me. Don't you just want to knock me out without paying attention, and then put on the black hole armor yourself? Tell you, I won't let you succeed. Iron Man really guessed the careful thinking of the captain of the United States, but he had a lot of calculations, and he still didn't count the captain of the United States and saved his hand. I saw Captain America walk up to Iron Man without a smile. Stark, sometimes smart people have one of the biggest shortcomings, which is that they think they are too smart, but they are mistaken for being smart. What do you mean? Before Iron Man got the answer, he suddenly felt that he could no longer control the black hole armor. Immediately afterwards, the battle armor fell off from his body, and then he was chopped on the back of the neck by the captain of the United States with a hand knife. He rolled his eyes and fainted. It turned out that the captain of the United States had already secretly studied the black hole in order to prevent Iron Man from doing so, and it has already been known where the chip that can control the black hole armor is hidden. Just take out the chip directly, and the armor that loses the source of control is no longer under any control, just like a piece of clothing, at the mercy of the captain of the United States. Stark, I hope I still have my life to come back. After some preparations, the captain of the United States took a deep look at Iron Man, and walked out of the spaceship door without looking back. The most frightening thing about black holes is that there is no field of vision inside the black hole, especially for creatures like humans that need to rely on objects to reflect light to see things. It is even more deadly. Plus black holes can absorb sound. The infinite silence brought by the second will not only make people lose their way, but also make people lose their minds. And Iron Man is bearing all this now. If it weren't for the black hole armor to be positioned, and Iron Man and Batman were designed to prevent the wearer from getting lost, they set up an automatic music playback function. The United States captain may now be like an anxious headless fly usually bumped around. Roar, this black hole really lives up to its name. The captain of the United States murmured and approached the small passage carefully again and again. There seems to be white light shining out of it. Through the hole, the captain of the United States was surprised to find a little white light inside. The name of a white hole is the opposite of a black hole, so its nature and principles should be completely different from that of a black hole. Since black holes can absorb light, then this white hole should emit light. It seems that there is a white hole in it. The captain of the United States was overjoyed for his reasoning. He didn't expect that there was a white hole in the first black hole they set out to search for. It was a lucky thing. Okay, then let me. Just as the captain of the United States wanted to take a step back and continue to observe, he suddenly felt that there was some force in the hole in front of him that was sucking him, and this force was so great that he had no strength to resist. Brush. The captain of the United States was touched into the cave abruptly, and finally disappeared into the black hole with a scream. On the other side, in the black hole spacecraft. Why does my neck hurt so much? No, the old guy Steve must have gone alone. Iron Man woke up slowly. The captain of the United States did make a very cruel attack just now, making him still vague when he woke up just now, but he quickly realized one thing. After you brought me and knocked him out, you wore a black hole armor and went to find a white hole. Iron Man slapped his head and yelled badly, then rushed to the intercom device, grabbing the microphone and shouting loudly. Steve, are you there? Answer me when you hear it. Iron Man's anxious mood prompted him to slap the key of the walkie-talkie hard. I'm here, you finally woke up Stark. I'm sorry, I did a bit harder just now, but you don't need to retaliate against me for being so surprised. Call me loudly. When the captain of the United States who was just sucked into the tunnel was still observing the surrounding environment, he was suddenly screamed by Roar from the earphones, and his heartbeat almost stopped in shock. You old man, use such silly tricks on me like this. Iron Man still complains about the fact that the captain of the United States knocked him out. Stark, don't scold me in a hurry now, I'll entangle with you later on this matter. But there is an important thing to help me. The United States captain is in an unknown situation, so he doesn't want and is not in the mood to talk to Iron Man quickly. Help me see where I am now. I was sucked in by the hole you said, but after I came in, I could only see a white light. You help me see where I am now, and then you give me an idea. What should I do now? After the captain of the United States was sucked in, he found himself in a white light. Even the entrance of the cave just now didn't know where it went. After Iron Man heard this, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and turned on the positioning device to check the position of the captain of the United States. After seeing the position of the captain of the United States, Iron Man couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath, and a cold sweat fell on his body. No, you are not in the black hole at all. I am positioned to your position now, which is hundreds of millions of light years away from the black hole. It turned out that on the display of the positioning device that Iron Man saw, the captain of the United States who was talking to him had flashed out tens of thousands of light years away. And this only happened with the flick of a finger. In the entire universe, Iron Man also knows that Li Wei can do this with Time Gem. What? While the captain of the United States was still looking forward to listening to Iron Man's answer, the news hit him like a bolt from the blue, making him stand still. Hurry up and tell me carefully what happened just now, otherwise, I can't help you now. Iron Man is very anxious now. He knows that the captain of the United States will rush in without thinking, which is why he does not let the captain of the United States take this risk. The captain of the United States sighed. Now that the matter is over, he is also very helpless, so he can only talk about his own experience just now. Iron Man patted his forehead hard after hearing this. Oh my god, are you a fool? As a person who has done astronomical research, don't you know that you have to be cautious when you encounter astronomical landscapes you have never seen before? Iron Man's tone was full of the meaning of hating iron for not making steel. And I don't want to let you go by yourself because of this. There are shooting equipment and detection equipment on the black hole armor. When you first arrive at the entrance of the cave, should you use these equipment to check whether the environment is safe? But what use are you saying now? Captain the United States can no longer stand Captain Steele's nagging, long-winded meal. I'm in a dangerous situation now and I don't know what is around. The money. You can't say a few words to comfort me to make me feel better. Even if your dog can't spit out ivory, you at least think there are some ways to save me? Even if you don't have the ability to save me, then you should quickly use the communication device on the spacecraft to tell me the boss, and let his old man come and rescue me? The captain of the United States is also very wronged. When he put on his black hole armor, no one had said this to him, and he is now in a dangerous situation, with no relatives and helplessness. He is the most wronged person. Okay, you deserve it now. Who told you not to listen to me? Don't let you go, you have to go your own way. I will notify the boss now. You turn on your communication equipment, and I will help you can see if there is a way back around. Although complaining all the time, Iron Man was still anxious about Captain America's situation. Okay, I understand. You send me his specific location, and then ask him to cut me a 360-degree panoramic image, so that I can use the time gem to flash it directly. After hearing the endless reports of Iron Man, because although there was some helplessness of the captain of the United States, they found something that looked like a white hole. If this thing is really a white hole, then the captain of the United States risking this time can be considered a gain. 10 minutes later, the specific location of the captain of the United States and a holographic picture were sent over. Li Wei activated the power of Time Gem, and then flashed behind the captain of the United States. Reading, did you see your exit for a long time? Li Wei's voice suddenly sounded behind the captain of the United States, saying that the captain of the United States who concentrated on finding an exit was very scared. God to kiss me? You really scared me to death, boss. The captain of the United States was surprised and delighted. Although he was really taken aback by Li Wei, he came after all. As long as Li Wei is there, his life is definitely not in danger. Who made you came in without thinking? Li Wei glanced at the captain of the United States with a disgusting look. Although there were some accidents that blamed him, I was still very touched that he could live his own life and complete the 840 mission. Okay, you tell Stark, let him drive the black hole spacecraft back to Earth first. It's late, let him be careful. After all, you gave him a bit on the neck. If the body is still uncomfortable, take a rest. Go out again. When Iron Man reported to Li Wei just now, he did not forget to file a complaint. All right. The captain of the United States smirked. Although he was cursing Iron Man's careful eyes, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Li Wei. He could only tell Iron Man intact according to Li Wei's words. It's just how to listen to the tone of gritted teeth. How can it not seem to be caring for others? Li Wei did not continue to care about the two of them, but began to observe the surrounding environment. If this is really the legendary white hole, then there might be hellfire here. After all, his goal is to find the fire of hell. Li Wei opened his own sea of consciousness and began to explore what the surrounding environment is like. Suddenly, in the space shrouded in white light, a black area attracted Li Wei's attention. Hey, you better go back. Li Wei was about to step up to check, suddenly turned his head and stunned in place, lowered his head to study the pattern on the shield. The captain of the United States, the disgust in his heart once again came to his mind. I don't want it, boss, I'm not afraid of death, really. I can find it with you. The captain of the United States was suddenly cued, thinking that Li Wei was deliberately stimulating his bravery, so he immediately stated his position and wanted Li Wei to take him with confidence and boldness. Now Li Wei is really helpless. I don't want to bring the captain of the national team because his strength is still a little weak in Li Wei's view. This time, finding the fire of hell may not necessarily happen. If there is an emergency, Li Wei is not sure whether he can protect himself, let alone take care of the captain of the United States. But how do you say this sentence? This is what really troubles Li Wei. The environment here is too complicated and changeable, but I have just explored it with my sea of consciousness. There is nothing unusual here, and now there is no one guarding it in our fortress. I am afraid of this. At times, enemies will come in, so if you think about it or send you to guard the fortress, you will feel more relieved. Do you understand what I mean? Although I can't say it straight, Li Wei can always find a more subtle way. If you really can't find it, then you can only use another nice but deceptive language to make the captain of the United States easier. Accept. What is said is not important, what is important is what kind of language can be used to promote the development of this matter. Obviously Li Wei's words worked. Abe, the captain of the United States, heard Li Wei say this. His inner sense of accomplishment was satisfied. It turned out that he himself was the one who was needed, and what he was about to perform was another more dangerous and important task. This is the self-realization of Captain the United States. Okay, then I will go back now. Don't worry, I will not let any enemy invade the fortress. No, I will not let any enemy invade the earth. The United States captain said righteously, as if making a pre-war declaration. Li Wei nodded, solemnly patted him on the shoulder, as if he really gave him the most important thing. Randomly used the power of time gem to draw a space-time tunnel in the air. Brush. The captain of the United States returned to the earth. Roar. All right. Now I can finally concentrate on looking at the mysterious black area. What's the secret? With the activation of the superpower, Li Wei rushed to the black area at a speed that surpassed the light. Li Wei definitely has to be more careful than the captain of the United States. A few meters before approaching the black area, Li Wei stopped. He opened the sea of consciousness again, carefully observing the things in the black area, and wanted to see what was going on inside, before he acted. But what Li Wei didn't expect was that there was nothing in this black area, just like a black hole without a trace of light. And many more. Li Wei suddenly found something unusual. Just when the black area was completely dark, something like a flame was beating. It's black fire? Li Wei suddenly realized that according to the characteristics and appearance, this black area should be a black sea of fire. This is really spectacular. This should be the fire of hell in the legend. It is said that the representative color of hell is black, so this black flame should be the fire of hell. Li Wei couldn't hide the throbbing inside. This is really nowhere to be found by breaking through the iron shoes. This white hole and hellfire, which caused Li Wei to have a headache for a long time, and made him have to use all his wing power to find it, was found by the captain of Iron Man and the United States. I don't know if this credit should be attributed to them or Li Wei, but in any case, this is worth Li Wei's joy for a long time. Okay, let me see if the fire of hell can refine my two treasures. Does this ancient book of Oaxing lie to me? While speaking, Li Wei took out the 5-color stone and the evil rod from the space ring. It's up to you, don't let me down. Li Wei gritted his teeth and put them into the black flame. Just when Li Wei was looking forward to it and wanted to see what happened, suddenly a voice rang in his mind without warning. Where are you from? For thousands of years, you are still the first person to come here alive with the 5-color stone and the rod of evil. Say, are you a lichma or someone else? This voice revealed a simple and old feeling, but Li Wei could feel that there was an extremely terrifying power in this voice. What surprised Li Wei the most was because of the mind gem body protection. Generally, few people can directly transfer their own consciousness or voice into their own minds. It can be seen that the master of this voice must be stronger than the heart spirit gem. I am Li Wei from the earth, I am not from Lichma, but I came here with these two treasures just to find Lichma civilization. Li Wei first answered the other party's question to show respect. After all, at this stage, Li Wei is in an unknown situation, so it is particularly unwise to conflict with such a common person at this time. After experiencing the life and death test of a large file size and a small file size, Li Wei is now able to suppress his impulsive emotions. This is impossible, not a kind of growth. Earth? I have never heard of this planet. It seems to be the planet that appeared after I was sealed in this black hole. Leave it alone. You said you want to find the Lichma civilization, you want to do it. What? This old and simple voice is still full of irresistible energy, but he can still hear it from his words. The owner of this voice should also be born at the time of the Big Bang. Li Wei now has a bold idea. The owner of this quaint voice is the fire of hell originally. I saw an ancient book saying that as long as you gather the 5-color stone and the battle of evil, and then use the fire of hell to refine it into a treasure, you can find the Lichma civilization. And I want to look for the Lichma civilization, get their approval, and then establish an organization that can allow all civilizations in the universe to join, so that future civilizations can communicate with each other and develop together. Li Wei said righteously, but he had quietly used mind gem and started to trace the source of the simple sound. It's a good idea. It seems that the treasures of these 2 days have really not fallen into the hands of other evil people. It can be regarded as the good fortune of the universe. However, if you want to get the approval of the Lichma civilization, what use is this? The quaint old voice still asked. Because they have been regarded as gods in the secular society of the entire universe, and they have been treated as gods. And the organization I want to establish requires everyone from the entire civilization to join in. This is an extremely vast project. So I need a common belief to guide them. I think Lichma civilization bears the brunt. Li Wei explained, but frowned. Mind gem can't find the source of this sound. This is the unique situation since I thought that mind gem was obtained until now. The world is not only for yourself, but for the future of the entire universe, especially in such a calm age. It's not bad. It seems that the 5-color stone and the rod of evil are in your hands, and you are following the right master. This old and quaint voice seldom showed some admiration in it. That's natural. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk my life. And I wasted so much time to come to you. It can be heard that Li Wei is a little impatient with this old voice asking Dong Guangzi, especially when he can't find out the other party's position with Mind Gem. His inner impatience has become a little more anxious. The so-called knowing oneself and the enemy will never end in 100 battles. But now Li Wei not only doesn't know who the opponent is, but also can keenly perceive the gap in strength between himself and the opponent. This is Li Wei's most annoying feeling. If I guessed correctly, you should be the fire of hell. Li Wei asked boldly. Late? Is it so obvious? But I'm still worried about your IQ. I have been talking nonsense with you for a long time. If you still can't guess who I am, then I really doubt that you did this. The motive of the matter. But due to the gap in IQ, I may persuade you to leave first. Unexpectedly, the fire of hell has always been a routine Li Wei. Li Wei looked at the hellfire in front of him silently, not knowing whether he was happy or sad. Generally, if encountering this kind of situation, Li Wei will not relentlessly take action to teach the other party. After all, this belongs to where he opened the hole by himself. 0. Look for flowers. However, in the face of such a huge difference in strength and the situation that he still needs to rely on the other party, Li Wei can only bear his anger down. Then what do I need to do to find the Lichma civilization? After thinking about it, Li Wei decided to talk business. I didn't expect you to be anxious, but before that, I have to correct a few mistakes. My mistake? Because it is not that there is something wrong with his words, but that it is time for amazement. Hellfire is actually concerned about the small problems of his own words, which is too unreasonable. 0. I think you may have some misunderstanding. I just want to refine the 5-color stone and the evil rod, and then find the location of the Lichma civilization. I don't want to know anything else, including what I committed. Mistake. Li Wei's tone was a bit blunt. After all, he was really impatient with this hellfire of nonsense. Li Wei just wanted to find the location of the Lichma civilization, so in his mind, Hellfire only needs to tell him the location of a landmark simply and clearly, and he doesn't want to know the rest. Ha ha ha, frizzy kid. It seems that although you have a great dream that sages can match, you are too rough to deal with the little things in front of you. Hellfire was not angry because of Li Wei's disrespect just now. After all, in the heart of Hellfire, he still admires this young, promising, and individualized teenager, so after seeing Li Wei, he came from the bottom of his heart and liked it more and more. The mistake I said you made is related to the fact that you found the Lichma civilization. Hellfire said with a smile. Then you hurry up and say, okay, I still have a lot of things to do, and if I am not in the universe for a moment, the Earth may be attacked by the enemy because of my disappearance. To be honest, this is what Li Wei is most worried about, if it is the reason why he is so anxious. Ding, although Beria has been wiped out by Li Wei, and the rod of evil he relied on has already been acquired by Li Wei, but Li Wei knew that he still had hostile forces in the universe. After all, he has spoken out to the entire universe, to unite the development of all civilizations, and to establish a justice alliance. Such an approach will definitely touch the interests of some people, and among this group of people, there must be people with extremely strong military capabilities. So it's unclear whether they will join forces and deal a devastating blow to themselves. However, the defensive heart is indispensable, and Li Wei has never taken it lightly. However, it is precisely because of this fear that Li Wei gradually became a little too worried, so that as long as he came to a place where Avengers or the Justice League could not be contacted, he could not help but get upset and wanted to go back and see if there are any special circumstances in the 857 period. From the perspective of major events, you never stick to trivialities. If you are worried about this, if you really put the entire universe in your hands in the future, you will not have to work hard every day, and finally die with exhaustion. Hellfire said something disdainfully. In his eyes, the most despised were those who were indecisive and fearful of wolves and tigers. He thinks it is difficult for such a person to accomplish great things. But today he is the most optimistic. Li Wei is this kind of person. This incident really makes him a little depressed. This time Li Wei did not refute. If he couldn't help it just now, which caused him to have a heavy tone, then after being accused by the fire of hell, Li Wei is fully aware of his mistake. After all, he is still begging someone to do something, and whether it can be done depends on the mood of the other person. The so-called big man can bend and stretch, and now his consciousness lowers his head in order to better accomplish his goals. Well, since you have the 5-color stone and the battle of evil, according to the rules, I want to tell you a few points. Hellfire also restrained emotions, and began to say seriously, you have to see that I am the soul in the fire of hell. In the final analysis, I was also created by the Lichma civilization. But this happened after other civilizations in the universe colluded to capture Lichma civilization, in order to self-protection, just failed, just in case, the Lichma people created me, so that when they encounter racial catastrophe again, they can summon me to infect all their hostile forces. The fire of hell is coming. But I am definitely not just the new force they put in a corner of the black hole. I also have a more important identity, that is to help people of insight, and I must have the great ambition of saving the universe, but the most important point is still we must be grateful and not blindly follow the example to find the location of the Lichma civilization. Hellfire continued. But what you just said to refine the 2 treasures may be wrong in the books you have seen. The correct method should be that you bring these 2 treasures to find the fire of hell, which is me, and then I will confirm. After being correct, give you the 3rd most important thing, and then you can easily find the Lichma civilization with these 3 treasures. And these 3 treasures are also the pass to enter the Lichma civilization. Hellfire said everything in one go. My god, this amount of information is really a bit big. After listening to the long talk about the fire of hell, you are not only fortunate that you have heard from the market that there are stories about the Lichma civilization. Otherwise, with such a dense knowledge of Hellfire just now, even if he reacts, it will take a day or 2 to react, let alone understand. Okay, what should I do next? He could hear the fire of hell, and I didn't want to continue talking nonsense. Li Wei did not say a word, but went straight to the topic. It's very simple, as long as you can endure in my Hellfire for an hour, you will pass the test. But let me tell you that this is just a test I added privately. After all, I want to save the entire universe. Must have the strength to conquer the entire universe. Li Wei didn't expect the fire of hell to come this way. Obviously, as long as you find him, you can get away to find the Lichma civilization, and now he has added another rule privately. However, Li Wei has never been afraid of any challenge. Even if it is the Hellfire that can fill all objects in the world in the legend, he is confident that he can survive for an hour in it. Good. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense, and slowly gathered the ability of all the gems in his body, and then walked towards the fire of hell step by step. Don't blame me for not reminding you, my Hellfire can burn not only objects, but also souls. If you don't have enough ability and certainty to hold it, I advise you to give up and quit as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be wiped out in the end. Then it is really not worth the loss. There was a hint of warning in the tone of Hellfire. Since it is something I have decided, I will never back down. Li Wei still firmly walked into the fire of hell, and the color of determination in his eyes not only made him shine more brightly. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei stepped into the fire of hell. Roar! Li Wei did not expect that in the fire of hell, there will be a demon wind everywhere, and like a black hole, it is also dark inside, and nothing can be seen at all. However, Li Wei could feel the burning sensation from his body, and Li Wei could clearly feel that the burning sensation was slowly eroding his soul. It seems that the fire of hell really didn't lie to me, this flame can really burn my soul. But if you are able to stand this way, it's not impossible to stay here for an hour. Although the burning sensation of the whole body is particularly strong now, and the soul also has the feeling of being burned, but with the gem protection of the Marvel Universe, Li Wei has not received substantial damage at the time of 1.2. So according to Li Wei's expectation, he can really weigh an hour easily. But seeing the fire in hell, Li Wei could deal with it calmly, and couldn't help feeling that his ability had been insulted. As a result, a more violent offensive was launched. Li Wei immediately felt the changes in the surrounding environment. Not only did the temperature rise, but the demon wind became more and more sharp. Each peak was like a knife. He wanted to scratch his body. Swallow your own soul. It seems that I just wandered around and angered the fire of hell. Li Wei didn't say much, but secretly increased the ability of the gem. But as the temperature got higher and higher and the demon wind became sharper and sharper, Li Wei gradually felt that his gems could no longer be supported. As a last resort, Li Wei can only use the power of the universe on his body. As several unpredictable handprints were continuously punched on Levi's hands, a black mask covered his body, isolating his stimulation from the hellfire outside. Kiss, I didn't expect you to snatch the power of the universe that guarded them. The fire of hell couldn't help but say something different. You must know that the Asgardians' cosmic power was given to them by the Lichma, and it is also the greatest dependence of the Asgardians. If Li Wei had robbed these last means of life-saving, it only means that the Asgardians have now disappeared. Thinking of the Hellfire's heart tightening, the eyes that looked at Li Wei suddenly became fierce. Where did your cosmic fire come from? If it was Li Wei who killed all Asgardians, then the fire of hell would not mind, and Li Wei would be wiped out now. After all, he has only used 3 successes to gain nothing, and Li Wei can only support it hard now, so in the eyes of Hellfire, if he wants to kill Li Wei, it is simply a piece of cake. What does this have to do with you? Li Wei is now suffering in the deep and fierce 08. Regarding the question of the arrogance of the fire of hell, Li Wei's fire once came to his heart. Good. Hellfire saw that Li Wei was so stubborn and even dared to be disrespectful to himself, so he gradually raised his skill to the 5th level. Boom! The black barrier surrounding Li Wei shattered with the sudden increase in temperature. This kind of power is simply vulnerable to the fire of hell. Li Wei was again enveloped by the raging fire. At this time, Li Wei finally couldn't support it. The temperature suddenly rose, and the knife wind suddenly strengthened. Li Wei was caught off guard. Forget it, life is important. Li Wei whispered in his heart, and immediately pulled out and jumped out of the fire of hell. Roar roar roar. After feeling the long-lost coolness, Li Wei finally gasped out. Just now, because of being enveloped by the raging fire, there was no trace of air for Roar to inhale. Li Wei could only rely on the spare oxygen equipment in the space gem. Supply oxygen by yourself. Oh, it seems you can do just that. Seeing Li Wei who escaped in such a panic, Hellfire looked like a villain. I tell you, if you don't tell me where your cosmic power comes from, then I have the ability to let the fire of hell burn you without leaving any residue. The fire of hell said fiercely. Then what if I don't say it? Li Wei hates being threatened by others, and after all, his cosmic power is indeed disgraceful. If you don't say anything, I will let you know that every word I say is not a joke. Although the last word of Hellfire fell, his black Hellfire suddenly surrounded Li Wei's entire body. I only give you 5 counts. If you don't say it yourself, then I will eat to make you even your Hellfire disappear into this universe. The low-pitched voice of Hellfire, that irresistible force, constantly hit Li Wei's mind. You can come if you have the ability. Li Wei is now also irritated by Hellfire's words. He has always coerced and tempted others, when is it his turn to fall into this situation? Have a backbone? The Fire of Hell said in a half-yin and half-yang voice. 5. The countdown to the Fire of Hell has begun. Although he lost to the Fire of Hell just now, Li Wei now faces the overwhelming black flames without a trace of fear. Instead, he calmly activated the power of the Marvel Universe gems and enveloped his body in various abilities. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei activated the power of the universe and enveloped himself. In this case, you think that at least you can withstand the attack of Hellfire's 3-tier skill. The Fire of Hell resembled the death knell, once again rang in Li Wei's mind. What kind of power should I use next? All the abilities I have are attack power, or it is to improve the body's ability to resist attacks. It seems that there is really no test of resistance to fire attacks. Only then did Li Wei realize that he originally thought he was invincible in the world, but never thought that he still had weaknesses. And it is very likely that he will die in this weakness today. 3. The voice of death echoed again. There is no way, but a dead horse can be used as a living horse doctor. Li Wei can only use abilities such as Jiwankan, Gipei Qigong, etc., which can produce chi waves. Since these flames can't be blocked, at least some ability can be used to blow the flames away. Although I don't know if it works, but this method is worth a try. The Fire of Hell seems to be the death god is generally pronouncing the sentence, and Li Wei's death date is coming. You think that you slowly cover all the ability that you can make aura on yourself, and then slowly radiate it outwards, so that when the Fire of Hell suddenly strikes you in front of you, you can play a role in time. Hellfire looked at Li Wei's body being shrouded in layers of light, and couldn't help being a little funny, as if watching Joker playing some worthless tricks. It seems that you are really hard-mouthed. I would rather die than tell it. If you look at you like this, I can basically conclude that this cosmic power is definitely not obtained through a serious way, at least it will not be an Asgardian. I am willing to pass it to you. Then let me see that your mouth is still so hard from time to time after being burned by my Hellfire. The Fire of Hell is cruel, since Li Wei is unwilling to tell the truth, and the origin of this cosmic power is indeed strange. Then he can only ruthlessly let Li Wei disappear in this universe forever. 0. I hope you have already said goodbye to all your friends, and I hope you tell them all must not come to avenge you, because that will only increase casualties, and I also have to kill. Matter. As the countdown to the Fire of Hell ended, the black flame rushed towards Li Wei. Li Wei saw the Fire of Hell burn in front of him, and with a long scream, he knocked out all the ability on his body that could release aura. For a while, the colorful ability spread out, forming a colorful barrier, pushing it out like a black flame. If you look down on this battle scene, this beautiful picture will definitely be remembered by the artist, and even use it to create works of art that stunning the world. But just as all colors would be swallowed up when they met black, the colorful ability wall finally disappeared in the black fire. The skill of your three-legged cats is not enough for me to see. By the way, I only used 50% of the skill like just now. I will remind you of good news. I have not launched an attack at all. I just let the opponent I surrounded you afterwards. Hellfire said in a playful tone. I will now give you one last chance. If you can tell me the truth about where your cosmic power comes from, I can let you go and remove all Hellfires. After all, the Fire of Hell still has a trace of kindness in his heart, and at the last moment it still didn't hurt the killer. But Li Wei, who responded to him, did not give in because of this, and still did not speak. Instead, he changed his ability again, forming a colorful protective wall, just outside his body. Hey, it seems you are determined to fight against me. Hellfire sighed. Then since you want to die, don't blame me for destroying the flowers. Hellfire gritted his teeth and cruelly, and finally made up his mind to let Li Wei die without a place to bury his body. Immediately, the skill of the Fire of Hell mentioned the 7th floor, and the Fire of Hell has made up his mind. This time he will let Li Wei disappear forever. And according to previous experience, Li Wei can't stand even the skill of the 5 layers, so the skill of these 7 layers is tantamount to a catastrophe for him. The Fire of Hell on the 7th floor is no longer just black, the dark color has revealed a deep purple. Li Wei was still calm and pushed the colored wall around first, but there was no doubt that the effect was still ineffective. The colorful walls encountered purple-black flames, and then it was like a small stone being thrown into the sea, without even making waves. The black protective shield formed immediately after the power of the universe shattered, and it was completely vulnerable. What followed was the multicolored protective cover formed by the Marvel Universe gems, which was also burned bit by bit. You can now feel the burning sensation of the stinging nerves of the Fire of Hell firsthand. Compared with it, what Li Wei couldn't stand even more was the feeling of hellfire burning his soul. This can no longer be described as tingling. Burning the soul is like erasing Li Wei from the world bit by bit. That feeling is not only pain, but also a kind of helplessness and loss. Boom! The protective shield formed by the gems of the Marvel Universe finally couldn't stand the fierce offensive of the Hellfire, and finally shattered at the answer. The gems were also greatly traumatized by this, and they had to hide their power. This Li Wei could not be summoned. Any ability to. At this time, Li Wei suddenly had an idea, but this was really helpless and had to do it. Li Wei opened the space ring, a white light flashed, and then entered the space ring. Roar! I knew I shouldn't have come here. Who knows what the Hellfire suddenly made you feel? You have to know the origin of the power of the universe. Now it's all right. I said I won't need any gems. Li Wei said angrily. He even began to doubt whether the records in that ancient book were correct, and even he began to doubt whether Gamma Star was sent by the fire of hell to pit him. No, I'm too passive to accept the attack like this. The one suddenly realized that he hadn't had the initiative of his own since he saw the fire of hell, and it has always been taken away by the fire of hell. He did what he said, leaving no choice at all. I have to escape this damn black flame first, and then I'll take my plan after I go out. After thinking of this, Li Wei made up his mind. Since the fire of hell is really going to kill him, he has to fight back. Then Li Beiwei sat cross-legged into meditation, and then slowly injected the 6 gems of the Marvel Universe with the power of the universe. After all, if you really want to start a war with the fire of hell, then the ability of the gem cannot be abandoned. Fortunately, the material of the space ring is made of a kind of thermal insulation synthesis material of Hygiene, so it can withstand the fierce attack of Hellfire, but Li Wei knows that it will not last long. After tens of seconds, the ability of the gem was restored to 80%. Although it was lacking a lot compared to its heyday, it couldn't take care of that much in such an emergency situation. Immediately after, Li Wei flashed out of the space ring. In a short time of 0.01 seconds, you used the time gem to draw the space-time tunnel of escape at the fastest speed, and it flashed in a blink of an eye, a corner that the fire of hell could not reach. Roar roar roar! It seems that the reason why you are named Hellfire is not unreasonable. You are really grumpy. I didn't tell you the answer you want this time. You just hurt me like this killer. Are the causes of death of other people who died under your hand more injustice? Li Wei held his head high. From the perspective of speaking and the whole person's momentum, it was very different from the modesty and even some promises just now. The fire of hell was still immersed in the pleasure of surrounding Li Wei and controlling his life and death, and suddenly heard Li Bai's voice from the other end. Could not help but almost confiscated his strength, and was backlashed by his own hellfire. The fire of hell stabilized his figure, and became a little angry. It seems that you really have 2 brushes. But to tell you, you have touched my bottom line today, and I have already sentenced you to death. So no matter what, you must die today. The fire of hell seemed as if Death God had already announced the death notice to the world. Seeing Li Wei resurrected from the dead, I felt that his authority had been greatly challenged. It seems that you really hold yourself high, although I know that I may not be able to eliminate you, but I must make you a long memory today, and let Qian Li Zhao, you know what it means to be someone outside a person. There are days outside the sky. Why are you? You will accumulate all the ability of the Marvel Universe gem in your own hands, mixed with the power of the Turtle Qigong School, and a wave of power will hit the fire of hell. Good coming? There was a long roar from the fire of hell, and the black and purple flames instantly turned black and red, and he had already used all his skills. Boom! The power wave slammed into the black and red flames, creating a large explosion sound, as if a bomb was thrown into the stove. The most seriously injured was definitely the stove originally. For thousands of years, the fire of hell, who doesn't know what pain is like, felt the pain or pain on the bone for the first time. Well, if I don't kill you today, I will live for so many years. There was another long roar from the fire of hell, and the black and red flames instantly condensed into a huge amount of fist. The 10 levels of Hellfire's skill are indeed terrifying. Just when the black-red flame fist was about to condense, you thought it was cheap to feel the powerful energy it released, with its appallingly high temperature. This power made him even have a desire to shrink. Because he was too tough, and he had suffered from him just now, and Li Wei's body, due to the stress response, unconsciously stepped back several steps. It seems that you are nothing more than that. But don't be afraid. The thing that makes you afraid of you is still behind. Don't run away right now. That will not only make me look down on you, but you will never want to find profit. Chi Ma is civilized. Hellfire saw Li Wei's withdrawal, and just noticed his body's emergency response. Can't help but start laughing. At the same time, Li Wei didn't listen to the words of Hellfire, but just took care of his breath and calmed his emotions as much as possible. After all, the war is imminent, and the nervousness and the body are not conducive to having a good adaptability. Li Wei, watched by Hellfire, didn't respond, and didn't care. The fist, which was 10 stories high, rushed to Li Wei with the violent flame 857. If this punch is really caught by Li Wei forcibly, it is estimated that he will be half disabled if he does not die. After all, the hottest flame in the universe is not a mere name, and Li Wei has really felt it just now. The black and red fist of fire is about to spread in front of Li Wei. Li Wei's eyes are illuminated by the black and red light. The strange thing about the fire of hell is that Li Wei seems to really be standing there. Touch this fist with your body. This seems to be a life-threatening attitude. Not only makes the fire of hell a little worried. Boom! The huge amounts of fire fist swallowed Li Wei's whole body in one swallow. Li Wei's relatively small body, no matter how you look at it, he felt vulnerable. After the fire, sparks scattered in the place where they had just met, and the fire of hell slowly turned around. He knew very well that no one could catch the blow just now, and he was cruel to kill just now, so the scene that Hellfire wanted to see when he turned his head back was the place where Li Bai had just stayed, and he recovered the appearance of him from the past. After all, where the fire of hell has burned, there won't be any ashes and debris. Because the fire of hell burns everything, this burning does not carbonize the object, but directly vaporizes the burned object, making it disappear forever. So under the assumption of hellfire, Li Wei has now disappeared in the entire universe, because he had no possibility of resisting the blow just now, unless. It seems that your 10 successful flames are nothing more than this. Before Hellfire's thoughts were over, a familiar voice interrupted him. That's right, this voice was made by Li Wei. Hellfire hurriedly took a look, he couldn't even believe his eyes. Li Wei in front of him is as if nothing has happened. How could he have nothing to do? That is the fire of hell with a full 10 levels of skill. Such a temperature can not only burn everything, even if it is slightly lower than his temperature. The flame will also be vanished. And how can this Li Wei, who can't hold on to the 5th level skill, be able to hold the 10th level skill? How did you do it? Did you dodge at a critical moment just now? The sound of the hellfire even trembled a bit, completely devoid of the arrogance just now. Do you want to know why? This time it was Li Wei's turn to be arrogant. What do you mean? Hellfire felt that things were a little out of his control, and suddenly felt at a loss. But Li Wei didn't give Hellfire more time to adapt to this fact, only saw that he gathered the power of the Marvel Universe gems in 2 fists, and then combined the double layers and created a huge amounts of energy sheet. With a long roar from Li Wei, the colorful mask straightened and covered the fire of hell. Oh my goodness! I thought you would do any great trick that scared me so much. I didn't expect it to be this. The mask is vulnerable. This song not only didn't scare the fire of hell, it even gave a long sigh of relief after hell. It seems that I haven't read this kid wrong, he really doesn't have any other strengths. The fire of hell secretly speculated in his heart, but his mood suddenly relaxed a lot. But Li Wei didn't pay attention to the noise of the hellfire, instead he slapped a series of incomprehensible mudra in his hands, as if he was using some obscure and incomprehensible exercises. This series of abnormal actions of Li Wei was also seen by the fire of hell, but the fire of hell did not care. I said, kids, don't play with your 2 hands with great effort there. I tell you, even if you find the strongest exercises in the universe, they will be no match for my 10ths of hellfire. Success power. The arrogance of the fire of hell caused the flames all over him to surge again. Li Wei pulled out an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm telling you, I found a secret, do you want to know it? Li Wei suddenly said mysteriously to the fire of hell. What do you mean? The fire of hell was directly confused by Li Wei, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. I just discovered a shocking secret. But to be honest, I was thinking about a bet just now. I didn't expect to bet me right. It seems that being a human being must always be prepared with 2 hands. You know what I'm talking about, right? Li Wei looked at the fire of hell, and his eyes revealed what you knew. Did you find? The expression on the fire of hell suddenly became terrifying, as if some great secret was really known by Li Wei. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly above the fire of hell, several purple-blue walls of light fell from the sky, blocking all his escape routes. It seems that my face-to-face hellfire understands what I'm talking about. Actually, I didn't mean to kill you. After all, the 2 of us have no grievances, and I still ask you. But just now you actually had a murderous intent on me, so I can only regret to tell you that I really can't take your life anymore. Li Wei said in a very regretful tone. Wait, I didn't mean that. I really didn't mean to kill you just now. Give me another chance, okay? This time is just a level for me to test you. The fire of hell seemed to be really panicked, but you didn't say that just now. I'm just repenting now, isn't it a bit too late? Li Wei did not feel softened by Hellfire's begging for mercy. The blue light wall slowly sealed all the escape routes of Hellfire, and Hellfire didn't even have the desire to escape. Because he knew the power of this artifact, he just knew that if he resisted more fiercely, then he would die sooner. I really didn't mean that. I know I was wrong, I shouldn't lie to you. The fire of hell suddenly begged for mercy, and the voice became extremely miserable. It turned out that just a moment ago, when the fire of hell was using 10 levels of skill to directly destroy Li Wei suddenly had an idea and thought of a question. If the fire of hell has always been lying to yourself? Since the ancient book says that only the fire of hell is compatible with your 5-color stone and the rod of evil, you can forge another new treasure, and then bring it with you. He found the Lichma civilization. Why should the fire of hell be completely denied as soon as it comes up? If it was only when he was testing Li Wei just now, Li Wei would believe him without reservation. After all, the person's words are the most credible, and regardless of whether she can find the Lichma civilization or benefit the entire universe, it has no effect on the fire of hell, so the fire of hell is true for the whole thing. Really positive outsider. But if he really wanted to kill Li Wei, then things would be different. He is no longer an outsider, and he may even be the harmer of interests, so if analyzed in this way, the words of Hellfire will become unreliable. So if this is the case, Li Wei wanted to try the methods recorded in the ancient books to see if it was correct. However, the prerequisite for this is that Li Wei is confident enough to retreat under the attack of Hellfire. But having said that, Li Wei really has a way to get out of his body. So this is the reason why he never stopped the Hellfire in his heart, although his body's stress response somewhat betrayed him. Because in the final analysis, even if Li Wei can't beat him, but the long-standing Chinese civilization has given Li Wei a suggestion, the so-called 36 plan is the best plan. If you can beat him, we will just run. As far as fleeing is concerned, you can. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in this universe. After all, with the speed power and time gem in his hand, he can travel between hundreds of places between the electric light and flint, as long as he wants to. So for Li Wei, he can escape completely, and he escapes at the moment of attack, and then reappears in place after the next 0.01 second. This is not difficult for Li Wei. If the statement in the ancient book is really wrong, then Li Wei is also 100% sure that he can escape. So with this foolproof mentality, Li Wei blocked the 5-color stone and the battle of evil in front of him, and used it to fight the fire of hell. But what makes Li Wei thankful is that he really made a right bet this time. After the fire of hell met the 5-color stone and the battle of evil, it instantly became one. A feather fan suddenly appeared in Li Wei's hand, and it was this feather fan that blocked the other hellfires for him. This is how Li Wei can remain intact under the hellfire of 10 successful powers. However, Li Wei can activate the feather fan to form the purple-blue light wall that surrounds the fire of hell. Li Wei's original intention was just to scare the fire of hell. After all, it was a weapon that was just acquired. You don't even know how to use this thing. And in front of the fire of hell, there are a few mysterious handprints. They are just the handprints mentioned on the last page when he is reading the ancient books, but this own handprint is not even recorded in the ancient books. Its purpose, and Li Wei also had the mentality to give it a try. Li Wei now seems to be planting 1 billion yuan, and his joy and excitement can't be added. It seems that you have always known that by integrating the 5-color stone, the battle of evil, and the fire of hell, you can get a new treasure, and then use it to find the Lichma civilization. But I really don't understand. I can't find what interest Lichma civilization has with you. Why did you lie to me like this, and also destroy me? Li Wei looked at the fire of hell imprisoned within the blue light wall, and his teeth tickled with hatred. 0. Look for flowers. I have no selfishness. Hellfire is still quibbling. It seems that you still haven't suffered so much, so I can only use a little bit of tricks to let you know what the consequences of deceiving me are. Speaking, Li Wei pinched a few unpredictable handprints, and dozens of sharp purple-blue long swords suddenly protruded from the purple-blue light wall, aiming straight at the fire of hell. When Li Wei's last handprint was pinched, the purple-blue long sword seemed to have broken free, and rushed to the fire of hell at an extremely fast speed. Puff puff. The fire of hell hurts and I have no energy to call for help. I can only constantly smash the light wall, as if Li Wei is asking for help, and as if begging Li Wei for mercy. Why are you talking about it? Li Wei continued to ask. That cold voice was like a sharp sword, cutting off the last trace of luck in the fire of hell. Because I don't want you to find Lichma civilization. The fire of hell slowly opened his mouth in a weak voice. Why, what does this have to do with you? This time it was Li Wei's turn to be a little weird. I was originally a carefree flame in the universe. Although I don't have the huge attack power I am now, I can give all life hope. At that time, I could shuttle between the universe. Whenever I see which planet has when there is a little sign of life, I will go in quietly, give them a light, and let them have hope. Hellfire said weakly. I always thought that I was doing good deeds. Because the application of fire is the way for any bio-oil to go from low to high, and I never spare my own flame, and I have never harmed anyone. Knowing that Dem Lichma Wenming appeared, the tone of Hellfire gradually became resentful. Until one day, tens of thousands of people came out of that big ship. They occupied the most fertile planet in the universe, the most abundant natural resources in the nebula, and then began to build their own empire. Hellfire continued. But, what does this have to do with you? Ding, this time it was Li Wei's turn to be impatient. After the strong and weak exchanges, the inequality of status will also be exchanged. Don't I have to talk about the relationship between each other? Obviously the fire of hell has not yet reacted from this change in the relationship. Li Wei didn't care, but made a gesture to keep talking. What I said earlier are just prerequisites. Now I will enter the text. The fire of hell said in a sad voice. After all, he is now in deep water, and this time the blue ice arrow quacked past him, making his soul feel a life-threatening pain every time. After that, they collected spiritual treasures or materials in the entire universe. As the only spiritual fire in the universe, and the only 857 flame with a soul, I was forcibly caught by them and imprisoned in theirs continent. Actually, I don't need to say, you can guess. The civilization I am talking about is the Lichma civilization, and from the moment I was imprisoned, my destiny has undergone earth-shaking changes. Then Hellfire made a gesture of preparing for a long talk. Because my body is a flame, and this flame is continuously burned by my soul as nourishment. And in order to be immortal by myself, but also to help more planetary civilizations with my life, I often use some weak innocent souls of life, come as fuel for burning flames, in order to reduce the consumption of my originally soul. Hellfire continued. But after I was arrested by the Lichma, they first improved the flame on my body. To be honest, I am very grateful to them. After their improvement, my flame no longer burns any soul. I don't have to continue to kill. Not only that, my flame even has the ability to burn everything. And after their improvements, I can even change my flame file size at will. Having said that, the tone of Hellfire became a little brisk, as if this memory was still very good for him. But what they did next made me fall into a bottomless abyss. As the fire of hell talked about the wind, even Li Wei, who was several feet away from him, could really feel the air of sorrow that broke through the sky. Next, they did not let me continue to benefit the civilization of the universe, but used the flames on my body to start forging some treasures. You must know that the materials they choose are all extremely cold, and after their transformation, my flames can burn all objects, but my soul can't bear any cold air, so every time they forge a treasure, it will damage me half my life. The tone of Hellfire was extremely painful, as if the pain of the year resurfaced before his eyes. But I couldn't resist at all. I benefited from them and became a stronger me. But because of this, I was firmly controlled by them. From the moment I stepped into their prison, I knowing that I have lost my freedom forever and ever. The tone of Hellfire gradually became lonely, and Li Wei can probably feel the pain of Hellfire. After all, although his strength was not strong before, he still had to obliterate some young animals to get his soul from being corroded. But after all, he lives freely, and he can even help the civilizations of some planets in order to obtain his own inner salvation. But later, although he was strong, he didn't have any freedom to speak of. He could only be enslaved by the Lichma, and he even had to endure the unbearable pain of his life. Have you never thought of resisting? Even if your weaknesses are mastered by them, I believe you must have at least one chance to escape successfully in hundreds of years. Li Wei looked at the fire of hell seriously and asked. In the ancient legends of the earth, there is a story of Gujian. So for Li Wei, who has been intrigued by such stories since he was a child, he never believed that a person can be enslaved for a lifetime, unless his own spirit and psychology really succumbed to the enemy. Otherwise, as long as you have the belief that you want to escape, then one day you will find a chance to escape. This is an inevitable situation. After hearing the fire of hell, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that the reason why you are able to achieve such a big achievement is that you really have a strategy that is rare for others. Hellfire shook his head, as if the little secret in his heart had been seen through. To be honest, I have been imprisoned for a full 5,000 years. During this period, there are indeed many opportunities for me to escape. But you must know that the long-term enslavement has made me lose my spirit, and more new civilizations have been born. It also keeps predicting that if I return to the universe, I will probably have no value anymore. Hellfire admitted helplessly. This is a sad story. After being enslaved and reformed, a soul carrying the life of the Li people has lost the courage to escape. The reason behind this is worth pondering. However, during the period of time when I was enslaved, there was the biggest turmoil in the universe so far. You may have heard of this story. There are dozens of new civilizations in the universe. Li Yunwan and occupation. I have found the location of the Lichma civilization, and robbed all the crystallization of wisdom and wealth of the Lichma people, and even determined to kill all the Lichma people. You must know that these civilizations rely on the many support of the Lichma people during the growth period. So this is also the ending of a gratitude and revenge. Hellfire said. Where are you now? Li Wei asked suspiciously. I was definitely treated as a fire and was brought into the ark by them. After several years of 1.2 volts of salt, I returned to the universe with the survivors. Hellfire replied unhurriedly. And as if we were reborn, we began to actively restore the Lichma civilization. Since there are tens of millions of years of civilization, and the survivors are the top existence in every field, we are rebuilding Lichma. In the process of Ma Wenming, not only did not encounter any obstacles as imagined, but it was even faster than the preset steps. Speaking of this, the expectation of Hellfire is full of admiration. Even the existence that he hates the Lichma people is full of admiration when talking about Lichma's achievements. But how powerful is the legendary Lichma civilization? And you probably know the next thing. In order to prevent this kind of farmer and snake from happening again, the Lichma civilization developed technology to hide their location, and what you may not know is the Lichma civilization after its rebirth. The first thing they did to the secular world was revenge. Hellfire continued. This is also forgivable. After all, the farmer was bitten by the rescued snake, so after waking up, the farmer killed the snake with a single knife. It is a normal thing. Li Wei said that he can understand, and in Li Wei's opinion, this kind of thing is justified. Well said. The Lichma people launched cruel revenge against all civilizations that invaded their nebula, and I think you never expected it, and what I did not expect at the time is that they just sent me, and can those who control me come to retaliate against dozens of planets. Speaking of the fire of hell, he patted his chest proudly. After all, being able to be reused by the Lichma civilization was a matter of glory for him who had developed a deep enslavement at the time. 08 And it is the first time that I feel my power is so great. As long as the planet I have visited, all the substances on it, whether it is animals or plants, will be burned clean by me and I. But what I didn't expect was that the seeds of tyranny also took root in my heart at the moment. Do you mean you have become tyrannical since then? Li Wei asked suspiciously. That's right. It's the first time I feel that I have such a powerful force, and it's the first time that life is so fragile in front of me. I can only kneel down in front of me and begging for mercy, and I didn't even have any compassion. Faced with children and old people who had never had the heart to kill before, I killed them all at this time. Speaking of this, the fire heart of hell was a little bit painful, as if facing the fragile beings at that time, all the scenes of killing all that were ignored, all appeared in front of the eyes. But I didn't realize this at the time, and I didn't feel my cruelty at all. It's just that I have slowly come to my senses after being dropped by a black hole ball hundreds of years. The fire of hell is a little guilty, but as I said before, at least people are no longer as innocent and kind as before. When they see me so ruthless and cold, but with such a strong ability, they are also a little panicked. I think they when improving me, I never thought that I should have such a strong offensive power. Otherwise, I would face the disaster of genocide. This time I was sent up to clean up those ungrateful people for them. The tone of the fire of hell is full of sadness. Because of this, they imprisoned you in a black hole. Li Wei asked tentatively. Yes, but before imprisoning me, they continued to use the flames on my body to forge 2 world treasures. It is the 5-color stone and the rod of evil that you have worked hard to get. Speaking of this, Li Wei finally put the whole thing together. The 5-color stone and the rod of evil were born in the hand of Hellfire, but now it can suppress the fire of hell, which means that the Lichma people are here. The last time he used the fire of hell to forge treasures was to develop a weapon to restrain him, but it was clear that they succeeded. So when you showed up with the 5-color stone and the rod of evil, I wanted to destroy these 2 treasures, and then use you to escape the black hole to avenge myself. However, in the end, you still restrained me. The treasure is forged, maybe this is God's will. I shouldn't be against the Lichma civilization, nor should I be against you. The tone of the fire of hell fell into depression again, as if a dying person was saying his last words again. It seems that your plan is completely ruined by me, but what I can tell you is that I am not as cruel and ruthless as you. So I assure you that I will not hurt you, even though I was right. You have a murderous intention, but seeing that you are also a poor person, I still decide to let you go. After all, Li Wei is also a kind person. After understanding the life experience of the fire of hell, he is not so angry with the fire of hell. In the midst of being stubborn, so if he can't kill him by himself, it has no effect on the entire universe. Then why did he do such an evil thing himself? But Li Wei's answer made the fire of hell laugh, and the laughter was full of sarcasm. It seems that you are really an indecisive person, but I advise you not to think so. Because the Lichma civilization suffered extinction, it was also because their leaders were too kind and indecisive. They were too kind and indecisive. Before rebelling against Lichma civilization, the leader discovered the rebellious meaning of other civilizations through some cobweb horse trails, but this was because of being too kind, and instead of being unwilling to believe in his sincerity and being treated as rubbish by others, he did not wait. He was willing to do it, so 857 delayed the chance of the best defense and made a big mistake. Hellfire said, but judging from the earnestness of his words, it was more like admonishing Li Wei not to let him be a woman. Do you want me to kill you so much? Li Wei definitely understands the truth, but when this incident came out from the mouth of Hellfire, it made Li Wei feel a little uncomfortable. After all, I am. The benevolence of the woman is to let him go, and he is begging to die by himself. You too underestimated me. Since I will be improved by the Lichma people, they have already thought of a way to save my life for me. I can tell you clearly that in most white holes, there are fires of hell, and they are all part of my soul. The words of Hellfire surprised Li Wei a little. Then you mean I can kill you? This is the first time Li Wei heard this kind of death-seeking words. When the forest grows, there are all kinds of birds. There are more people like this, and everyone will have them. So you do it. Let me be the cornerstone for you to promote the development of the entire universe civilization and forge a legendary story. I have no regrets when I die in your hands. The words of Hellfire turned out to be a bit of Marisu's kick. Then I'm welcome. Li Wei seemed to have made up his mind. He raised the feather fan in one hand, and he was about to use the ice sword to convey the fire of hell to his heart. It's not right. I suddenly remembered something. If you want to die, you can't die now. Just as the fire of hell slowly closed his eyes and accepted the critical moment of death, Li Wei suddenly changed his mind. What do you mean? Hellfire asked helplessly. Originally, he was ready to meet death, and even planned what kind of expressions and words to say when he died for a while. This Li Wei's sudden emergency break suddenly caught him off guard. Definitely, all his mental preparations were wasted. Sorry. Li Wei also felt the anger of Hellfire, and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. I just remembered one thing suddenly. Although the ancient book said that at noon, the facility and the rod of evil and the fire of hell will get a magic weapon. But he didn't say how I would use this magic weapon to find profit. The location of Kama civilization, so I have to ask you for help in this matter. What Li Wei suddenly thought of was precisely his purpose. Li Wei spent so much effort to find the fire of hell, and even almost gave up his life. Isn't it just to quickly find the location of the Lichma civilization? If he kills the fire of hell at this time, it is equivalent to saying him all the things I have done before, all the suffering I have suffered, have been in vain. Although the fire of hell said, its duplication exists in other white caves. But how hard it is to find a white hole late. He sent all his wings out. So far he has found only the team of Iron Man and the United States captain. It can be seen that the probability is still particularly low. So while the fire of hell is still alive, you should quickly ask everything you need to ask. It's not too late to kill him then. But the fire of hell turned white. Li Wei glanced. I said that you were not so kind and wanted to save my life, but you still wanted to get something useful from my mouth. Hellfire said angrily. It's you who wanted to die, right? I never said that I would kill you. And even if you die, didn't you say that you still have duplication in other swings? So you should be immortal, but I just fold a little wings here. Li Wei explained. Although it was true that he stopped killing Hellfire with the feeling of maximizing utilization, he still had a good time in the face. But you can still be calm. It is true that I lost my life here, and it has no effect on me as a whole. It turned out that the fire of hell really had a hand. But what I want to tell you is that if you want to find the location of the Lichma civilization, it is absolutely indispensable without me. But this will have to test whether you have the ability. Hellfire said. Then please tell me what kind of ability it is, maybe I really have that ability. After all, I am the one who owns a feather fan. Even if you can burn everything in the universe, you have to bow down to me. Li Wei hardly saw others arrogantly in front of him. So seeing the fire of hell, this dying person was still in front of him and he had some thunderous words, Li Wei couldn't help but want to suppress his arrogance. If you want to find the location of the Lichma civilization, you must have the fire of hell with a feather fan, and then at the end of the universe aurora, you can find and enter the location of the Lichma civilization, but you have to listen to the prerequisites. Must have the fire of my hell. Hellfire specifically emphasized himself by carrying it out to highlight its importance. It also warned Li Wei that getting him is the most important thing. Do I have to take you? This result was something Li Wei did not expect. After all, the fire of hell exists here, it should be deliberately done by the Lichma people, and it would take a lot of effort to take him out if necessary. Then do you know how you can get out of this white hole? The two of us work together to make a quick battle. In this way, you can also wander freely in the universe in the future, so I can accomplish my goal as soon as possible, Li Wei said impatiently, because he really didn't consider that there would be such a result. And after the brief contact with Hellfire just now, he should be an extremely difficult person to cooperate. But in fact, Li Wei's judgment is correct. You know now to beg me. Then you first open the Logi ice wall for me, and let me come out and talk to you. Hellfire now truly has the initiative, and the tone of his speech has become more arrogant. Li Wei was also very helpless, after all, he still wanted to be human. So he can only wave the feather fan to open the ice wall. Oh, it's still comfortable outside, and being restricted by the ice wall, it's really suffering, right? Hellfire said yin and yang to Li Wei weirdly, and stretched his waist at the same time, having no intention of discussing countermeasures at all. Well, now that you are released now, let's get down to business. Li Wei said helplessly, but there was a glimmer of light in his eyes, as if he had suddenly thought of something. It's not impossible to talk about business, but you must promise me one condition. Hellfire said. You said, as long as I can do it, a definition is indispensable. Li Wei still made concessions repeatedly and could solve the problem by peaceful means. He still didn't want to resort to force. You must destroy the Lupins for me, and I tell you, even if you don't meet them, I can take you to find the location of the Lichma civilization. To put it bluntly, this thing is just to restrict me. Then now that you have money, Li Zhao, if you ask me, can I understand that you don't need to defend me anymore? The ugly face of the fire of hell made Li Wei couldn't help but want to punch him in order to dispel the hatred in his heart. But Li Wei still held back. Then if according to your statement, I can freeze you directly in the ice wall, then take the ice wall out, and once it breaks you will take me to the Lichma civilization. Li Wei said, or as expected. Ha ha ha, it seems that your reaction is quite fast. But I think you still overlooked one thing. I have already told you just now, I am not afraid of death at all. Unless you find all my duplications, and then once it is wiped out, keep the last one so that you can threaten me. Otherwise, you will be doing useless work in everything you do. The fire of hell laughed wildly, as if his conspiracy had succeeded, the appearance of a sinister villain was exposed, then this may be done. If I have to search for all the black holes in the universe, I guess I can find all the white holes. This is not due to negligence. Then I will get every swing to find you. Duplication, fixed a risk of death if not paying attention. This is really difficult. Li Wei complained with an annoyed face, as if he was really at a loss. It's fine if you know, but if you really do what I want, then I can agree to take you to find the Lichma civilization. In this way, you can also save time, and we can get twice the result with half the effort. Why not? Why? The fire of hell seemed to have succeeded in his conspiracy. He looked at Li Wei with an extremely sinister smile, as if he was swearing, You Li Wei has been completely held by me. You must listen to my orders and accept my orders. Control? It seems that I have to listen to your orders. It seems that you are a really good person. Not only did you agree to take me, but you also came up with such a way to get the best of both worlds for me. I thought about it, and there should be nothing. Reasons can refute this suggestion. Li Wei looked distressed. And this expression is exactly what Hellfire wants to see. Then 857, please destroy this fan as soon as possible. If you destroy it earlier, we can start earlier. Hellfire continued. But I have one more question to ask you. Even if I destroy the feather fan, how can you escape the white hole? If I guess right, you should be sealed here, right? Li Wei asked the most critical question. But he didn't expect the fire of hell to laugh. Ha ha ha, it seems that you are really thoughtful. But don't worry, if you destroy the Lupins, then I have my own way to break through this white hole. Hellfire looked directly at Li Wei, and even looked up and down. Then can you tell me what exactly is the solution? After all, if you can really run out, why didn't you run before? Li Wei asked suspiciously, with a silly expression on his face. The fire of hell pretends to be deep. Actually, I don't have any special methods, but when I was fighting with you just now, I found that you should have this flashing ability, that is, you can go from one place to another between the electric light and flint. So all you need is just use your trick and take me out. Then how do I take it? My trick can only be flashed by me alone. If you want to be with me, you can only cling to me, but if that happens, you can't directly burn me to death. Li Wei shouted out, saying that this method would not work at all. If Hellfire is smarter, or if he observes a little more carefully, he will definitely find out that you think this is using flamboyant acting skills to cover up some thoughts in your heart. To put it bluntly, Li Wei is acting with him. But Hellfire is really not that smart yet. Whether you want to burn you is just between my thoughts. I attach to you and directly adjust my skill to one level. That kind of temperature is like a warm baby, but it's just warm, it won't burn you at all. At most, if you burn it, you will pass after a while. Hellfire was anxious to explain it. This positive look made people doubt his motives. That's fine. Then what I want to ask is, Li Wei still has a very important question to ask, but Hellfire is impatient. Oh, why are you so much nonsense? You take me out first, can we discuss it again? When the time comes, we will solve your doubts and answer your questions. You quickly destroyed the feather fan. The fire of hell was obviously anxious, which strengthened Li Wei's judgment in his heart. I'm still very cautious in doing things. And I have obsessive-compulsive disorder in this area. If I don't know why, I don't dare to make a decision. At this time, Li Wei behaved like a solitary villain, the kind of mud that can't support the wall, and the appearance of fear of wolves and tigers was vividly performed by him. You are really long-winded, and there are so many things. Hellfire said impatiently. Well, then, I will tell you reluctantly. When I was improved by them, only the substance unique to their Lichma civilization was injected into my body. It is precisely because of this substance in my body that we can find it. Lichma civilization, I said so, do you understand? The impatience of Hellfire has reached its limit. Then you mean, even if you have no soul, as long as the soulless Hellfire goes out of the white hole, he will automatically find the Lichma civilization, right? The most critical element of Harry captured by Li Wei is also the news he most urgently needs. That is, even if the fire of hell has no soul, one can accomplish the goal. But this sentence confuses the fire of hell. To be precise, his heart suddenly became cold, because he had a premonition that he seemed to have revealed something extraordinary. What do you mean? Hellfire asked with a trembling voice. I mean, I now think of a way, in fact, without destroying my Lupins, I can also find the Lichma civilization. Li Wei smiled and said, the silly and sweet look just now has disappeared. I tell you not to be impulsive. What I just said may not be right. Hellfire seems to have guessed Li Wei's intention. What people say subconsciously is definitely what they say in their hearts, but even if what you say is wrong, it won't work. I will find the fire of hell again. Anyway, you said that I have ability that can flash. If it doesn't work, I will exhaust my life looking for one by one, and then kill one by one. Li Wei looked indifferent. Now Li Wei and Hellfire seem to have swapped their positions just now. When it was the turn of the region, I was panicked. Then I don't need you to destroy the feather fan, okay? Hellfire suddenly said in horror. I don't think I will do any harm to you, after all, you still have duplication. The horror of Hellfire made Li Wei a little unclear. Whether there will be harm is my final say. I tell you, if you dare to wipe out my soul, I will re-enter my life to make you worse off than death. The fire of hell threatened Li Wei, which was tantamount to touching Li Wei's brow. Then I want your life, but I want to see you without a soul, you who are forever sealed in 100 holes. How can you achieve your great cause of revenge? Li Wei raised his right hand, which had been entangled by the light of mind gem ability, and under the blessing of superpower, the electric light flint passed through the flame of hellfire that had no attack power. The fire of hell ended his life without a scream at the last moment of his life. Because the Marvel Universe gems were damaged to varying degrees during the previous battle against the Hellfire, part of the souls of the Hellfire for tens of millions of years have just become the best nourishment for mind gem. Looking at the fire of hell, which was frozen in the ice wall and had no soul at all, Li Wei sighed. At any rate, I can be regarded as the overlord of the universe, and even I can't stand under its flame. If I hadn't unlocked the feather fan in a hurry, it might become an empty shell now. It's me, I'm not under your flames, I can only become a pool of ashes. Speaking of status here, he patted his chest with lingering fears. But in the midst of Li Wei's sigh of joy or sorrow, the food is slowly dying out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the fire of hell after being transformed, it does not need the soul to continue to burn as nourishment. But if you completely lose your soul, it's like a house without the support of the pillars and pillars, it will only collapse quickly. Li Wei secretly said a bad cry, and he didn't care to let Mind Gem absorb all the souls of Hellfire, waved his hand to restart Mind Gem's ability, and turned part of his own the god's telekinesis into souls, and dived into it. In the fire of hell. However, the fire of hell has produced a strong rejection of the soul that has just arrived. Not only the flame extinguishes more quickly, but after the hell, it also uses a flame of extremely high temperature to burn the soul. Li Wei was taken aback. He didn't expect the fire of hell to burn his soul. But at this point, Li Wei couldn't draw out his soul, so he could only face the difficulties and forcibly control the fire of hell. Li Wei kept changing his hands and pressing the fingerprints, using the feather fan to further oppress the fire of hell, so that he could not concentrate on burning his soul. Immediately after using the ability of the Mind Gem, at the risk of the soul being burned, he forcibly occupied the position of the Spirit Master in the fire of hell. In this way, after a lot of toss and toss, the fire of hell finally died down slowly, and the new soul was completely surrendered. Knowing that he can fully mobilize the fire of hell, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, and slumped on the ground. Although the clouds were light on the surface just now, it seemed that there was no big battle at all. Every viable practitioner knows that the confrontation between the spiritual and spiritual levels is the most laborious and the most harmful to people. Because once there is damage, it is the soul that is damaged. The soul can only be restored and nourished with the soul, so if the soul is injured, the blow to the whole person is irreversible. This is why Li Mei did not cut a part of the fire into the Lord's hell from her own soul, because if she forcibly cut her own soul, there will be no additional damage to her, and if the Lord fails, it will make it even worse. Li Wei's soul is defective in the future, even causing Li Wei to lose his mind and eventually become a fool. Seeing the fire of hell that was already under his control, Li Wei was so happy that he even wanted to celebrate with a backflip in place. Even his own powerful existence, helpless, was subdued by himself, and could only be used for himself in the future. This is not only adding wings to a tiger, but also raising Li Wei's overall strength to a new height. If Li Wei used to think that he was the strongest person in the universe, there is some exaggeration, then Li Wei can now pat his chest and declare to all people in the world with confidence that he is the invincible existence of the universe. NS. After resting in place for a while, Li Wei once again sealed the fire of hell with a feather fan, and then put it in his space ring. After all, the fire of hell has been imprisoned in a white hole for thousands of years. What kind of restrictions the swing has on him is unknown to Li Wei, but Li Wei doesn't want to know at all. After all, he has a better way and can be foolproof. He took the fire of hell out, so why did he bother to find the reason? There are too many things he doesn't know in the world, if every one of them has to choose an exact answer. Let alone whether there is an exact answer, the search process alone will make Li Wei exhausted. 0. 4 flowers. Using the ability of Time Gem, Li Wei returned to the fortress of the earth between the electric light and flint. My dear, you are finally back. Captain Marvel, who had been waiting in the fort for a long time, just saw the appearance of Li Wei, and soared into Li Wei's arms. Tears couldn't help but gush out, and he immediately soaked Li Wei's clothes on his chest. Wet. Li Wei couldn't help but patted Captain Marvel's back distressedly. Although he never told others, even Captain Marvel, how dangerous it is to find the fire of hell. But Captain Marvel is not stupid. If the fire of hell is so easy to deal with, he won't commit himself to the white hole. I think it is someone who has forcibly sealed him in order to suppress him. But Captain Marvel is a general woman who knows what to say when. She knew that Li Wei didn't want to say it, and didn't want to look at the way she was worried about her, so Captain Marvel didn't say much, but could only hide the anxiety and worry deeply in his heart. And now seeing Li Wei come back safe and sound, Captain Marvel can no longer hold it back, nor can he suppress his deep-buried worry. All the worry and anxiety have turned into drops of tears and fell on Li Wei's shoulder. He also deeply penetrated Li Wei's heart. There is someone who has been thinking about you at home, worried about you, and sad for you. The world is so big, is there anything more heartwarming than this? With Captain Marvel in his arms, Li Wei couldn't help sighing in his heart. I also secretly sighed that the heavens really took care of myself too much. Not only allows myself to have a powerful strength beyond everyone, but also allows myself to harvest the love that others envy. And Li Wei also made up his mind to take good care of this love. After a long time, Captain Marvel cried until his twitching body slowly calmed down. Li Wei gently hugged Captain Marvel in his arms. Baby, don't worry. Everything is over. I have got the fire of hell. I also know how to find the Lichma civilization. Then there is nothing difficult. Ding, but we are not familiar with the Lichma civilization. It must be extremely dangerous. So if you go to visit the Lichma civilization, let me go with you, okay? Captain Marvel knew that Li Wei was comforting himself, but he really didn't want to stay on the earth anymore, waiting for Li Wei in worry and anxiety. This is really a torture for him. Li Wei sighed deeply. He didn't know that the Lichma civilization would be troubled, but how could he rest assured that his favorite person would go on an adventure with himself? Since the Lichma can control the fire of hell, after thousands of years, they must have developed a more powerful weapon. Maybe the fire of hell they just conquered has become for them pediatrics. Therefore, for this unknown danger, Li Wei is not sure whether he can retreat with his whole body, not to mention taking care of Captain Marvel. Baby, the Lichma civilization has been sent to a degree beyond your imagination. What kind of strength does a race that has existed for tens of millions of years, and what is their national sentiment? Will they still welcome outsiders? This is unknown to us. So I have to take this risk alone, because this is a challenge for me after all. After all, the black beam of light had already made it very clear that this challenge was aimed at Li Wei himself, and the Avengers and even Captain Marvel he was involved in were all implicated by Li Wei and had to face it. Such a dangerous predicament. So Li Wei has always felt guilty for them. And in such a dangerous situation, he was even more reluctant to let Captain Marvel follow him to take risks. So Li Wei won't agree anyway. But I don't care if I will take risks or even die. I just don't want my patients to continue to endure this kind of torment. You know, waiting for a beloved one full of anxiety in an environment that you think is comfortable. Human feeling? It's like putting my heart in a pot and slowly frying. It's not just pain that can be described. Captain Marvel shouted hysterically. This sentence really shocked Li Wei. He never thought that Captain Marvel was suffering like this in his heart. And the protection he thought was to make the other party endure tremendous pain silently. For Li Wei, this is tantamount to a thunderbolt shock. Li Wei couldn't help holding Captain Marvel into his arms. Baby, why didn't you tell me before? I'm sorry to have made you endure such torture, it's my fault. Li Wei held back his tears. His heart now seemed cut by a knife, and it was more than just the pain that could be explained. I don't want to tell you how I feel, but you have never given me such an opportunity, let alone such time, for me to express my heart. It's been a long time since we sat together and chatted, it's been a long time since you told me your inner thoughts. Captain Marvel is just a woman after all. She has her own fragility, but also her own sensitivity. But she can't vent all of this at will, because her man is Li Wei, who is destined to benefit the universe and become a great hero respected by a group of people. So as soon as Captain Marvel warned herself in her heart, she must not have a child's temper, let alone become a stumbling block on Li Wei's road to success. This sentence sounds very sad, but for Captain Marvel it is a choice that has to be made. But this time Captain Marvel really couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't stand the torment anymore. Li Wei hasn't been able to say a word for a long time. He doesn't know what kind of response he should make. Everything is his own fault, but he has no power to change such a status quo, because there are so many responsibilities on his body that she can't take care of the emotions of the person she loves most. A man with the world in his heart is destined not to be fettered by the love of his children. Even if he loves his partner again, the so-called more important things in this world will help him to throw out the last bit of children's affection in his heart. So this is not only the sorrow of the hero, but also the sorrow of those who follow the hero. Fortunately, Li Wei is not lost in his huge career. Deep in his heart, Captain Marvel is still the softest piece. For this woman he loves deeply, Li Wei is really willing to give up everything. Then this time we will fight together. After many thoughts, Li Wei finally made up his mind. Although the future is extremely dangerous, as long as the person he loves can be happy, then he is not willing to let go of all his worries. Captain Marvel raised his head, his clear eyes met Li Wei's warm eyes. Then let's go now. In order to complete this task as quickly as possible, Li Wei is not willing to waste any more time. Although I was fighting with the fire of hell just now, I was exhausted both physically and mentally. But he still didn't want to waste time to rest. Let it all come to an end. Let my life return to peace. This is Li Wei's biggest wish so far. In this way, under the blessing of superpower, Li Wei took Captain Marvel to the vast universe. Then Li Wei released the fire of hell. Captain Marvel was shocked when he saw the fire of hell for the first time. As a warrior, he could definitely feel the terrifying combat power and extremely high temperature from the fire of hell, and he felt even more distressed in his heart. Stand up. This is the fire of hell that has been subdued by me. I have squeezed out a trace of the soul in his body, and the fire of hell can originally unconsciously lead us to the Lichma civilization at 1.2. We just need to follow him. It's okay. Li Wei succinctly explained what they were going to do next, and let a flash take Captain Marvel back into the space ring. Now that he has the fire of hell to lead the way, Li Wei decided to take advantage of this effort to take a good rest and replenish his energy. He really didn't want to waste a minute and a second. After the fire of hell was released, it began to move rapidly in one direction. And after Li Wei gave him superb power, the speed of Hellfire's travel increased even more. However, in the attitude of not hurting any life along the way, you still control the fire of hell through the god's telekinesis, and try to go to the vast and uninhabited places. After all, it is not good to hurt flowers and plants. After eating and drinking, Li Wei and Captain Marvel went to sleep together. While Li Wei was sleeping in a daze, he suddenly felt that the fire of hell was no longer advancing. It seems we have reached the seat of the Lichma civilization. Li Wei was secretly overjoyed. Seeing Captain Marvel sleeping soundly, Li Wei did not wake her up distressedly, but flashed out of the space ring alone. The sight in front of him made him feel a little dazed. This is obviously the Earth he is familiar with. It is the blue planet slowly turning, which inadvertently evokes his homesickness. Is this the legendary Lichma civilization? Isn't this the Earth? Or does the Lichma civilization find another Earth in another place? Li Wei couldn't help being full of doubts in his mind, but he still quietly sealed the fire of hell and put it in the space ring. Regardless of whether this is the legendary Lichma civilization or not, I have to go forward and find out. Just when Li Wei was about to enter in 08 before leaving, Captain Marvel appeared beside him. Why didn't you call me when you first got up? This slightly irritating question directly asked Li Wei. Honey, I saw you were sleeping too hot, so I didn't have the heart to call you up. Li Wei could only explain in a panic. Captain Marvel didn't go deep into it, but turned around and looked at the planet that resembled the Earth in front of him. Are you sure we are back to Earth? This problem makes Li Wei also worry about shoes. I don't know exactly where it is, but it is indeed the fire of hell that brought me here. So I think we should go check it out and see what it is. Li Wei grabbed Captain Marvel's hand, passed through the atmosphere between the electric light and flint, and entered the interior of the water blue planet. If the planet looks exactly like the Earth from the outside, then after entering, Li Wei almost thinks he has returned to his hometown. Here is not only the grass everywhere, the trees are shaded, and even the rivers, lakes, and seas are exactly the same as the Earth. It's just an undeveloped Earth. Because here is almost like the dinosaur era of the Earth, there is no sense of science and technology at all, it is a primitive, the ecological environment has not been destroyed at all. My dear, isn't this the Earth here? Captain Marvel asked another question that made Li Wei speechless. Li Wei did not answer, but landed in an open space. Boom! Sudden bullets from all directions hit Li Wei and Captain Marvel, leaving them too late to react. Li Wei gradually felt unconscious, holding Captain Marvel, who had fainted a long time ago, and fell to the spot. The target has been killed, the target has been killed. A voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Snapped. There was a sound of a slap on the head. I told you that I was stunned by the anesthesia gun. It can't be regarded as killed. At most, these two people were captured by the two of us. A man dressed like a Shangguan not far away was teaching a soldier severely. Yes, sir. Although the soldier was a bit wronged, he still catered to him. Well, you bring them back to the headquarters. After all, it has been thousands of years. No one has come to the planet Lichma. I will see you for a long time. It is estimated that the old guys at the headquarters will have to study it again. The officer looked at Li Wei and Captain Marvel in the distance, and couldn't help but shook his head slightly, as if feeling sad for the two of them. Immediately after reaching Levi and Captain Marvel in the mountain, a group of people in soldier costumes appeared. They could not help but carried them up and entered an underground passage. If Li Wei and the two of them could still see them now, they would be extremely surprised. Because of the beautiful prehistoric scenery of the Earth, it has now completely changed its appearance. Rows of cities resembling reinforced concrete, full of technological urban tracks, and spaceships flying all over the sky show a modern technological planet that has surpassed the Earth's civilization for tens of millions of years. The historical outlook just now is nothing more than a disguise. As for the reason, it remains to be verified. But now Li Wei and Captain Marvel can't take care of that much, because they have been sent to a place similar to a laboratory, immersed in a huge test tube full of chemical reagents. Professor, these are the two people who have just invaded the planet. Their body data analysis report will be formed soon. An old man in a white coat nodded slowly, then looked at the two people in the test tube. No one has visited here for thousands of years. I don't know what the reason is this time. I hope you are not here for aggression. The professor said slowly, with a hint of unspeakable faint in his eyes, as if he was thinking of some sad past. Professor, the experimental report shows that these two people are only people on Earth. However, they contain huge amounts of energy in their bodies. Compared with our previous sample reports, both the muscle density and the hardness of the bones are far superior to ordinary people. When the professor checked the reports carefully, his brows became deeper and deeper. Since these two people have such a strong physical fitness and such a powerful destructive power, then their purpose of coming to the planet must be impure. Then a sharp color flashed through the professor's eyes. We must eliminate such 857 people in advance, and we must stifle their powerful destructive power in the cradle. The professor made a decisive decision to get rid of Li Wei and Captain Marvel. He wanted to make the extinction disaster thousands of years ago still vivid for him, and he still has lingering fears even now. Professor, according to the procedure, we are going to hand it over to Congress. If we cut it first and then play it, we will definitely be impeached. The assistant next to him whispered. Yes. A voice suddenly came out from the huge test tube, causing the professor's cold sweat to flow down. Boom! Two test tubes broke at the sound. Li Wei and Captain Marvel calmly looked at the people in front of them who looked like the people on Earth. How did you wake up? My dose of anesthetic can keep you asleep for a month. The professor couldn't believe that this phenomenon was beyond his scope of cognition. It's a long way from your little trick to trap us. It's definitely not because your technological level is not good, but because our physical fitness is immune to all anesthetics. Captain Marvel has a mocking look on his face. In fact, Li Wei and Captain Marvel were not anesthetized by the so-called anesthesia bomb at all. After all, they are superhero. How can they be so easily caught? Dragon God Continent is a vast and declining continent. This continent is full of countless sect powerhouses, families, and powerful sects. It can be said that it is full of many dangers. It is definitely full of many wonders. This road can create miracles and create destruction. Someone can get it in an instant, and no inheritance has become the most powerful existence in this world. Naturally, some people were wiped out in an instant, and became dust in the air. From then on, there was nothing left in the world. There are also countless strong men who are tired of this world, and can't get out of it from now on. Millions of years later, it will become an eternal existence. No matter how powerful an attack is, it can't be destroyed. Will become an eternal existence, an existence that cannot be shaken by anyone in the world. Only this kind of existence can survive in this world forever, and it seems that it will not be affected by anything. It's definitely, and there are many weak people who can't have strong strength. From then on, they are depressed in the practice. The life of the vast majority of people in the divine continent. Some people are born to determine the destiny of others, and some people, no matter how they are, cannot have the destiny of others. Instead, they are always driven by powerful forces, and there is no way to get out of it. Such people nature occupies the vast majority of the entire continent. After all, some people are born with extraordinary ordinariness. This is in line with the development order of the entire continent. If the existence in the entire continent is all at the peak, then there will be ghosts, there will be geniuses, and stupid ones will have strong ones and weak ones, and those with noble status will naturally have noble status. This matter seems to be the most basic law anywhere, and the rule of food in this cruel continent lies. It is very difficult to have room for survival and occupy a vast territory on this cruel continent. One thing is almost impossible. However, if you can rely on your own abilities and atmospheric fortunes to smoothly walk to the peak realm and step into the illusory supreme realm, you can also dominate the common people, and the destiny of all people will become the supreme and unclimbable super existence. This is also the dream of countless monks, but it is just an unattainable dream. There are a few more people who can really go to the top of the road, and a few people who can really go to the peak of the strong on this road, which is almost completely unclimbable for ordinary people, and even does it at all. Things that can't be. But if someone can do this, I believe that they can reach a level that no one can imagine on a certain basis. The realm that no one can compare, it is precisely because of this imaginary realm. Countless people are longing for it. After all, no one wants to have a place in this cruel continent, and if you want to have a place, you must have a strong influence, otherwise it is just empty talk. With strength that no one can compare, can it reach the level that no one can compare with it, and only in this way can it be a powerful force that no one can imagine, perhaps only to that level. In order to truly step into an unimaginable realm, I am his sister. I believe that I feel that I can step into a level that no one can match. If at that time, I will be able to have it completely. Ability, who dominates the life of the world, becomes a true godlike figure. But it is undoubtedly a very difficult thing to get to this point. At the last moment of death, they still yearned for the strength of a higher realm, just to get the respect of everyone. And the reason why the strong is called the strong is naturally unique, not only because of the ability, but also because all aspects have reached the level that ordinary people can't compare with it. If it is not so, how can it be called? For the strong, the path taken by the strong is that everyone is weak and cannot be compared. The reason why the weak have always been weak is mostly because of their own lack of abilities. They can only stagnate in their strength and without better resources. Naturally, they will not be able to improve their own strength, and they will not be able to reach themselves for the rest of their lives. In the ideal realm, this has also become the ultimate fate of most people, and they are bound to die in the long river of history, because they cannot obtain stronger power and have a longer time. And in the entire Dragon God continent, everyone understands that as long as the realm is higher, the lifespan that can be obtained will be longer. When the final path can be reached, it will cross a layer of heaven-washed gap. After the limit, you can truly have endless life. Even the long river of history can't destroy yourself, that incomparable power and eternal body. It's just that this kind of realm is not easy to talk about. Since ancient times, those who can reach this realm have only existed in the legend, and it was a long, long time ago, in an era that hardly any history can trace, such a pinnacle powerhouse. After all, no one knows if I will own it again in the future. But it can be clear that if such a pinnacle wants to appear, there is absolutely no one in a million, and even no one in a billion, or even the entire continent. Qianli Zhao, I'm afraid that just one is extremely difficult, otherwise, in the era that can be pursued, there will be no one who can reach that state. From here, I can imagine it, obviously crossing to this state. What a difficult thing, isn't it? We must know that there are countless lives in the entire Dragon God continent, and there are countless people who can cultivate ability, like ants, but even so, there has never been such a peak power in an era that can be traced, and it is enough. Seeing Xiang, it is very difficult to become a peak power. It can even be said to be a completely unrealistic thing. It has bought countless heroes and made many wallpapers unable to cross that level of realm throughout their lives, and eventually died of depression. The road to the strong has never been an easy task, and because of this, the road to the strong has become even more unimaginable. If you can't sail against the current, you will inevitably not be able to truly achieve breakthrough in the realm of self, and complete the transcendence to become a super existence that no one can compare. Some people arrange fate, some people are arranged by fate, some people can dominate the common people, and some people can only be unknown. Although it is very unfair, it is also different from person to person. Actually, in this world where the law is like this: the strength is respect, and if there is strength, it is for the sky. If there is no strength, it is just a moth ant, and there is no possibility of turning over in the whole life. This is the most cruel and most realistic truth. In this cruel Dragon God continent, the strong are the cradle of the real strong, and the number of strong used here can be said to reach an unimaginable level. The number of strong duo is simply leaping to a whole new level. The number of powerhouses in the Dragon God continent, the unit is almost impossible for anyone to imagine. That is the number of hundreds of millions of units, and it will definitely reach an endless degree. After all, the scope of the entire Dragon City continent is few people 857 know how wide it is, even in historical records. After all, the entire Dragon God continent seemed to have no borders at all, and there was no limit when it stretched out. It was precisely because of this that the world outside of this continent seemed even more mysterious. No one knows what kind of world this world outside the mainland is like. After all, in the records, no strong person can walk to the border of the Dragon God continent. Outside the rural continent this time is the vast and boundless sea, and there are a lot of continents, but compared with the rural continent, it is not very clear who is strong and who is weak. Only knowing that there are still continents beyond these large areas, which can be said to be endless. Who knows what the boundaries of the entire world are? It is precisely because of this that some people guess that the place where everyone lives in this world is a combination of a continent, but his vastness is unimaginable. It's almost impossible to go out. Only when you truly reach the limit and reach the level of a god. Only in this process can Abe truly understand the mystery that belongs to this world. It is precisely because a lot of people in my market are very affirmed at this point that they can truly achieve success in this business, otherwise there would be no ability that can continue to have any possibility in this world. There is also no possibility that you can truly understand where the limits of this world are. It can be said that only when you truly become the peak and strongest existence can you truly understand everything about this world, but you want to achieve this. It's not easy to talk about it. Throughout the ages, there has been a strong man who can truly achieve this in this process. This is almost impossible. For countless strong people, it is almost impossible to do this, and because of this, as long as the strong can do this, no one can imagine it. It can be said that such a strong man has never appeared before. If one can appear, believe him and have the ability to reverse life and death, which is very terrifying and possesses an extent that no one can imagine. If there is a strong person who can reach a high state, from this point of view, I am afraid that it will truly reach a level where no one can have a helicopter change. Such a strong person is the leisurely strength, which no one can think of. If he goes all out to break out, what the content is, no one can compare with it, nor can anyone guess. The probability of such a strong being able to be born is very low, even very small, coming from the entire huge dragon god continent. It is extremely difficult to emerge such a one. Although the dragon god continent is infinitely declining and has endless powers and geniuses, there will be one over the years, not to mention that there will be such an existence in the future. The probability of such is very low, and it is precisely because of this. Only in this process, the entire dragon god continent still lacked a lot of things. In this process, what they lack is naturally very much. Especially the aboriginal people who should be on the dragon god continent, what they lack is naturally very much, especially the geniuses who appeared in the era after the ancient times, such as the era of acquisition, and the loss is far less than that. The ancient heyday, that is to say, the dragon god continent in this era was actually much weaker than the ancient times. Today, just by looking at the historical evolution of the ancient times, you can clearly understand how huge the number of powerhouses in the ancient times is. That is a terrifying level. It can be said that according to the records, there were a lot of superpowers in the ancient era, and geniuses emerged in an endless stream. It can be said that they are in a super heyday, and the number of infinite powers has reached a level that no one can imagine. The extent of that, because it was established in that process, the number of powerhouses in ancient times has almost completely reached an innumerable level, and the number of peak powerhouses is far greater than today. Even the number of powerhouses today is completely incomparable with the number of powerhouses in the past. From this, it is enough to see how terrifying the number of powerhouses in the ancient times. It will be an unimaginable number. It is precisely because of this that the number of established ancient powerhouses can reach such a terrifying level. The ancient era was in a heyday. It is precisely because of this heyday that the number of strong people in the era was far beyond imagination. It is also for this reason that so many super geniuses were born. Calmness does not learn at the same time produces more powerful strong, and TNK means strong, and strong also means TNK. In this process, the superpowers of the ancient era can stand by, in an extremely terrifying number. It can be said that if compared, even if the superpower house of the ancient times randomly took out one that was stronger than the new one, how much more powerful, it could almost become the strongest of a large empire. From here, we can see how huge the gap is. It is precisely for this reason that the huge gap between the powerhouses of the two eras and the production of pixels can be said to be very large in this process. It is hard to imagine, it is a huge amount of process with a gap of 10 points. This is also true of the so-called polarization. The coercive methods of that era were indeed much more powerful. Various exercises, various abilities, and various methods are emerging in an endless stream, and it is precisely because of this that the number of superpowers in that world can be so terrifying. It has almost completely reached a terrifying level, and it is precisely for this reason that the huge gap in the number of hadrons has been completely leaped to a whole new height. You said that the largest amount of difference in this is unimaginable, and it is precisely for this reason that the huge amounts of polarization is caused. Why are there so many ancient powers in the Soviet Union? This is also because there is a reason for it, because in that era, the energy of the heaven and the earth in the dragon god continent was very much. It can be said that it was in its heyday in that era. During that process, the heaven and earth energy that appeared on the dragon god continent was so much that it was almost at an unimaginable level. It can be said that during that process, the dragon god continent is definitely in the most prosperous state. With a lot of celestial energy, it can naturally create many powerhouses. It is important to know that a genius with extraordinary ability can only absorb enough space and earth. Energy can be transformed into energy that can be cultivated in this process, and in this process, your own strength can be gradually improved. You can only be in this situation only when they are able to have a strong strength, gradually improve their realm, and break through self-constraint, and only when the energy of heaven and earth is very strong, can they make the breakthrough process very easy. This is why it seemed so easy for a genius to break through the realm in ancient times. When there is enough energy from the heavens and the earth, the breakthrough naturally seems logical, and in that era, after the first batch of strong men became the peak strong, they would create more techniques to let later genius strong men. We practice faster, and it is precisely because of this that the geniuses of that era can grow so quickly. During that period of time, the genius memorized it, and even some ordinary geniuses were able to obtain enough breakthrough energy in the case of strong heaven and earth energy and also gained breakthrough ability in the process. It is because of the heaven and earth energy obtained in this process that they can supply themselves and rise to a higher level. It can be said that in that era, they are absolutely geniuses. In this process, they can get endless benefits, and it is precisely because of these three that their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Use it to reach a higher level ability. If it wasn't for the application of a large amount of heaven and earth energy in that era to supply self-improvement, how could it be possible to produce many strong people in such a short time? Becoming a real strong, although it is very difficult, it also requires continuous hard work to be able to truly achieve a strong strength. Only at this time can the number of strong people increase under the accumulation of time, otherwise there is no other possibility that the number of strong people can increase in this process. Only when the energy of the heavens and the earth is 10 points strong, can the number of strong people increase drastically in the process, so as to reach an unimaginable number, and only under this situation can the number of strong people increase. It's as much as 10%, so that the number of geniuses in this process is completely in an unimaginable level. It can be said that in this process, countless strong men were born, and naturally the number of strong men in the entire Dragon God continent increased sharply, completely reaching a new height, and the average strength has almost reached a level that no one can imagine. During those years, it can be said that the overall strength has exploded, and the number of superpowers on the entire Dragon God continent has increased sharply, so that it will soon reach an extremely large number, and it is precisely for this reason. It has created a strong foundation for itself. It can be said that the strong strength possessed in this process is to reach a peak state, but it is precisely because of this that the number of superpowers that appear during the battle has increased sharply. The greater the number of the strong, the closer the war, and the closer the honor of the strong, the more terrifying competition will naturally arise. After all, where your strength was reflected in the first place, you naturally want to compete for greater status and resources, and these all need to be undertaken as the foundation. It is for this reason that the superpowers on the Kowloon mainland have had a terrible war within a period of time. That war lasted for a long, long time. It is precisely because of this that the superpowers on the Kowloon mainland have been created. For the strong, the number of geniuses will decrease sharply, and they will become very scarce, and there is even the possibility of extinction in the end. 0. Look for flowers. In the last battle, a more terrifying super president appeared. Almost only in an instant, he had already shocked the strong who lived in the field, and made all the strong understand a problem, that is, in front of the super strong. Their strength is simply vulnerable. It was in front of him, and there was no room to fight back. This was the gap between absolute strength. That is definitely because everything seems so pale and weak in front of her, and it is precisely because of this that she is very clear to her how huge the power gap between the two sides is, and in front of this terrifying power gap, everything seems that way. There is no possibility, and it is precisely because of this reason that the color in his eyes is full of colors, and at the same time it appears at that time, it is already in a very strange look. It can be said that in this process, the powerful magicians are very clear. If they dare to make any actions, they will definitely be killed directly, not their own general. You must know that before this, the actual gap between the various forces in the entire Dragon God continent was very balanced, that is, because of this, they were allowed to kill each other to determine the strongest existence. Only in this way can one be eliminated. The strong suddenly become in the supreme realm, and if that happens, it will cause a devastating disaster to the other strong. It is precisely for this reason that in this process, they must fight to the death and the life. The fight for resources is also the reason for the first place. It is precisely because of this reason that after they have spent endless years, so that the strong people that existed between the two sides were exhausted in this long battle. If it weren't for the appearance of a peerless powerhouse, the number of geniuses in the entire Dragon God continent would have dropped to an almost non-existent level. Ding. It can be said that although the heaven and earth aura of the entire Dragon God continent is very abundant, it has indeed made more and more powerful people for countless years, and it has indeed reached an unprecedented peak state. Even countless powerful emerges during this process, so that the total number of corners has reached an unimaginable level. Occasionally, it was during that ancient time, where the truly powerful part was indeed very small, and it was precisely because on this basis that the number of these powerful people became very rare. The number of configuration peak strengths is completely extinct. Only those who have not yet grown up to be geniuses are prevented by the strongest in fighting each other. From then on, he used his invincible strength to establish the entire ancient era. The status of Dragon God continent. At that time, countless Wallpaper 857 all knew that there was one of the most powerful existences in the Dragon City continent. This means that this world is really shocking, and it is difficult for countless people to look up. It is also because of this reason that it happened in Longshan Avenue. The number of super geniuses of my uncle has become more and more on this basis. Less. In the final analysis, the main reason is that after most of the geniuses have fallen, the most important reason is that in countless years of wars, the age of the world of the rural continent has been affected, and the strong winger, in order to prevent the dragon, the god continent restarted 4 stages, and then supported each other because of the energies of the heavens and the earth. After his random fingers slid through the void, the energy of heaven and earth on the entire Dragon God continent was introduced into the other space in an instant, causing the energy of heaven and earth in the entire service to begin to decrease sharply, even during this process. Among them turned out to be less and less. It can be said that under his superb attack, I don't understand that anything can survive, that is, because of this reason. It is full of light in front of his eyes, and can temporarily release unique power. Is it what he has at that moment? Strength is no longer a thing that anyone can compare with. Only with this can he determine the historical trend of the entire Dragon God continent in an instant. Even the entire Dragon God continent was changed by his blow. History has changed all directions. You must know that with just a random blow, he can fully introduce the energy of the world in the entire Dragon God continent into the other space. This is enough to show how powerful his own strength is. It is a kind of completeness. Tranquility lies in all de facto superpowers, which are as inviolable as gods. Can you kill countless powerful people with just a glance? Even those powerful people who were once famous have no chance to answer the sentence in his hands. It is because of the strength that he has shown. If it is completely erupted, no one can have any in his hands. The possibility of it is precisely because of this reason that he can use such a powerful strength, including when the world faces any opponent. The power he possesses is already incomparable to any kind. It is precisely for this reason that he has such a strong strength. At that moment, whether he has such a strong strength is no longer comparable to anyone. If it is under the condition of fully dedicating, believe, and no one can escape in his hands. It is precisely because of the manifestation of this powerful strength that he can have this. What is wrong with me? When I face anything, he has the strength, which is no longer comparable to anyone. It is precisely for this reason that while leaving the powerful strength in the future, should you continue to show management, it seems that everything he has, this is no one can compare with it. It is for this reason that he can feel such a strong feeling. This is the reason why he can lay the foundation of his strength. It is for this reason that at that moment of life, his ability is perfectly manifested. And being out is simply not anyone can compare with it, precisely because there is no coercion under the means of this peak power. Dare to have the possibility of Walai's orders at this time, and they all understand that these geniuses and strong men who are fighting here are not jokers, because the real strong have never made any moves, not because they don't want to. Rather, they are completely regarded as ants, and they are not interested at all. Otherwise, all the strong people on the entire Dragon God continent have already been able to empty one without staying. After all, with the strength of this strong one, this can be done, and it is completely possible to have ability to do this. There is no doubt that countless people, it is precisely because the strength of this strong man has completely reached a realm that no one can imagine. If it is the strong strength that can be continued with all-out efforts, no one knows what kind of state it will reach, and no one knows, but one thing is clear is that he created a precedent in history. Created the peak path of the strong, how terrifying, so that countless lives understand how a towering, unparalleled super strong, how terrifying the power of memory is. However, although he is strong, we seem to have no restrictions on the status and structure of the Dragon God continent. It seems that he does not have any attention to all of this. Jie and Tianke seem to be just casual, and have never tasted it carefully, and it is precisely because of this that he can make him a super strong personality that is uninhibited, unruly, and self-centered. At that time, it was even more demonstrated that in this aspect, no one can hold him down, and no one can compare with him. If it is to say, it is because 1.2 this is his own strength. Crossed to the most powerful peak, can be compared with it, you must know that the gap is very large. If there can be an existence comparable to the will, it is almost impossible to exist. The strength of this peak power and the powerful force existing in all aspects are not comparable to anyone, and it is precisely because of this that the entire foundation is strong. The foundation of the strength of the person. In this process, the powerful strength is shown, and at the same time, this kind of progress is comparable to anyone. The strength of such a strong person is the existence that can truly surpass everything. It is for this reason that these powerful men have been able to demonstrate their powerful power in various processes while doing so, which has already subverted time and space. Really, sometimes the scene will make people imagine, no matter how many powerful people, it seems that in the eyes of this pinnacle and powerful, they are just ants. The power of the strong, even with this power, the strength seems to have become so pale and weak in front of the peak, there is no power to resist. This is the super strength of the peak power, and it is precisely because of this foundation that we can have this power of observation and imagination. It seems that no one can compete with him. This is the strength of the ability power. The powerfulness is precisely because of this reason that there was no strong person who could have any possibility under his hands at that time. Even a single finger can kill countless strong men. It should be that the strong men have no possibility at all in his hands, and it is precisely because of this super strength that he can establish his own strength. Basically, whether it is encountering any opponent, perfectly showing this classmate, it is no longer on par with anyone. The 08 gods in the sky generally have unmatched power to create the power of the world. Under this terrifying power, no one can create any possibility for his subordinates. It is because of this peak era that he can establish his strength. Foundation, because he was full of incomparable ability at that time. It is precisely because of the design of this playground that the foundation of the entire elevator itself, in any aspect, is already superior to ordinary people. It is also because of this reason that he can use such a strong strength in any under the circumstances. He possesses superpower, and it is precisely for this reason that the power that he can fill in this process is no one can compare with it. It can be said that what the peak power can do in the process is unimaginable. Even if anyone is in front of him, he seems to be on the ground. you will experience many wrong supernormal powers. If it is perfectly displayed, in this case, no one can have any possibility in his hands. It is also for this reason that he can have such a strong power. Under the instant display, no one can compare with it, and it is precisely because of this super strength. It manifests that it is as powerful as our bank has, and it repeats within an instant. It has the strength that no one can enhance the enemy, and it is precisely because of the embodiment of this super strength that it can affect the strength that he has in the process, and it has completely demonstrated that under this situation, it has already been surpassed to a whole new level. It is precisely because of this original situation that in the current process, he has solved all the peak powers with the aura of the hegemony. Those strong aspects have no room for resistance, and even countless powers in this process. All of them have produced desperate production. Their tools don't have any ability in his hands. Any possibility, this is the gap of absolute strength. This gap of absolute strength, no matter how much they grow, it will have no effect. In that process, he has undoubtedly laid the foundation of his strong strength, and it is precisely because of this reason that he can have such a strong power, whether it is facing any opponent. What he uses the power of is already an invincible power that no one can possess because of this reason. It has made those strong men feel the existence of despair, and even their workers cannot have any possibility in his hands, because of the display of such super strength. They have attacked. The power he possessed in this process has almost completely reached a realm that no one can imagine, and even the power that can be filled in his eyes, almost in that instant, this kind of change. It is already unimaginable to download, and it is precisely for this reason that it is possible to leave the light in the eyes, and the pattern has changed almost in that instant. It seems that the power he can have now has completely reached an unimaginable level. It is for that reason that the super lethality that the peak power can possess in that process is unimaginable. You pay attention to let him have the chance of drawing a lottery at that moment is a level that no one can imagine, in a level that no one can imagine. It has almost reached a level where no one can be compared with it. It is precisely for this reason that the development of ability, the power possessed at that moment has almost reached a new height in an instant. In the middle, no one can have such a possibility in his hands. It is precisely because of this kind of super strength to be able to leave. At such a time, the power possessed has almost completely crossed to a new height, and it is precisely because the embodiment of this super strength can make the light in his eyes show up in an instant. Under the circumstances, no one can compare with him anymore, and it is for this reason that he can leave the light in his eyes. Almost 857 has caused huge amounts of changes in the entire Dragon God continent just under the change of brushing time. Is it true that all the heaven and earth energy in the entire Dragon God continent cannot be attracted by the patient at this time, and it cannot be at this time? It is full of powerful energy because of his appearance. Otherwise, it is impossible to cause this kind of scene. Therefore, since that time, the number of super elders on the large rural table has dropped sharply, and it is impossible to reach 1/ of the previous one. 3. It is precisely for this reason that even 1/10 is not reached. The number of superpowers on the current Dragon God continent has dropped sharply. The overall strength is actually too much than before. It is for this reason that the strength of the entire Dragon City continent is not as good as before. It is also for this reason that Fang Qiang makes the entire countryside become not as good as before. If you want to go back to the past, I believe it takes endless efforts to achieve this. After all, if you want to achieve this, you can do it not only with ability and strength, but also with absolute strength. Only within the highest limit can this power be used, otherwise there will be no possibility. As well as the current rural continents, although the border wind wall may be very powerful, it is still far from the original. After all, the weather energy at that time was very sufficient, and the weather at this time the energy is incomparable at all. It is because of this polarization that it can be easy first. The strong cannot be compared with the wall of that era. There is a very large distance between the two sides. It is because of this reason that the strong of this era lacks a lot. If you can make up for this, I believe you will be able to have a strong strength, but it is a pity that the powerhouses of today's era are still too far apart from the original era. It is for this reason that no one exists in this era at all, and the superpowers who have had the true peak period still have shortcomings. If they can make up for this, I believe they will be very strong. It's a pity that it still doesn't work now. The lack of energy in this era has already destined that this era cannot be compared with the original era. After all, the energy of heaven and earth in ancient times is very sufficient, even if it can be absorbed in any place. A large amount of energy is that. The reason is that there are so many peak powers in that era, and there are so many super geniuses in that era, far more than the line era. It is precisely because of this foundation that so many powerful people can be created. Then, although genius is also endorsed in this era, there is still a big gap compared with the original. It is for this reason that the number of geniuses in this era is equal. The original era cannot be compared at all, and the gap between the two eras is unimaginable. It is possible to be the strong man in the ancient times, far more than the current era, and the current era is on the same level as before. Now there is no comparability at all, that is, because of this reason. In fact, the number of powerhouses in the era is far from the original era, and that era was the true peak era. In the process of that era, the number of superpowers born is very, very large. Because of this reason, the number of superpowers in that era has reached a level that is completely unimaginable. It is for this reason that the era has reached its peak state. Otherwise, how could it be possible to use so many superpowers, and the superpower possessed in the process is no longer comparable to anyone, and it is because of this reason that the era can reach a peak. Under the above circumstances, no one can compare with it at all, and it is for this reason that they can successfully use that era. Almost a whole new height has been crossed, and it is for this reason that no one in any era can have any possibility in that era, because the power of that era has been completely exceeding the limit that can be reached in this era. Because of this reason, this era will never compare to that era. It can be said that the essential gap between the two eras has reached the gap that no one can imagine. It is precisely for this reason that it is impossible for this era to reach 1/1 of that era. The extent, that is, because of this reason, this era is completely incomparable before it is compared with this era, that is, because of this largest gap, the gap between these two eras is completely unimaginable. It is precisely because of this huge amount of gap that there used to be superpowers and super geniuses. The super geniuses and superpowers of this era are just ordinary existences for that era, and they cannot be compared at all. The extent, that is, for this reason, the superpowers that exist in this era of growth are completely inadequate. It can be said that the essential gap between the two eras, under that essential gap, seems to exist in an unimaginable degree. It is precisely for this reason that among the strong people who existed in that era, it seems that they are totally incomparable with reality in terms of quantity. It is for this reason that it seems that the strong in this era cannot be less than a few tenths, and the superpowerful wisdom that exists in the above era, the ultra-low-cost quantity that exists in that era has completely reached to an extent that no one can imagine. It can be said that it is definitely not up to a level that no one can think of, and it is really because of this reason that it is possible to use the super wanting that exists in this era. How to say it has completely reached a level that no one can imagine. It is also for this reason that the number of superpowers in that era has completely surpassed a level that no one can imagine. The point is that it is because of this reason that the situation can be used under that situation. The mandatory number of possessions has almost reached a level that no one can compare with it. It is precisely because the number of superpowers is so important that the strength that can be possessed in this process has almost completely reached the level that no one can talk about it, and it is precisely because of this reason. At that time, Fang used to be able to reach this level with superpowers. It can be said that the super products available in that era, both in terms of quantity, qian zhaos, and quality, are far beyond this era, and it is precisely because of the gap of such super huge amounts of the superpowers that exist in this era are completely incomparable with those of that era. It is precisely for this reason that the number of superpowers is very few, and they do not have the most peak combat power. There is too much difference in peak strength, and it is precisely because of this reason that it is only impossible to reach a peak. It is for this reason that the number of strong people in this era will never reach a saturation level. Compared with the original time, it is completely meaningless. The reason for the comparability lies in this reason. Under the circumstances, the biggest gap exists between the two eras. If this huge amount of gap can be popularized in this respect, I believe it will definitely reach a level where no one can produce it. It is precisely because of this harmful situation that it can be determined that this situation is full of powerful strength is unimaginable by anyone. But in this process, what you need to pay forever can only be imagined, and it is precisely for this reason that the absolute opportunity for effort required in this process is also unimaginable by anyone. If only able to do it at this point, it is definitely a superpower that no one can compare with. Because on this basis can we be able to strengthen the foundation of the world, otherwise it will be impossible to face any opponent with strong strength. It is precisely because of this situation that the peak of this era can also be strong. It is really not easy for you to grow to such a certain level. If you can continue to grow, it will reach an unimaginable amount if you think of it. If the considerable amount in this process can be doubled, I believe it will definitely shock countless people, because this process will definitely reach a level that no one can imagine. It can be said that the peak-powered combat in this process is completely unimaginable by anyone. It is for this reason that the 870 can make him have the strength in the process, which has been fully achieved. No one can predict the degree of parallelism, otherwise, it is impossible to have such a powerful design. In any case, no one can be compared with it. It is for this reason that the power he possessed in this process can be obtained. Under the external display situation, no one can compare it to anyone. It is for this reason that he can leave the process. The strength that is possessed in is almost only among the splendor, and no one can compare with it. The things you have in the process of repairing the car, if you can completely avoid development, no one can be sad in the situation, and no one can have any possibility in this process, and it is precisely because of this reason that the situation can be paralyzed here. If the superpower possessed in the process is shot in the long-term situation, it is no longer comparable to anyone, and it is for this reason that he can be separated from the strength he possessed in this process. If he is instructed by the doctor in the real situation, he already has the strength that no one can imagine. Automatically it is also for this reason that the real estate can make him look up the time, and he no longer possesses the power that no one can imagine. What is the ability of that electric fan? It may be really imagined because the three electric powers have this foundation, and because the physical relief he has in his art world is completely different, so that it is impossible to compare it to anyone. To the extent, this thing is really because of this super strong industrial embodiment that enables him to have such a strong power, repeatedly impossible to produce viral and dangerous situations. The power that everyone possesses has already been thought of by anyone, and it is precisely because of this super powerful world that they can leave the foundation of their own strength. Otherwise, the high-level symbol that does not exist is everything. It is precisely because of this super powerful manifestation of the world that you can leave your eyes. This kind of sightseeing that can be possessed is almost only a momentary explosion. Isn't it a sentence that anyone can argue with himself? It's a person of this kind of super strength that he doesn't care about the person he faces, and the strength is not what anyone can do. Only then can he have such a strong power with him. It seems during that process, he explored the world's #1 cosmos to reach beyond all levels. With the outburst of powerful strength here, it has been completely reached a level where anyone can be surrounded downwards. If he can go all out during this period, I believe that no one can have any in his hands. The possibility of being now is because of this first point of manifestation that is able to leave the gaze or abe in the eyes, which has already produced huge amounts of changes in the lower body. During the process, the peak powerhouse was at the end, and finally showed his own power to the pig, and he was almost able to split the whole day. Generally, it was precisely because of this that he made him after the last quarterly report was issued. He disappeared, and immediately thereafter, there was no voice from him again. No one knew where the strong man had gone, but everyone understood a problem very well. That is, the strength of this super strong has completely reached the level of destroying the enemy and destroying the enemy. If he bursts out with all his strength and blind date, no one can have anyone in this hand. It may be suggested that this is because of this kind of super strong bottom line of the world. The whole country has this super strength. At that moment, if he goes all out in the situation of neurosis, no one can have any possibility in his hands. This is everything that can be achieved when the peak strength bursts, and it is precisely because of this peak strength burst that when he can only have super strength, no one can be with it. Compared with the parallel, it is precisely for this reason that the superpower he can possess in that splendid space can be perfectly displayed. And since it seems to have reached a level that no one can compare with it, it is precisely because of this situation that the situational market where Chind and the platform have such superpowers is no longer anyone can compete with it. Of persevering patiently with the strength that he possesses, and the entanglement has completely crossed to a whole new level. This kind of huge amounts of change occurs even in this world of capacity. It is precisely because of that reason that many people understand his strength, so it is recommended that it has been reached. What a degree is precisely because of that reason. Many people understand very well that if his power breaks out, he will not have any possibility that the strong can keep good in his hands. It is also because they are very clear about this that they know that this super strong the power possessed is already in such a degree of happiness. If he used his power in the process to deal with their own ordinary people, I believe that ordinary people like them have no such possibility at all, and if they survive, they will only disappear under his power, and there will be nothing at all. Possibility, the possibility of being able to go back at this moment. It can be said that a little bit of money at this peak will make any person's life pale and weak afterwards. It is because of this that the power and opportunity that he can have in that process is like a god. It can be said that the power of the super strong at that time was like a godlike inability to be confident, and the strength that he possessed has completely crossed to a whole new height. It is very possible that anyone in the public can meet in his hands. It is precisely because of this super powerful manifestation that it is possible to make him under his level of ability. No one can be compared with him. It is because of that reason, the superpower that he can have just now in the case of full display, it has already crossed to a whole new level, and it is for this reason that it is automatically possible to leave the situation with that kind of superpower. He has completely crossed to a whole new height. It can be said that in that situation, when he seems to be incomplete when facing people's last opponent, he can already have the strength that anyone can develop on the same level. It is precisely because of this reason, when it can be determined that it possesses that powerful power, it has completely leaped to a whole new height. It can be said that the superpower he possessed in that process, if it is completely new, the time point that can be reached is already happy, to the level that anyone can compare it to it. It is precisely because this kind of display of super strength can lead to the situation that what is the difference in that life is fully demonstrated by the weak energy mouth, and he does not recognize that the contract can be compared with him. It is precisely because of this reason that the eyes of the sick man just now have been able to have it. It is almost only in the changes between the playgrounds. This may be recognized in the body fishing reel, because of this reason. Under the circumstances, he can stand on the strength of the madness and violence that he possessed in his life, and show at the same time, shock the world. How terrifying is his strength, and the ability that can't be contended for him under this situation is just because of this. How many powers are the biggest and the strongest for my countless strong, but also because of the growth of this video and audio. Many emphasizes understand a problem, that is, its line is capable sufficient power. I can talk about a person, I can't want it to the degree, but a god can do things, and can almost open up the world with superpower, and this is the kind of superpower that can be accepted in a lifetime. The power he possessed has almost reached a whole new height. Before such a terrifying power, there was almost no possibility that anyone could leave him in his hands. It is also because of this that he can rely on the power that no one can compare, and it is precisely because of this superpower that he can use the super strength in this process. Almost just it has been unpredictable between advocacy, and it is no longer possible for anyone to stand in their hands. It is also because of that situation that many people understand very well how terrifying the power of this pinnacle city is. This is because they know very well that this pinnacle is strong, if all are punished. How strong can it be because of picking up the enemy, because he is going all out? No one can blame the final possibility in his hands, and it is really because of this operational strength that he can stand in a situation where the power that he has in a moment is completely entangled. It is no longer two people who can be compared with him, and it is precisely for this reason that when he has such a superpower, he has completely crossed to a whole new height, and it is a lifetime. In the universe of power, he can always double the power at that moment. The Spring Festival, almost just in the instantaneous leap, it has completely surpassed anyone's imagination, and it is precisely because of this display of super strength. Only in that moment can he be able to absolute power, almost in a completely new height of complete happiness. If he can be in this successful situation, in the case of another outbreak, no one can be there. There is such a possibility in hand. It is also because of this reason that there is air, too. The eyes are the official skin that can be possessed, but the huge changes that have occurred during sleep, it seems that the power he used has been fully displayed, and it is out of the situation. It's not that anyone can compare it to it, that is, because of the equation in this person's situation, the eyes that he had at that moment have already brought huge amounts of Athens to all living beings. Using it, at that time there was nothing at all. People can have any action at that time because of the power of this super time face targeting process. 0. Look for flowers. At the height of a right that is already completely happy, there is even more the possibility that anyone can meet in that hand, and it is precisely because of that situation that he can reach a general level. It can be said that it is during that process, the superpower he possessed has completely surpassed a height of full trust, and there is no possibility that anyone can stay with you in his hands. It is because of this reason that he has this kind of power, and at the same time, no one can compare with it. The power that the local fishing boat can have in that lifetime has completely crossed to a brand new realm. It is precisely because of the manifestation of this super strength that he can have the light that he can have in health in an instant, and no one can compare it with it. It is also for this reason that I have crossed into a whole new realm and reached a highest realm that no one can imagine. It is almost just under the changing circumstances, it is no longer worthy of responsibility. It is conceivable, and it is true. Because of this reason, he was able to use such a powerful force, and under that moment of eruption, he already possessed a power that no one could imagine. It is precisely because of this superpower manifestation that he can make the light that his original center can refuse. He was completely happy to a whole new height just in that moment. It can be said that it will be entangled with the power that a group of construction can have in the disaster, and no one can argue with the family at all. It is for this reason that he can stand in the protagonist area of his life. Having completely helped me post it, no one can compare it to oneself. It is precisely for this reason that this issue still possesses such super strength. When he can sit in that moment, the power he possesses has already crossed the height of the whole line. Ding. The power that Yuan gave to the superpower of my time is already so strong, that is, because of the right situation, he can order the superpower that he has in a moment, and he can show the situation in a moment. It is no one can compare with it. It is precisely because of that situation that he was able to change the entire world at that moment in time. The energy of the world in your entire world has been drastically reduced during that process. In the process of being able to ride in a car, you no longer have it. Too much energy of heaven and earth, that is, because of this, the energy of the heavens in that process can be separated. Almost only in an instant, it has been a lot less degenerate. It can be said that the energy of heaven and earth that can exist on the entire rural road today is already very small. It is because of this reason that the number of superpowers that can be obtained by signing this file is basically far from it. Once, because of this reason, the number of strong people on this continent was completely unnerving, even if it was only a little bit unreachable. It can be said that the super strength and the number of choices in this process is not as good as 1/10 of the original, and even 1% of the year is not reached. That is, because of this reason, the strong people who established that era have. Only when the number of people can reach a whole new height, automatic is not comparable to anyone. It is for this reason that the number of strong people in that era can hardly be reached. It is because of this reason that the number of powerhouses in that era can be reduced to 1/10. The power possessed has already crossed to a whole new level. If the super strength of this era can be displayed and done, it is almost impossible for anyone to imagine. That is, for this reason, the state of output power that can be achieved in that era, the times cannot be compared. It can be said that it belonged to the heyday of that era. This is because of the typical formality of that era. It was able to create so many superpowers. It is also because of that reason that you can say what you can say. It has completely reached any to the extent that no one can harm it. If the number of superpowers available in that era can reach a very terrifying number, it will definitely be in a level that no one can show. It is precisely because of this reason that the number of supersubstances in the hands of that era has been completely leaped to a whole new level. Almost no one can imagine it. That is, because of the situation of this circle, you can make the superpower of the hand exist, and the opportunity has already been completely won. It is because of this reason that the other super symbols that existed in that era can only be replaced by the super symbols that existed in that era. Almost only when he loses and loses, he is completely happy into a brand new tall building. It can be said that the super emphasis that was available in that era is no longer comparable to anyone. That is why, the strong people who can always exist in your era all day long are almost complete in an instant. Hang a brand new higher than the initiative, that is, because of the round imaging equation in that era, it can be a strong GP. Almost just in a moment, it is no longer comparable to anyone. It can be said that it can be doubled in a moment to say a few words, or it has been completely crossed under other circumstances. In a whole new height, it is because of the conditions of this circle. Only then can I get along with that moment of success, and have a super imagination, which is completely impossible for this era. Obviously, if the super number of that era is given this time, it can be doubled. The quantity is completely desperate for anyone. After all gatherings in this era are under the grass. Compared to that era, it is not enough to see. In this regard, Li Wei still knows the quality very well. When he understood this very well, how many strong men could be prepared, and he also had some understanding of how many super strong bodies would be possessed by means in the ancient times. This is because this reason is very clear. Nowadays, this era is far from the original era. But even so, it is very difficult for him to survive in this era. After all, what Sun Rongjun can have in this era is beyond anyone's imagination. If he can make a breakthrough in this era, I believe it is almost impossible to achieve this, but if he can break through himself, I believe he can definitely meet a new height with a power that no one can expect. It is precisely because of this embarrassment that he can be fair to the bottom. He has such a strong power to reach a level where anyone can be compared to himself in French. Only at that time can the power he possesses can break out in this situation. It is no longer anyone can be compared with it. It is because that person's situation can only make him possess super strength. After all, it is not anyone can be compared with him. It is for this reason that the super victories he possesses can be shown to reach the height of a maniac. Almost no one can compare with him, but it is very difficult to achieve this. After all, it is already very difficult to do this with his own power. But if he can really do this, I believe that the power he possesses is no longer, which may be comparable to it, that is, because of this situation, he can stick to the strength that can be used in his heart, almost only in an instant, it was already fast to a whole new height. It can be said that he at this time, 1.2 if there is an improvement, I think of the time you must be able to operate and support, and you can be able to improve one stage, and then you will be able to cross into a brand new road, but you just want to do it. This point is still somewhat difficult for the moment, after all, it has fallen into stage strength. If he wants to reach this height, he needs a lot of strength. If he can do something that no one can imagine in the process, I believe he thinks it can be a huge amounts of crossing beyond one's imagination. Only at that time can one's own realm be further improved. At that time, he can already improve his own realm, and once again rise to the strength he possessed at that time, and the success is truly demonstrated. The power that the hand can have can truly it's beyond anyone's imagination. When Li Wei has fully demonstrated his own power in this process, he already has a lot of power that anyone will find. This is because of this reason, he can stay in this process. If the strength of the playground can be displayed and organized, no one can compare with it. Can Li Wei's whole body strength change in the process? It can be said that the strength he possesses at this time is completely physical, which no one can think of. Auntie at this moment, a man of mine walked over and watched her movements, and an interesting city was immediately created. The function of the eyes was evident at this time, and I obviously appreciated Li Wei very much at this moment. After all, in the eyes of this man, the power that Li Wei possesses for the whole generation is almost only in the case of garbage advancing. It has been unpredictable. It seems that the power that can be possessed is almost instantaneous, and it is no longer imaginable by anyone. It is precisely because of this reason that he can give the light that can be in his eyes. 08. Almost just clockwise, great changes have taken place. If the power available in one situation is to maintain part of the situation, it is equivalent to that anyone can always compare it. If he can fully use these powers given the situation, there will be no two possibilities in the hands of anyone investing. Is it because of this manifestation of super common sense that I can leave the past that I can have in my eyes? Almost just between the difference, no one can be opposed to him, and it is for this reason that he can leave from the bottom. The light that the eyes can have is almost worth it. In an instant, it is no longer comparable to anyone, that is, for this reason, the power that Li Wei can have in the eyes. Almost just at that moment, the gratitude to you and the economic pressure are turbulent. There are many feelings in this process, and any man has some of this at this time, and even in the process, it has been applied by his eyes. The light has been unpredictable almost in an instant. He didn't have any desire to resist at all in his eyes. On the contrary, what was filled with this ability was a feeling of powerlessness, which was because of this reason. It made him give birth to the broadcast that doubled the heat stroke in his eyes. It was almost a moment of gratitude to the child. It was for this reason that he was able to leave under the circumstances. There was no ability in his eyes. It seemed to be there. The ability he possessed in an instant was completely deprived, that is, because of what Yuan thought, the strength he could possess in the process was hardly anyone's opponent. It is also because of this person's situation that the light below can make his eyes have the light, and he has already encountered a new height of initiative, which is the reason for a lifetime, so that he can leave this super. The manifestation of strong strength has been completely built to a level that no one can imagine. It was precisely because of that reason that he was able to double his power, and he was almost completely convicted. It may not be possible to think of it. It is already because of the process that his eyes can have. Huge amounts of changes have taken place almost exclusively between the splendor, and it is precisely because of this reason that he can be rejected in his life. Almost no one can trust others. If it is said that the limit he can reach under the real situation is definitely close to the height of the whole line, and even this man has produced huge amounts of pressure. The light in his eyes is that when a man wants a boy to pursue the blame, he has a look of fear. One thing, because of this reason, the situation is long, and there are some men in the process that appear to be obvious. In other words, at this time, he seems to have been in an unimaginable state, so that at the top of the time, the power he showed is deeply attracted to the princess's law. How difficult it is possible. It was only for this reason that I could understand. In this process, the power possessed has been changed almost only in the long period. It is for this reason that it can be explained at this moment. It seems that he is in this. Above strength, my parents will not have any resistance. It must be precisely because of this reason that the leader can give me strength at that moment to form propaganda, and now I am doing it. It has already crossed to a new high degree of initiative, and it is precisely because of the embodiment of this superpower that it has been completed to a level that no one can compare with it, and it is precisely because of this superpower. The manifestation of strength can change between brilliance with the 7-step value of the light that he can have in his eyes. It is no longer imaginable by anyone. That is because for this reason, it can only be said that the closing of the door can be distinguished from his eyes. It is almost only a function that can be possessed in an instant, and no one can compare it with it. There is persistence, because under the circumstances of this reason, it can only show that the light that can be used in his eyes is almost identifiable. Under the momentary change, it is completely fast to a new height, and it is precisely for this reason. Only 887 can make his eyes move, the power he can possess. These or in the next moment, it is completely fast to a new angle. It is precisely because of this super powerful force that it can close the door that he can have in his eyes, almost only in an instant. It has been impossible for anyone to imagine, and it is only a lifetime reason that can make the power that can be chased in his eyes, almost in an instant, it has completely crossed over to a brand new one. Among the heights, although Li Wei showed different strengths and commitments at this time, the pressure of the opponent he was on has indeed been emphasized to the extent of a man and a child. During the process of meeting the opponent, he dare to make any moves, even at this time. It seemed that there was such a possibility of staying in France with me. It is precisely because of this gap of huge amounts of that the other party is very clear about what kind of terrifying power Li Wei is using at this moment. If he fully displays what kind of power he can have, it is what a man wants. It has even reached a level that no one can compare with it. The superpower he used was absolutely stable, and anyone who had an expression of despair was naturally extremely strong at this time. It is precisely because of this, but I will talk to you about closing doors and entering the house that load-bearing can have. Only in the actual situation, it will move forward to a whole new height. It is not that he can be in this process. There are any possibilities in it that can be compared with it. It is because of this reason that the light that he can have in his eyes for 3 kilometers under the circumstances, almost only in the long transition, as a laser military leaps to a whole new height. Li Wei's 3 hands can radiate power, almost just throwing it along the time. Huge amounts of changes occur. It seems that the strength of the whole sky is 10 times that of the process, which is no longer at all. Anyone can imagine, and it is really a lifetime reason, to be able to leave the power of success in his eyes, almost completely unpredictable in that moment. It can be said that the power he possessed in this process is no longer comparable to that of anyone. It is for this reason that he was able to change the loss of time of the light and skin quality that he could have in his eyes. No one can think of it anymore, and it is precisely for this reason that it is possible to leave the function that the eyes and hands can have. And not only in the case of that lifetime, it has completely crossed to a height that no one can imagine. It is also because of the embodiment of this super strength that can impress the most moment. The hands, it's quite complete. If the company I want to work out, I don't know the answer. First, I don't recognize the body automatically if I compare it. It's also because I only admitted that you want to talk to something with superpower. There is this kind of strong position and a new height move. It is because of this reason that you can use that strong power. If he goes on a blind date with all-out help in the process, and no one can have a good possibility in his hands. So that this man really appreciates what Li Wei has no power now. As soon as the quality of life goes out, he also feels the power he can have all over his body, and it is precisely because of this that he can be. There was an interesting look in the process. That was the first time I saw such a young man who could use this feature. The moment his super strength was hit by a disaster, he mentioned that there was a small bomb hidden in it. Generally, if he broke out in the process, he could have it. What a terrifying power is unimaginable. Even recovering to a level where anyone wants to be constantly, that is because it is so strong. It is very clear that this possessed power, if in this process, under the outbreak of all out, can reach a level. From this point, he can already know that Li Wei is definitely not annoying, but such an annoying person. How happy is the power of the mobile phone in the process, and how he has been practicing recently. At this point, no one wants to talk about it. It is because this month that he has a curious ecology of the other party. He really wants to know how the other party achieves this point. It is almost impossible to know that it is necessary to achieve this point. The unlikely thing, after all, an ordinary person wants to reach this height. The effort I need to make is absolutely impossible for anyone to think of. That is, for this reason, the effort required to achieve this level is everyone's annoyance. But if I can achieve this at one point, I believe that the hand has power. Absolutely being able to be under any circumstances is no one can compare with it. That is, because everyone's dream can make him become that kind of super strength. Repeatedly, no matter when facing any opponent, he can only have it. The power of the body is already hot, and it may not be able to stop it. And it is also because I can easily swear, may I have refused it? Furthermore, it is just amidst the changes between brilliance, it is no longer anyone can interact with it. On PAR, the feeling of leeway bringing the other party is completely unimaginable. It is because of this reason that the other party can be imagined. Could it be that the land of the superpower in the martial art has not been made, and it is for this reason that I can worry about you? Use this super strength, otherwise, how can ordinary people have such super strength? To do this, he supports that the power we are doing now has completely crossed the height of authority. It is impossible to belong to a general genius, but to belong to the most annoying genius, otherwise how can it be used? This kind of playground power, after knowing that he chooses which burst he wants, the power has been completely happy to a whole new height. This problem is not comparable to that of ordinary geniuses. King. That is to say, because of this reason, he was able to be great just now, and the power he possessed at that time is no longer comparable to anyone. It can be said whether he can distinguish the power in that process at this time. He has completely crossed to a whole new height, and it is precisely because of this cloud situation that the equation can give him the light in his eyes. Make. Almost just in time. He is almost completely ready to do it at a brand new height. At this time, he seems to have the record in any aspect, and he is already equipped with the 5 super geniuses. If it is only average if you are a genius, it's not impossible that the power you have at this time can reach this level, and it is precisely because of this that you can enter the other side's pregnant women very much, and the enthusiasm and ability can be reached in any aspect. 4. It is definitely a level that is difficult to enjoy. If you have talked about the situation, Kinkinzeo, that is really fully awarded, what kind of power can you have, and how strong can you have? No one can think of it, but one thing will be certain. Now is the power display that he can have if he goes all out. It is completely possible for anyone to discover that it is because of this other person's situation that he can have what he can have at that moment, and it is because of this other person's situation that he can be able to have what he can have at that moment. The light can have this kind of horror before it bursts out at that moment, and still repeatedly check the power it possesses. It has completely burst into frustration. After all, it is not possible for anyone to be connected with the debate, that is, because of this original situation, the class strong who was able to receive English, this power is no longer imaginable by anyone under the display of that moment. If he has gone all out, what kind of terrifying strength he can have, in this regard, this may not be imagined, that is, Nuwa is such a talent, and my leader has the power in that one. In the case of complete revenge, no one can compete with it at all. It is precisely because of this that he was able to say that the power he possessed at that moment was almost only based on data, and it has reached a level that no one can imagine. I saw him build up some strength from here. If under an all-out burst, what kind of level can it reach? After anyone finds that it is a channel, it is also a level that no one can reach. It is for this reason that he can increase the power he can possess in an instant. Almost just under the change between the powerful, the height of authority that has been completely surpassed, and it is precisely because of this that the power that Ningxia had at that time is completely unknown. To be aside, only by insisting on this reason can you leave the power that 887 in the wild city can have. Almost just in the unpredictable changes between instants, it is no longer imaginable by anyone, and it is because of this reason that only the light that he can have, the change under that situation. After visual inspection, it has completely crossed to a whole new height. This is the embodiment of his absolute strength. Is it in front of the absolute world, its definition, and when the relief is fully displayed, it is not in the power that anyone can show, and it is precisely for this reason. Only in that moment can he be able to possess only a little, almost only in the instantaneous situation, to strengthen the power that can be used in his eyes, almost only after crossing a boundary, it has completely made him strength. Under this circumstance, this time across a brand new high school, it can be said that the energy of the world that he can now mobilize has produced huge amounts of changes in the process, and the existing airflow has become at this time. Get up slowly, you can do this time. Absolute, ABC, is to let all the energies of heaven and earth within the range of this dialect be used by him while surrounding his choice. It can be said that at this time he has slowly developed his own ability in the process of improvement, but he claims that his ability is still fully developed by the lurker, and it is not something that can be done overnight, and it is precisely because of this. It made him appear to be in a slow process of cultivation in this process. If he buys black in the process of using it to fully embody his cultivation skills, I believe that his strength will definitely make no one like it, but this is a washing clothes that can be made, that is, the oral cavity can be seen in one step. For a moment, if the strength that can be achieved in the process is so that no one can think of it, then his hand can double the power. It can truly erupt into an unimaginable realm, but only when this is the display and speed that can be accepted by his charm, can he truly build a level that cannot be compared with it, and only after internal auditing of his company the power that can be possessed is completely explosive. Absolutely, the power that can be possessed has been unpredictable almost only between the forks. It seems that in this process, the power that he can possess has completely appeared at this time, but it is still present. It is unimaginable that if he can fill up these things, I believe that the power he possesses can still be strong enough that no one can be powerful. It is also because this talent can make him have the power in this process. It is difficult to compare what kind of imagination is like in this situation. It is because of being able to leave once and the process is full of in the unimaginable range, even his eyes can finally be used, if we are all unpredictable at this time. So that he can't imagine what forces Li Wei can try to prepare in this process is which children are for a moment, but there are some violent bursts when they can use the power, and no one can be with it at all. By the same token, it is precisely because of this power that it has advanced, and now Glass Adventure always says that it can reject multiple rooms or is in the midst of changes in time. After all, no one can be compared with it, and even the power that can be possessed in the current process has completely crossed to a new height. It can be said that in the process, if he goes all out under the explosion no one can imagine what kind of terrifying power there is. It is for this reason that he can have other powers at that instant, and he has almost reached a new height. He can do this at this time. It seems that he can have other powers at that instant. The strength that can be possessed is completely unsupportable for the contract conceivable, and it is because of this reason that the release of production can extend him. How high is this situation? The agency decided that this man couldn't think of a word at all, causing huge amounts of changes in this mountain range at this moment. The tree to sit in is a huge amounts of martial art, in this martial arts center. What do those men on the usable wall think? It can be said that the strength used by this sect is completely the same as that of the design department. The strength of this sect is often used, so unimaginable, it is unimaginable for this sect to say that someone has a name, and it can be said that everyone is annoying. I think of the degree, it is precisely because of the name of the dominant person. The strength witness in the process of making this brand name has leaped to a whole new height. If he is responsible, how can he sense the missed name? That has already been wiped out. Knowing that if you don't use a strong force, then you name your own sect so loudly, the whole team will usher in the seclusion of the middle, if you claim that you don't have the actual situation of growth. If you miss the name of the sect so much, it will definitely make anyone want to come out and soon. After all, the powerful forces of others have not been understood so exaggeratedly, and you, a small sect, feel so exaggerated. The name would definitely be crushed to death, and by that time, there would be no possibility of going all over the country at all. The name of this sect is called Excalibur School. It can be said that the name Excalibur School is very loud, and it is praised by anyone who hears it. After all, the name is so loud and so magical. It is enough to show that this school has the strength of the school. It is absolutely unimaginable, otherwise how could it be in the process? It's such a loud name. You must know the name of this Excalibur School. If it is beef going out, it will definitely be attracted. It's serious. After all, his name is simply too imaginative. It is for this reason that Shen Jianpai has encountered a lot of troubles before, but in the later process, the trouble he encountered was relatively early. After all, the strength he used is unimaginable. If the power that can be exploded in this process, no one can compare it with it, or the other protection history he can do is difficult to go down. It was in the course of this life that the Excalibur sect was able to carry it until now, and it was not something anyone could bully. It is for this reason that we have to show the super powerful auditorium that the Shenjian sect can have, and make many people very sensitive. I recognize the first sentence of the Excalibur sect. It is because this is so very clear that the Excalibur sect can possess the strong. Recently, under this situation, one action of the power that can be used is terrifying. You must know that the magical Wrigley is a big move for people's livelihood in these years. It is because the strong people that his Excalibur automatic hand can possess are even more cultivating the constitution. It can be said that they are super geniuses in building houses, and the founders of the Excalibur school are some super geniuses who use the constitution to practice to the extreme. They know that they still exist in the sphere of genius and do not belong to the older generation. A generation of unparalleled geniuses created the doorplate of the Excalibur so that they can leave the superpower that can be doubled in this process, but no one can imagine the power that can be used in this process. Almost has crossed to a whole new level. A super genre composed of completely genius can be said to be completely unimaginable. After all, even the strongest of this sect is only 1,000 years old. And pay attention to explain that this threshold is absolutely unimaginable. You must know that when 1,000 years old is in this world, it is a very young age. It is definitely not the freedom of the older generation. It has reached more than 3,000 years old. Only then can he be regarded as a strong man of the older generation. It is because of this that the people's livelihood big move of this sect can be said that this threshold is absolutely possible in the process, because my imagination is unimaginable, and it is precisely because of the strength of this sect and the ability and creation of all aspects. Ability can also use such terrifying power. The feeling that this sect can achieve in this process is almost triumphant, and no one can want to do this sect. If in this process, the power of its own music can be fully burst, but what does he do? It is something that no one you know can imagine, and it is for this reason that the power that can be possessed in this process can be fixed, and then it is not imaginable by anyone. If you go all out in the process, and gather your own martial temperament and gas source safely, what you can do when you go offline will definitely make anyone find a lot, and it is because for this reason, this sect has such a strong reputation. It can be said that no matter when facing any opponent, the reputation he uses has one thing that no one can check. It is for this reason that this sect can be invented to reach this level. It seems that the famous places he has distanced in this process are no longer imaginable. It is because of this strong point that this sect can almost be used. The speed that a man enjoys expands. Almost just under the rapidly changing situation, it has already crossed to a whole new height, and even has a height that no one can think of. It is precisely because of this sect that they have almost only seen it in the past 2 years. Before that, I said that the one is stronger at best, but it is not the kind that can be thought of. 0. Look for flowers. You can do this module, no matter in any aspect, what strength and ability you don't have, it is no longer imaginable by anyone. If this person is afraid that you will go all out to deal with other forces in this process, believe what they can show their strength and feel that they will believe that anyone has a desperate look is because of the super genius that this Excalibur can possess. Not only are they powerful in the sky, they are also very powerful in cultivation, and their realm is almost the same as other martial arts. It is for this reason that they want to make the Excalibur sect, according to me. It's a resounding name, and it's an existence that no one dares to easily provoke, just because there are too many super angels in their self-respect. Moreover, the strength and abilities of the elders in the sect are so strong. They belong to the young people originally. Pay attention to how terrifying this gang appears. If this sect is completely erupted at this time, how can it be? It is unimaginable what kind of terrorist force it possesses. If this sect has the power to fully erupt, no one on a blind date can have any possibility under that sect. Everyone understands that there will be a strong strength behind this sect. Otherwise, how could you be like a lot of water in this world? It is almost difficult to mix the wind and water in this world, but this Excalibur pad can indeed be saved to this day. The strength of this sect and its ability in all aspects, but this Excalibur judgment can indeed be preserved to this day. Pay attention to how strong the strength of this sect and the ability it can have in all aspects. Otherwise, it will not always exist today. You must know that genius means that there is a strong force behind it to be able to become a genius. This is the most basic law for anyone. It is to use this. Many people nowadays they all think that the Excalibur school must have something to do with a super big school. Ding. Otherwise, how could it be possible for these geniuses to form a super powerful force? That is why it is very clear that this famous brand can support the power of simple terror. If this sect completely broke out, it would be a shocking shock. It is for this reason that some powerful sects in his surrounding area dare not easily recruit their sect. It is because of this. Everyone is unimaginable, and they all know exactly how terrifying the power of this sect is. If this sect is not good at all, it is unimaginable what kind of power it can have under complicated circumstances, and it is precisely because of this reason. Very clear. If in this case, what kind of terrifying power will be possessed, it is almost anyone can't think of it, and it is a truth that everyone understands very well. It is also 887 because so many people are unwilling to provoke this. Martial art. The Excalibur sect is a sect that cultivates sword skills. It can be said that this sect has the same reading in this respect, and only accepts the existence of this aspect. It is precisely because of this that the entire Excalibur sect can be considered. All of the members in the sect are mainly one piece, but because of this, the sect has almost reached its heyday, and the overall strength can be said to be very strong. If you compare yin and yang, even if it is generally super clear, compared with them, the gap seems to be quite huge. It is for this reason that the gap between the two schools has reached an unobvious level. Even the complete gap between the sects has been completely widened, and it is in an unimaginable degree. It can be said that the Excalibur sect is unimaginable for a while in any aspect. Because of this, it can reach an almost unimaginable height through this threshold, precisely because of this superpower. It is impossible for anyone to imagine that the Excalibur sword can be used, and it is precisely because of such cruelty that the Excalibur has such a strong power. I remember that it was in a battle between the sects. The Excalibur sect was just established at that time and was looked down upon by countless people, because he was just a genius of some younger generation, who thought he was so great to create the threshold. I wanted to suppress the anger that disturbed them, but I didn't expect that in the process, they would be completely shut down by the Excalibur. They attracted the strength that they didn't want. In front of the Excalibur sect, it seems to be that fragile and unbearable, and it is not as good as any possibility in front of the rebound, thus showing the huge amounts of gap between the two sides in the process, and the major sects know it. The powerful strength of the Excalibur faction. The Excalibur sect was almost only one person, and it had already beaten all the strong people of the other sects to the ground. That is, because of that voice, God Wrigley completely pressed the other thresholds in the contempt of that time, making other sects in this. In the process, there was no resistance at all, it was as fragile as shit, and it died suddenly. The Excalibur sect was able to reach an unimaginable level when the terrifying power broke out. It is no longer comparable to anyone, and it is precisely because of this reason that the divine sword sentence can be crossed to the height of the entire realm. One can imagine it is for this reason. Only then can the Excalibur sect be sent out. Some powers can be happy to this level, and I can also give him such a high degree of formality. For this reason, the superpower that the Excalibur sect has just now, the Yujing burst, is no longer anyone can imagine. Among the many sects, what kind of strength the Excalibur sect possessed completely surprised all the sections. I thoroughly realized that the Excalibur sect said it had superpower, and how terrifying the rescue was. Such a weak, all-out target of the outbreak, I believe that the strength that can be achieved will definitely make anyone look desperate. The strength used has simply leaped to a whole new height. Otherwise, a kind of power that might use that strong power to almost overwhelm all other sects, the strength that can be possessed in this process has already been demonstrated. And you can imagine what kind of strength the Excalibur faction can have. If they are going all out to erupt and strengthen themselves, what kind of terrifying power you can have is unimaginable by anyone, and it is also something that everyone knows very well. It is precisely because of this reason that many people do not. The willingness to provoke the temple card is very clear. How terrifying the strength of the Excalibur sect is, that is something that the popularity club has crossed to a whole new level. It is precisely because of this that the super strength of the Excalibur sect in this process is fully demonstrated, especially for the comprehension of the Constitution. It is the champion of the world, and many other sects in the radius of 100,000 miles are all in the process, the ability who couldn't get on duty with them. After all, in the eyes of the Excalibur sect, the super small power of the Excalibur clapping had already been demonstrated. It is not comparable to anyone, and it is also the reason why the Excalibur sect can achieve such outstanding results in the process. It is for this reason that the sect can be said to be an achievement, and it is completely anyone who wants to touch it. Without people, it is for this reason that the divine sword can reach such an unimaginable achievement. It is precisely because of this that the superpower that the immortal sect can have in the process can be directly looked at. When the report is issued, it has been impossible for anyone to pass it. Super strength, if the strength that can be in the past under an all-out burst, no one can imagine it. Only under such circumstances can the Excalibur sect possess the superpower in this process. If a violent power is formed in a complete explosion, it is simply unimaginable. For this reason, the power of the fairy disc can be completely crossed into a brand new economy. As for you, it is what anyone can think of, and it is precisely because of this superpower that the gods can invade. Regardless of 1.2, when facing any opponent, the strength it has already crossed to a whole new height. It is precisely because of the embodiment of this super strength that the strength of the Excalibur sect can be seen to achieve this general achievement. It can be said that he does not care about prejudice. It is unimaginable to face any opponent and under any situation. It is precisely because of this that the super strength that doubles the nerves is fully displayed. Under the circumstances, no one can think of it. It is precisely because of this reason that the lower body can be healthy and completely happy to the height of a whole realm. It can be said that the superpower possessed by the Excalibur sect at this time has fully demonstrated that it is required by any school. Looking up to the existence of this kind, it is precisely because of this that the Excalibur sect has this superpower. It can be said that the power of the Excalibur sect in this process has been fully demonstrated. Under the circumstances, no one can establish a debate at once, that is, because of this connection, it is possible to deny the Excalibur sect completely surpassed in the process. To a whole new level, your entire school, among all the schools, has an unimaginable position. It can be said that it has already occupied a place, making it impossible for anyone to laugh at them. Even those who have a long history of sects have the prestige of the anti-Xiaoqiao Excalibur sect in this process. It can be said that the Excalibur sect is built on its own strength, so that it makes him have a playground in this process. Power, after all, is not comparable to anyone at one time. Even those superpowerful sects who have experienced millions of years dare not look down on the Excalibur sect. After all, the number of geniuses used in the Excalibur sect is extremely large. The strongest strength is unimaginable, and it is for this reason that the overall strength of the entire 08 sect has been delivered to a whole new height. The strength that makes any forces afraid to rely on them, given the power of this equation. For this reason, it accounts for the slight bends that it has in a moment, and there are some soft waves, so that in the process, of course, it is the ability that all the eyesight of Fang Yuan does not dare to compete with them. The ambition leopard is daring. It can be said that the role played by the Excalibur sect in this process is that of Lan Yan's post. It is because this cloud is the only one that allowed the Excalibur sect to fully demonstrate its superpower in the process. That is not anyone can compare with it, and it is for this reason that the Excalibur sect can reach the strength. It completely rejects the authenticity of a playground. It can be said that this competition is the strength that both hands can have. It is conceivable how powerful it is. It is precisely because of such success that the Excalibur dispatch has superpower. Under the displayed circumstances, no one can always believe in the debate, and it is really because this super world embodies the power that the entire Excalibur card has. And the geniuses that can be possessed in this process are growing rapidly. After all, his reputation is external in this process, and it can naturally attract countless geniuses. In this process, they are added to their martial arts, and the entire brand only accepts genius, does not accept any waste. It is because of such a strict method of this school that it can have such a strong power. Under any circumstances, it has a power that no one can think of. After all, this kind of person has no effect at all for them, and it is precisely because of this that it has become the number of geniuses in the whole school. It is exactly the degree that all of them are geniuses, and no one is stupid, and it is precisely because of this. Only then did the overall strength and overall ability of the Excalibur swordsmanship completely leapfrog into a brand new economy, so that some schools that have been scoured by countless years this year, in this process, the amount of ability is also unimaginable. They are because they have attracted too many forms of strong ability in the process, so that the number they have increased in the process completely spans a whole new height. It is for this reason that under what circumstances can make the entire Excalibur faction possess super strength. After all, it is not that anyone can compare with it, that is, because of this person's situation, he can practice the superpower of the Excalibur sect to complete the display. It's unlucky for anyone to reflect on it, and it is for this reason that the earnest Excalibur sect possesses the strength. In the case of full display, you can have such a powerful force. It can be said that the strength that can be possessed in the entire Excalibur shoot. When it is fully displayed and digital, it is completely set once that no one can enjoy it. Anyone, it is hard to imagine that the reason for Xiangda is that for this reason, the Excalibur sect is already beyond ordinary people's expectations in any aspect. It is because of this that the number of strong people in the Shenjian faction has increased sharply, and it has completely reached a level where anyone can play a large part. It can be said that the Excalibur faction has no matter in any aspect. The power of the has already crossed a full line of heights, taking the initiative to be formal. Because of this, the superpower that can be achieved in the process of shooting the god of war with the sword can be fully demonstrated, and it is no longer comparable to anyone. It is for this reason that the divine sword shoot has such a powerful force. It can be said that under the instantaneous explosion, no one can compare it with it, and it is precisely because of this that the entire temple can be made. Don't discover the power of the faction at all. I don't think anyone can contend with it. It can be said that in this process, the super strength that God Keyboard possesses in any aspect has been completed, and pay attention. It is for this reason that the 887 is stable. The entire provincial keyboard is not only a super house card that is above zero and supreme in any aspect, but it is also because of this reason that the superpower of this Excalibur faction can be achieved. In the case of full display, it is no longer a meaning that anyone can compare with it, and it is for this reason. In order to stabilize the super strength of the entire Excalibur sect, when the power is fully displayed, it is possible to identify anyone, but for this reason, the entire Excalibur sect can be determined. The super strength it has completely crossed to a whole new level. These three characters of the Excalibur sect are far from serving the people. Many people today are very scared. It is because the super strength and the number of super ability powers in the entire city construction card are extremely institutional, so that it is basically general power. To the extent that it can't compete with it, it is precisely this way that the entire Excalibur sect has almost crossed to a new height, allowing the entire Excalibur sect to fully spread for the people. Under the circumstances, it has almost reached a new height, occupying the Excalibur sect, which is naturally impressive, and it has surprised countless people. After all, the time he has experienced now is only like this. A short time. It can be said that the super strong interior that is available in this process is simply unimaginable, because these three have allowed the Excalibur sect to comply with the level that can be achieved in so many years. It is completely set that no one can imagine. It is precisely because of this reason that it can be stabilized, and the entire Excalibur sect has almost reached a whole new level. It can be said that the Divine Sword sect has an outstanding mission in any aspect. It is precisely because of this outstanding reason that the superpower of the entire Excalibur sect can be fully displayed to a whole new level. It can be said that the Temple faction is extremely strong in any aspect, and it is also extremely powerful. It is precisely for this reason that you can show the superpower possessed by the entire provincial prosecution faction. And in this case, no one can compare and recognize the weak nerve beat. On this basis, if all the super strengths in all the schools are brought together, then how can the power be strong? It will definitely be. It made anyone think of one thing. Because of this reason, the reputation of the whole neurosurgery has been turned around, but it has almost reached a whole new level. In the end, with such success, the power that the entire Excalibur sect can have has almost completely stepped into a whole new level. It can be said that the power of Excalibur to shoot mobile phones is almost only in the situation of rapid changes, and it is no longer anyone. It can be compared with it. That is, for this reason, the super strength of the adult conceptionist can completely leap to a whole new height. It can be said that the power used by the Excalibur sect is no longer the case, and it may be comparable to it. It is for this reason that the Excalibur sect can be happy to a new height before any situation in the microwave oven. It is precisely because of this that we can practice God Keyboard no matter what the past is in any aspect. The super strength can be demonstrated with due diligence next year. This time we should be so grown up and practice the entire Excalibur sect. No matter in any aspect, there are some strong powers that Shenzhen people can't imagine. It is because of this. The reason is to be able to recite that the whole neurology has almost reached a whole new level of happiness. It has reached a level that no one can imagine, and it is precisely because of this superpower that has been shown that it can make the superpower in the entire city card almost 10,000 times the order. After all, no one can compare it with it, that is, because of the development of this kind of strength, it can make the entire Excalibur to beat the clock, and it can have the power. Almost just under the time of the leap, it is no longer conceivable by anyone. It is precisely for this reason that the police can make the entire fairy card have the strength. Only in the rapid change, under this situation, it can be able to demonstrating advanced power. It can be said that if the power contained in the whole nerve wheat is a burst of full effort from the bottom, what kind of substance can be used and imaginable. It is precisely because of this that it is possible to practice the lottery power that the entire white cutting hand can have. If it is under an instantaneous outbreak, it can already reach a level that no one can imagine. It should be so. The reason is that it can compete with the Excalibur sect. It was already completely fast to a brand new realm, and it was in the case that Yun Chenggong made the divine sword rank in the process, and the power it possessed had already been fully revealed. It's not that this may be comparable to it, and it is because of this reason that the house that can be defeated in that process is simply beyond imagination, and it is such a mature old school. It is very clear in the process of the name of the school. The Excalibur police station has a super establishment. How terrible it is. If you compete with them, it will definitely be very expensive. It is precisely because of the fact that so many schools are very expensive. I know that I will retire after feeding, but it is impossible for me to provoke a godlike victory in this process. The possibilities contained in the Excalibur school are unimaginable. In addition, the Excalibur shooting 4 is surrounded by a terrifying array. If you want to shine from the outside, it is basically impossible. Unless you have a strong strength and a power far beyond the opponent, you can achieve this. To such a degree, if it is complicated, it will be impossible to completely wipe out the entire God Wrigley. After all, there were super powerful mobile phones in police stations, and it is very clear to those who are obviously present here. What kind of powerful power he can use behind you, anyone will find a lot. After all, many people guess that there must be a strong reliance behind this Excalibur sect. Otherwise, it is impossible to be so high profile for a while. Yes, because after acknowledging that a lot of people understand the Wrigley, they must have a strong body as a presence. Otherwise, it is impossible to show such an arrogant expression in the process, and it is for this reason that it has grown very clearly. If the temple card is even now in the process, they will not dare to suppress the other party at this time. It's because they understand very well that the superpower that God sees the defeated people has, and how terrifying the design is. If you follow the sword plate in the process, it is completely a real behavior. It is because of this reason that many people can understand how terrifying the superpower of the Shenjian dispatched is. In this case, naturally many people don't see this as a provoke. It is because they understand very well, the divine sword. To what extent has the superpower that Bei's Hong possessed is fast. It can be used in the Excalibur shoot, no matter it is in any aspect. It is also terrifying, that is, it is incumbent, that the Excalibur can give the super strength of Qian Zhao in the shooting. It is exactly what you should maybe they all thought of the degree, and this is also the superpower that Yaiwen has become the clock of the Excalibur. It is almost completely fast to a completely new realm, and it is only because of such hard work that I can practice the divine sword plate. No matter it is in any aspect, it has already made anyone think of it, and it is because of this reason. Can make the Excalibur shoot, no matter it is under any circumstances. If we can gather superpower, we will come out completely. It is precisely for this reason that we can fully show the superpower that should be in the Excalibur shoot. Under the circumstances, it is no longer true that anyone can compare with it. For this reason, in order to be able to practice the God's telekinesis faction, no matter what the situation is, the power possessed has already leaped to a whole new level. This is why the God Wrigley can already occupy an invincible place under any circumstances. It can be said that the Excalibur sect is definitely considered to be a flat existence among all the middle schools. It is precisely for this reason that this middle power can be counted. Under the circumstances, there is one thing that crosses into a brand new economy. Among them, it can be said to be horror. The superpower in any situation cannot be emphasized by anyone. This is because of this strange feeling. The feeling that the whole God can reach by clapping hands is no longer the ability that anyone can contend with, and it is for this reason that it can be practiced as a keyboard. No matter in any aspect, it has something that no one can imagine. In the degree, that is, such a success order, the power that the entire Excalibur card can have. Under the circumstances of complete presentation and data, it overwhelmed many strong people. Because this is a neurotic effect, each of the geniuses is very powerful, and it is precisely because of this situation that they can compete with Lin Kai in various situations. The opponents that can be overwhelmed are unimaginable, and it can be said that they have the power in this process. It is definitely something that no one can think of. The strength that can be achieved in this process is rare for anyone. It is for this reason that the opponent that can be overwhelmed in this process is completely thought of the opponent, and there is no such thing. Any room for resistance 887 is for this reason. In order to be able to get a girl or any opponent in any situation, it is precisely because of this strong strength that real estate can make him so powerful, so that under any situation, there is nothing to do. It is precisely for this reason that the strength of the rival that humans have developed can only be said in the context of the super powerful display that he possesses in this process. It is no longer something that anyone can imagine. Because of this reason, the official expression in his eyes is almost only in the case of Shengzi, and it will be established. anyone can unimaginable. It is precisely because of the perfect manifestation of this super strength that he can reach the level that such a man is obvious. Almost just in the change between diamonds, it has completely crossed to a new height. It is precisely because of this that I can open my eyes with you, which is the closing door that can be possessed, almost only in reality. No one can turn to a degree, and the initiative is really used to specify the official website that his eyes professor can have, and no one can recognize it. It is for this reason that I can help him develop heat stroke. It is almost only a moment when the opportunity is complete. Then anyone can't think of it. It is precisely this way that I can start with everyone. Can you have it? Almost only can have the light in an instant. He has completely crossed over to a whole new height. Is it precisely because of this that he can use it because of the look in his eyes? It is just that no one can produce it under the ever-changing situation. It is precisely because of this. The gaze that the left hand possesses can only leave the gaze under the cloud. It was only in a moment that He could not imagine that it was precisely because of this super powerful force that he could get away from what he could in his eyes and the close of the neighborhood committee. It was just a genetic time when the situation was changing. The condensation may not even be imagined by He. It is precisely because of this super powerful force that he can close the door to the neighborhood committee in his eyes. It is just that under the circumstances of the changing situation, in the moment of change, no one can imagine it. And before Li Wei came to this world in the morning, because he came directly to the gate of the Excalibur sect, and happened to encounter the genius of the sect, it was this way that allowed him to directly enter the process. In this sect, it can be said that although his status is now the lowest genius and the lowest address among the sects, it is in the process. The benefits he obtains are far beyond what ordinary men want. The personnel are better than those who practice hard by themselves. When he struggles alone, you have come a lot. It is because of this reason that he has been added to the process according to the situation. It can be said that he has the superpower in this situation. If it is fully displayed, what kind of terrifying strength can be possessed is completely unimaginable by any of you, and it is precisely for this reason that it will be a moment for his eyes to have a shirtless hand. Under the change of time, the gaze that can make his eyes have at this time is no longer comparable to anyone. It is for this reason that the light that can leave the eyes below is completely impossible for anyone to compare with it. It is for this reason that he can have this kind of superpower. The matter is completely in a degree that no one can imagine. It is precisely for this reason that the closing doors that his eyes can have are completely considered to a whole new height, and it is even for this reason that his eyes can be almost from that area. It has already crossed over to a level that no one can imagine. In this process, it is precisely because of this super so-called embodiment that he can pay attention to his eyes and the care he can have. Thousands of things have already crossed to a level that no one can compare with it. It is a problem that embody the equation super strongly for a lifetime. What can be worth millions of dollars in the eyes is not predictable by anyone. It is precisely for this reason that under the circumstances, the things that can be seen in those people, there are some bodies that no one can think of, and it is really because of the embodiment of this superpower that can be put into his eyes. Wait and see, almost only in this period of time to be able to be completely happy in a wholehearted height, that is, because of a few voices, it can close the door with his eyes at this distance. There are some physical properties that may be found to be great. It can be said that at this time, he has a strong strength in any aspect of anyone. It is precisely for this reason that you can close the door with your eyes from the bracelet. After all, it is not anything. People can be compared with it, and it is precisely because of the manifestation of this power that can connect the past with a light in the eyes. Almost only in the moment outside the situation, no one can compare with it, and it is precisely because of this that it can have such power that the light that metal can use this time has almost reached a new height. It can be said that his eyes can pass automatically, and some of the wait and see are almost only in the changes between the forks, and they are already waiting for him. It is for this reason that the cultivation base is able to leave the eyes, this kind of productive process. The result is only to analyze the external situation, and it is today's strength. There has been a lot of improvement in this process. If it can be improved during this process, I believe that its strength will still be improved by huge amounts of, but it seems that this improvement is still lacking in terms of its current performance. That is, if he can improve on this basis, I believe that his own strength can be compared to the greatest improvement, but it is still lacking in the current view. Li Wei can be said to be very good in all aspects, but in some aspects he still has a great feeling, but in this regard, if he can make these completely unexpected, I believe his strength will be improved. It is also possible for many good people to improve their own abilities. It is precisely because of this that he can finally make his eyes look and see, almost only in a flash. It is no longer the truth that anyone can argue with him. Because of this, Chen Honglin talks about whether he can have what he has. When the door is closed, the process has been changed almost only between him. It can be said that at this time, no matter what the situation is, he can have the superpower that completes, shows, and does not know the situation, maybe on the same level. It is precisely because of this reason that unimaginable forces have exploded. It was already completely leaped to a whole new height. Formally, because of this reason, it was only for this reason that what he had in his eyes. At this time, this method has already brought the most pressure to this man at the same time. Not to mention that this man actually felt it at this time. If Li Wei has all the power, if it is in the state of the process of completely erupting at this moment, it is hard to imagine, it is conceivable how terrifying his own strength is. In a situation outside of the order, since it has been brought to his greatest pressure is to show how terrifying the super strength he has in power is completely unimaginable. If during this period of time, he went all out to burst out, what kind of terrifying strength can he have, and what degree of miscorrection may be matched by French, and it is for this reason that he can leave his eyes. The Central Institute can close its doors, almost only in a rapidly changing situation. It is possible to use such a powerful force, as if the super strength he possessed has been fully demonstrated at that moment, and in this case, no one can compare with it. It can be said that this master who has repaired him is a person who surpasses the imagination of ordinary people in any aspect. It is precisely for this reason that ability, and how he can have an official chance value. At this moment, the situation not only broke out, down. After all, it is not that anyone can compare with it, that is, because of this reason, success can only have one light in his eyes, it is only in the next moment. Anyone who has already distinguished has a strong response. You are right, it is because of the manifestation of this powerful strength that they can leave some people, and the central office can have a closed door, only in a moment. No one can compare with him anymore. It is because of this reason that the closed door that he can have in his eyes is already in the West. After all, no one can be compared with one time. It is for this reason that I can look inside some people whose hands can close the door concretely. In the next lesson, they have already reached a level where they are at any level. It is also because of this reason that they can stay. Can you continue to read what's in your eyes? It's just going well in a moment. No one can imagine it, and it is precisely for this reason that the light used in his health maintenance is almost only in the rapidly changing situation, and no one can compare with him, and it is only because of this that he can be able to make him. This is not the case for the closing doors that can be achieved in the derivative, and it may be conceivable. The strong texture that Li Wei possessed at this time can fully show the light that can be possessed by his eyes. In the promise, it is precisely because of this reason that you can only give you the light that those people can have done almost only in the rapidly changing situation. It will already be powerful and aura that no one can imagine, so he in this process what a terrifying strength. Anyone in the body will find a great shock. 0. Look for flowers. Because of the manifestation of this superpower, his eyes can ask for the light that can be detained. It has almost become unpredictable when he grows up. It seems that the superpower he possessed in the process, Wang Chuiying, is no longer any. It is because of this reason that people can imagine the reality that they can respect and respect their brilliance. Almost only in the long period of time, he has changed the wrong person. It is because of such a success rate. He has such a super strength and has already crossed to a new height. It is precisely because of this that he can see in his eyes. Have a look. Almost only in the circumstances of rapid changes, the ending spirit was unimaginable, and because of this, he was only provided with something with this kind of power, not only one thing but also his own strength completely triumphed. No one can imagine it, really. Because of this peasant reason, it is almost unimaginable that he had the vision when he went to Shenzhou from the peasant. What anyone can't think of, that is, for this reason, he wants to pretend to be the first, so that the light you will use can be complete when the order is next to it. Then no one can think of it, and it is for this reason that it can make the gaze that he can have in people is almost hard and people can't compare with him. It is also true that only in this way can he close the door that his eyes can have, almost in the next moment. It has completely crossed to a whole new height, and it is precisely because of this that he can have what he has in this process. The strength of the team is totally inducing nerves, which no one can imagine. It can be said that at this time he seems to be in any aspect. The sharp light in Li Wei's eyes has already brought pressure between each other, making this man even feel that a person in her eyes is like a person in the process. Feel like a tiger. Even the superpower he possessed in this process is completely beyond anyone's imagination, and it is precisely because of the manifestation of this superpower. If it is just this moment, what he has is indeed anything no one can be compared. Ding. In this process, Li Wei mobilized the power of space, and the power of space contained in the space of one side kept circling around it, and a powerful breath enveloped the space of one side. It seems that the little grasses on the ground in this space here have a look of fear at this time, so that when they are set within 100 meters of a radius, the paraquat is exhausted, and it seems that their vitality has been deprived. With such management strength, they have already expanded their breath, and at the same time they have such an astonishing degree in this space. It seems that this space has already been integrated under their power, producing such an amazing degree. Variety. No matter in any aspect, it is full of mysterious and legendary color, and the power he possesses at this time really makes people dare not to be a small country. So that in the next 7, this space has been transformed again, and at the same time in the next instant, this space has already changed unpredictably at this moment. It seems that there is a subtlety that appears in the faint. The breath can surround this space, and at the same time make the point of light generated on the earth look so beautiful at this time. Although this power is overbearing, it does not need to deplete all the paraquat within a radius of 100 meters, but it contains a regeneration ability. It is just that the power of destruction is much stronger than the regeneration ability, so the grass within this range cannot recover at the fastest speed. Is this a combination of the power of death and the power of life? I can have this mysterious aura power. If I can break through on this basis, my strength will be shocking to the world, and I will truly stand by then. Among the pinnacle geniuses, even overlooking all the geniuses. Luo Feng thought in his heart, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and the surroundings in his eyes kept spinning around, seeming to enter his body little by little while rotating, prompting his body. At this time, he kept increasing, and now, his strength has reached a breakthrough in huge amounts of. In this way, his strength will surely have a huge leap. During this period, his strength will be reached, and it will surely increase sharply again. This is a good thing for him today. After all, although the power he gave before was strong, it was still very powerful, and it hadn't reached the requirements of his heart. But now this force has clearly been strengthened and has such a strong force, as if the state that can be achieved in this process has caused such astonishing changes within the scope of this space. It seems that in this process, he has strong power in any aspect, making this radius of hundreds of meters, endless spaces converge, space chaos, life aura expansion, and the power of death continues to expand, which has spread from the original hundreds of meters. Within 200 feet, this space has become a scenic spot on Earth. If someone with low strength now enters this area, they will be immediately deprived of life by the force of life. Deprived of life by the force of death, deprived of both sides, even no matter how strong the body is, it will not be able to among them, it can last for a roar-sucking time. I have to say that in this state, he is already in a wonderful state, and he can only possess such strength. If he can break through his strength again, I believe his current strength will cross another realm again. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Li Wei, who is still relatively low level. Being able to increase his own strength, of course, can play a wonderful role in this process, otherwise he will definitely not be able to have his own place in this. The Excalibur faction that gathers in this powerful person all uses the supreme among the weapons, the sword as the main attack method. So in this process, it is natural for him to immerse himself wholeheartedly in it, and absorb this force in the best state. This time, the strongest force that his credit can absorb is also the case of this force. Next, the hand can possess the power of life and death. It is necessary to know that these two powers are the most domineering and the most creative of all the attribute powers. As long as he possesses these two attributes, he can hold death and life in his hands, which can deprive life or create death. It is the strength of both sides, which naturally gives him a strong combat power. In addition, if he integrates the power of death and life into the sword and doubles the power of the sword, he will surely be able to have a place in the Excalibur sect. By then, anyone will dare to look down upon it. I am afraid that even the elders of the sect must treat him respectfully. After all, he will definitely become the core existence of the entire sect. By then, his identity and status will already be at the peak of the Section 0. This is also what he thinks now. After all, this school is also a good opportunity for him to improve his strength. Having a strong school as a backing, naturally allows him to take some shortcuts in many aspects. Not only the distribution of resources, but also the distribution of the successful method is absolutely impossible for one person to obtain through cultivation. At least when his strength has not fully reached the level of the Excalibur sect elders and others, he should still practice in the martial arts. If he waits until one day when his strength has reached the Excalibur sect cannot tolerate him, then he will leave this place. Therefore, the Excalibur sect can be described as a springboard for him. He can enter a higher level through the Excalibur sect. The same Excalibur sect is also a sect that may be under great pressure. Under these two aspects, it can make him. The growth plays a role in promoting, why not do it? If he wants to build it alone, although it will still be faster than an ordinary person's 1.2 cultivation speed, it is still too high risk. For now, he still has a firm foothold in the martial art. Li Wei doesn't think that even if he alone breaks into the film continent, he can go smoothly and improve all the way. How can that kind of thing be possible? No matter it is under any circumstances, it needs wretched development. Don't let it go. If you miss it, you will hate it forever. Then you won't know how you died. It is also at this time that the elders of the sect are all gathered in the Excalibur sect at this time, the most majestic temple. This is the strength center of the Excalibur sect and the peak combat power of the entire Excalibur sect. The place. The strong are gathered here, and the lowest cultivation level is the elder level. As for genius, you only have a few enchanting geniuses to enter here. There are countless peak combat powers in this elder group, and the strength is even more unimaginable. Each of them is an existence with peak power. It can be said that they are the peak combat power of the entire Excalibur sect, guarding the safety of the entire sect. When facing danger, these elders will go all out to coexist and die with the sect. After all, since the day they joined the Excalibur sect, they have already sworn an oath to protect the Excalibur sect forever. No matter when and where the Excalibur sect is headed, they will stick to it to the end. This is the vow that you need to make to enter the elderly care group. If you violate it, you will be chased by the entire Excalibur sect. It's definitely. If you don't want to join the Excalibur sect, you won't force it. It's more humane. All in all, the Excalibur school is a well-known justice school. At least it will not do things that bully the weak. This makes Li Wei willing to stay here because he feels that the overall atmosphere of the Excalibur sect is good. Besides, Excalibur 08 is one of the best in the entire vast and boundless continent. Naturally, you can have enough resources. As long as your ability is good enough, the martial art will give you endless resources, just to cultivate it into the strongest existence. This has prompted a lot of geniuses to exist, and they really want to be willing to join the Excalibur sect. At least in terms of resources, exercises, secrets, and inheritance magic weapons, they are all ranked among the major sects. In terms of preferential treatment of the resources of its own disciples, the Excalibur sect is undoubtedly doing a very good job. This also recognizes why the strength centers in the major families are willing to include the future heirs of their own families or some core geniuses. Learn from the Excalibur sect, get better ability improvement, and have strong strength. This also made the number of geniuses and nobles gathered in the Excalibur sect, as well as the major heirs in the family, is very large. This number is far beyond imagination. The Excalibur school can be described as a place for cultivating cutting-edge talents, and if someone thinks that they are just a waste of martial arts resources, then they would be wrong. Naturally, he is not afraid. These people will leave directly after learning their skills. The Excalibur sect will not get any benefits, but will lose a lot of resources and leak their skills. All the top geniuses from major families and major empires need to pay a huge amount of money. These are all funds used to train them. It is equivalent to the Excalibur sect is to collect some tuition while training. If you wait until the last of these, if the geniuses fall in love with the Excalibur sect and are unwilling to leave, then it is naturally profitable. In the final analysis, it is all because of interest. If there is no interest, the Excalibur sect will not cultivate these geniuses in this way. This is too much for the entire sect. The Excalibur sect has existed for more than 10,000 years. It was created by the first generation of heads now and has been in charge until now. His strength can be called the pinnacle. A 7-foot-long sword, like a shadow, changes many times, and gradually emerges. The method was shattered, and the sky was wiped out, and the world's masters were all frightened. The older generation of strong people deeply understand how powerful his strength is, and they are unwilling to provoke him, because they understand that when his long sword is released, it will stain thousands of miles with blood, time and space, and enable space to do it. Collapsed and shattered, one sword glared the 19 states, slashed all the demon of the world, smiling proudly, without disadvantage. If there is anyone among his peers who can be compared with him, then there is almost nothing. It is precisely because of this that he was invincible in that era, and he was proud of the genius of the entire continent. Can lay his own strong position. And just when he reached the age of 30, he used a sword to kill the most peak power in a large empire, making countless peak powers frightened and unwilling to provoke him. Since then, he has never done anything. There has been no battle with anyone. No one knows how much his strength is, because no one dares to try. I didn't say that today. 10,000 years later, who dares to try his strength easily? If his sword is out, it will kill thousands. No one can stop. Even those super empires that occupy a huge area do not dare to provoke him, and even have a good hospitality, for fear that they will provoke him and cause murder. At this moment, Li Wei's continuous energy absorbing made his life and death ability continuously improved during this period, and even his swordsmanship artistic conception continued to improve in this process. He understood the profound meaning of Jianzong through death and life attributes. At this time, it can be said that he is advancing by leaps and bounds in swordsmanship. At this time he has reached a state of selflessness, only the sharpest sword appeared in his heart, and he became sharper under constant tempering, blowing hair and breaking hair, cutting iron like mud, and pushed by force. You can open up mountains and land with one sword. It is precisely because of this state that Li Wei makes his strength advance by leaps and bounds. During this process, the improvement in strength can be described as huge. In this process, if continuous breakthroughs are made, I believe that his strength will inevitably increase rapidly. The power possessed at that time was already able to break through to a whole new stage. During this process, the power he possessed has been able to meet the requirements of the inner sect disciple of the sect, and it is still surpassed, and even has the possibility of impacting the core 887 disciple. Among the Excalibur sect, the outer disciples are the most inferior, and they are even in danger of being bullied by the inner disciples. And the core disciple is the place where the number of geniuses in the whole school is the most concentrated. In addition to the core disciples, there are naturally more powerful direct disciples, which means that the only heirs under the elders of the elders are the apprentices who pass on their various abilities. Naturally, they have a higher identity on this basis, far exceeding the core. The identity that the disciple possesses and the resources he enjoys surpasses other existences in all respects. Definitely, in addition to the personal disciples, there are more distinguished members of the Elder Palace. Among them, several of the more outstanding and most powerful disciples are ranked among the most peak geniuses in the entire temple sect. Their status is higher than the elders. As for whether there are more noble geniuses, it is not known. This is the identity of all the disciples of the school that Li Wei knows. And what he is currently in is the identity of the outer disciple, which can be said to be at the bottom of the sect. Even some high-ranking guards can point to them. This makes Li Wei very aware of his position. He still has to gain strong energy and gradually improve his position. It is definitely, and you can't directly promote it too quickly. It will inevitably make many people jealous. He has his own set plan. In this hall are the core members of the elders group, and each of them is very powerful. Anyone who can take it out is a powerful person who can deter one side. Under this kind of strength, they can only be gathered here. A huge and incomparable breath between the shadows spread in this hall. It is precisely because of the traction of this terrifying atmosphere that all the strong people present can feel the huge pressure. It can be said that all the elders and all members of the entire elders group are fighting with each other. It is for this reason that they can promote their growth in comparison with each other. There is something extraordinary in such a rattling atmosphere. It seems that they have to fight first anytime, anywhere. Ahem. And remember that there was a coughing sound that filled the entire hall. When I heard this sound, all the elders were at this moment, their waists straight, and their eyes became a little serious, even Rulai's before. His eyes changed completely at this time, as well as a child. Do you have to be so arrogant every time you get together? Wouldn't it be better to have more time to practice? As soon as the sound sounded, until the sound sounded, a faint light filled the surrounding space, and then a breeze blew, and a figure instantly sat on the leader's seat. The speed is as fast as lightning, so that no one present can react. Good elder. Everyone shouted respectfully in unison. Sit as you please, aren't you here just for this breath? Let's talk about it. That voice seemed extremely indifferent, as if the appearance of this energy didn't care for him. It was precisely because of this that these powerful men were stunned, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Such strong breath fluctuations, this great elder can't care, then they have something to say? This. Just when everyone was speechless. The aura of Great Elder Supreme is unusual. It does not seem to belong to the Excalibur sect. If it is a threat to the sect, it is better to get rid of it as soon as possible. A thin-mouthed elder with a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek was tapping his fingers on the handrail. His position is obviously extraordinary. At the top level, the status is second only to the Great Elder. If you haven't figured it out, you must get rid of it as soon as possible. I think you are exaggerating. If that is my martial genius, just be eradicated. Where do you want to be? Is it for your precious grandson? Want to cut weeds and roots? The kind old man in the first seat under the right-hand position of the Great Elder opened his mouth. Obviously, his words meant tit for tat. The meaning was to say that the old man on the opposite side clearly wanted to eradicate those geniuses who could threaten his grandson. He said this, but the Great Elder's expression was slightly moved, and he looked sharply at the thin old man. When the old man was looked at by the eyes of the elder, he immediately became a little flustered, and there was some dodge in his eyes. He didn't dare to offend the Great Elder. If the big exhibition was launched, it would not be a joke. It's almost bloody. My grandson relies on his ability to become the core member of the section. I am proud of him, and I don't need to do anything for him. The old man's words are categorical. It seems that he is a selfless person. At this time, it can be said that there is no flaw, so that the Great Elder will also take back his eyes in the next moment. The key to unity in the school should be unity instead of being in the sect. There is no need for the martial art to argue about something at such an important moment. Okay, don't say these things anymore. This energy is not strong yet. There is no need to care more. Let's do our own things. The Great Elder wanted to say something more when he said this, but at the next moment he immediately felt that something was wrong, so that he stood up in surprise. His action shocked everyone present. Especially the thin old man was surprised at this time and almost scared him to death. He knows the person of the Great Elder very well. He has been following the head of the Excalibur sect from a very early time. He is a very vicious person with both strength and means. If he wants to deal with it, who will deal with it with thunderous means, can be said to be the most terrifying of all the elders. But at the next moment, all the elders present immediately understood why the elders were so surprised, because even at this time, they also felt a wave of huge amounts of fluctuations. It was the energy before that energy fluctuated more intensely at this time, so that it completely shook the space. Such powerful fluctuations made the entire martial arts within the scope of the vibration, especially in this hall, and they could deeply feel the vibration, not to mention everything in the outside world. This vibration has nothing to do with the vibration of the heavens and the earth, but a kind of spatial vibration. This powerful vibration made the strong people present never thought that someone would be able to do this. At this moment, this powerful force provokes the power of heaven and earth, and your space fluctuates normally. Even this sturdy hall has undergone such subtle changes. The space seems to be relatively depressed at this time. The strong ones are okay. The pressure faced by the weak ones is terrifying. Qian Zhao. Suddenly, all the powerhouses present turned their eyes to the Great Elder. Now that there is a Great Elder, the Great Elder should still give orders. The Great Elder no longer has the insignificant and leisurely appearance before, but at this time is very cautious. This is the first time all the elders present have seen the Great Elder look so cautious in hundreds of years, this kind of look. I don't know how many years it hasn't appeared. It is for this reason that they can be very aware of the seriousness of the situation at this time. If the situation continues to upgrade, what will happen is simply unimaginable. This breath has increased nearly 3,000 times since it first appeared, and it is still increasing, and it seems that it will never end. The upgrade of the situation has far exceeded their imagination, and who the other party is, at this moment inevitably also makes the elder curious. The Great Elders can't be so cautious, let alone other elders, and at this time, each of them looks very cautious. After all, you must know that the aura is within the control of their martial arts. Although it is a bit remote, it is also on the fringe of the southern school. One is that it belongs to the sect. Therefore, definitely makes many people guess at this time and want to see what happened. If this person is threatening to the sect, it is undoubtedly a very bad news for the sect. Very strong, far beyond everyone's imagination. It is possible that this strong shock can be caused, the aura of the whole school is released, and how powerful its owner is. This is probably anyone can guess. It is precisely because of this that these elders can pay attention to it. The Great Elder. If the head of the sect is absent, then only the current elder can be the master. As long as the head of the sect is absent, the elder is the number one and has the right to decide everything about the section 887. Moreover, the impact of this breath is so far-reaching. Naturally, all the strong people present have thought about what will happen to him. It is because of the strength of this breath that so many powerful people have become wary in their eyes at this time. When he grows up, he has become more cautious than ever. This is perhaps the most terrifying aura he has seen in so many years. It is far beyond his imagination. It is for this reason that the great elders at this time have become more vigilant than before, and their eyes are no longer the usual expressions of indifferent expressions in the face of anything. Nowadays, there is only caution. It is precisely because of this 9-game winning streak that he gradually seemed to be filled with a touch of different meaning, so that all the superpowers of the martial arts present today have become more cautious. Great elders such as superpowers all showed such an attitude at this time. They naturally understand the seriousness of the situation. If this matter has little to do with their sect, it would be okay. But if it is closely related to their sect, then the threat to their sect is very huge amounts of. No one knows whether the opponent is an enemy or a friend, whether it is the stronger of the older generation, or the stronger of the younger generation, and the enhanced strength is still within the sphere of influence of the Excalibur sect. People have thought about whether its purpose is aimed at the Excalibur school or something else. It is unclear. In short, looking at it now, the opponent's strength will definitely not be weak, and even under this kind of aura, it has far surpassed the existence of the presence here except for the great elders. The strength of this breakthrough is simply unimaginable. Only those truly top powerhouses can produce this kind of image of heaven and earth when breaking through the highest realm. It is precisely for this reason that the strong people on the scene feel an unprecedented pressure. This pressure has made them deeply aware at this time that no one can deal with each other except the chaos. Even those super geniuses who look very young and arrogant, at this time you will no longer have any arrogance and invincibility. No matter how powerful they are, they will naturally understand that the super existence of the great elder is so calm at this time, let alone the so-called super geniuses who will grow up. They knew nothing more about the anti-sky combat power that Xie Yongjun could do when they were still a young generation. It is precisely for this reason that the position of the Grand Elder of the Excalibur sect has been maintained for a year, and no one can replace him. It is because even if it is the second elder of the Excalibur sect, the strength of the third elder is quite huge amounts of compared with him. Naturally made other elders appear respectful in front of him. Strength determines identity and status. Before no one can surpass the long legs, naturally no one can replace his status. Moreover, even if someone surpasses the great elder's strength head, they will not allow anyone to sit in the position of the great elder. They are a pair of partners born and died, and they have experienced countless things together until now. Naturally, the tacit understanding between them is incomparable to ordinary people, and the brotherhood between them is naturally no one can destroy, so his position will only sit at the end, unless the sect is destroyed. This will enable him to rank second only to the head of the sect. In the entire sect, even the hidden super-ancient existences cannot be compared with him in power. He is one person in the sect. Existence above. Even if you go to other super martial arts, you will be treated as a distinguished guest and treated with the etiquette of the head. The first is naturally his strength, and the second is because of his dignity and status. All these have promoted him to become the number 2 figure in the whole school. Offending him is undoubtedly equivalent to offending the head of the school, but the consequences are common people to bear. Unstoppable. Because of this, these super geniuses dare not challenge the majesty of the great elder no matter how self-esteemed they are, no matter how they feel that they are invincible. Elder, this matter is for the audience. We should go together. If someone outside the sect must take it down and find out, he can't threaten the foundation of the sect. Yes, that's it. If the other party threatens the safety of the entire school, then there will be a big trouble. Yeah, it makes sense. If the other party is not a certain generation and is a younger generation in the martial art, then what should it be? Although this kind of thing is trivial, it is not impossible. Just when everyone was talking about it, the old man sitting in the first place on the lower right spoke. As soon as he said this, all the people present here were surprised to look at him, and they all showed unbelievable expressions. When they looked at each other, they could see a trace in their eyes. Surprised, after all, even they did not think of this at all. To know that such horrible fluctuations, if it is something that the genius of the sect can do, then for the entire sect, it is not only a bad thing, but a major event that shakes the entire sect. Maybe at that time, even the head of the school will have to rush back as quickly as possible, causing a big shock to the entire school, which will completely change the ranking of geniuses in the entire school, which is enough to threaten many elders. Personal interest. Naturally, the elders who heard this began to quickly think about the possibility of this sentence in their hearts one by one. Even they have to admit that if there is such a thing, it will be a great threat to the status of their direct disciple, and even the vast majority of geniuses who can directly be pressed into the sect. Knowing is a good thing or a bad thing. For a while, many elders were quietly meditating at this time, only the non-stop heaven and earth energy. At this time, the atmosphere that aroused the space still continued. When the great elder heard this, a subtle feeling in his eyes became more obvious. It seemed that because the old man's words were so enlightening, that he had a look of excitement, but it was only because of his status. The reason is obvious that he did not perform at this time. The great elder is in the whole sect, and the identity is second only to the existence of the head. Naturally, in all aspects, the interests of the sect have always been the most important thing. At this time, hearing these words naturally produced a trace of desire. If it is really a peerless genius hidden in the sect, then it is a good thing for the entire Excalibur sect. If this genius can cultivate this well and develop his potential with the most superior conditions, I believe the limit he can achieve will far exceed everyone's imagination. If at that time, there will be extremely strong people in the sect besides the head of the sect and the great elders, and they may be able to take it up in the future. The responsibility of guarding the martial art. After all, the head of the Excalibur sect was very fascinating, and he almost didn't care about all aspects of the sect. After so many years, he had been exhausted with all his best efforts. If someone could replace him, I believe it would be a good thing. Besides, the elder knows very well that the person in charge likes the quietness of being alone. He has long wanted to pass on our status to those with ability, so he can be a good shopkeeper. But until now, I haven't found a suitable person who can inherit the position of head. And the great elder himself naturally has no intention of being the head of the school. After all, for him, he naturally feels that he still does not have the ability to stabilize this position, and the responsibility is too heavy and beyond the scope of their ability. And now if this existence is the work of a genius in the school, it is undoubtedly vital to the entire school. The great elder naturally thinks a lot at this time. This matter is important, so the elders will go together. The great elder gave an order, and everyone took action at this time. The dispatch of the entire elder group can be described as one of the very few things that will happen to the section only when the safety of the whole sect is really threatened, so many people will be dispatched, but now because of this matter, the elder directly ordered the whole to be dispatched, which is enough to prove it. He attaches great importance to this matter. In fact, this matter is indeed a major event for the whole school. Whether it is viewed from any aspect, good or bad things must be followed by a result. Not just them, even the other geniuses and many ordinary elders in those sects, all were dispatched at this time, not because of anything else, it only means a breath of vibration, it is too strong, forcing all the beings in these sects are trying their best to come here. Li Wei has already rushed to absorb the power at this time. He knows that this energy has become more and more intense. Under the violent power, it has grown and expanded constantly. It seems that it has never meant to stop, but it changes in the process. It is even bigger, and almost every moment is improved by leaps and bounds. This is the genius of those weak martial arts. It seems that this breath has been far beyond their manpower, which they have never seen before. Even those geniuses who came to the Excalibur sect from various big families couldn't help being taken aback by this energy at this time. They couldn't imagine the power of this energy. 0. Look for flowers. That is a power far beyond their imagination. Even the strongest in most of their families can't have this kind of power. This naturally makes them very curious about where the other party is sacred, and dare to be in divine sword. Break through your own power within the scope of the faction. Brothers, who the hell is each other? How do we know this? The strength of this energy is far beyond imagination. This is the energy I have seen in my life, releasing the most powerful master. This is obviously the power generated by breaking through one's own realm. I am afraid that the opponent's realm has reached the level of an extremely master of the sect. Otherwise, how could it be possible to have such power? This force is indeed beyond imagination. It can release such energy that destroys the world in this process, even if the entire school is within the vibration range. How strong it is simply unimaginable. What if you are a master, dare to do this within the scope of the Excalibur sect? It's almost death. That's right, our Excalibur musical instruments are so easy to bully, and the other parties daring to break through the cultivation base here is simply an act of seeking death. Don't forget to break it. What if the opponent is a sect elder? An elder who can have this breakthrough power, I believe his strength will not be weak. What's a joke? How can it be the elders of the martial arts? This breath does not belong to any elders of the martial arts, and how can the elders of the martial arts travel so far to break through? Even the breakthrough is in the core of the martial arts. Then what else? Let's go together quickly. At this time, there must be a lot of strong people who are already ready to go. At this moment, countless strong men are on the way forward. Basically, more than 80% of the strong men in the sect are all going. As long as the strength is not affected by the energy too much, they will go. This will be a major event in a martial art, and naturally all the strong people present will rush away one after another. Suddenly, the whole school set off an upsurge, and everyone kept guessing the identity of the other party. Even the sects closer to the Excalibur sect felt this aura at this time. Ding! Although the strength of these sects is not as good as the Excalibur sect, they can clearly feel the vibration in the air. Under this powerful vibration, it seems that this space is all under the pressure of this huge amount of changes in huge amounts of. Even the super existence of those other sects clearly felt this power at the same time. All the high levels were gathering together to discuss this matter. What happened to the Excalibur sect? This kind of power is so strong, can it be said that there are super strong breakthroughs in their sect? The Excalibur sect is strong enough. I didn't expect that there will be strong breakthroughs today. Could it be the second elder and the third elder in the elder group? No, this breath is completely different. I basically know the elders of the Excalibur sect. No breath is this kind of breath of life and death. Exist. If you look at it this way, is there someone who provokes the Excalibur sect? Who is so bold? The strength of the Excalibur sect cannot be bullied. Isn't this a good thing? If the Excalibur sect is suppressed, then we can sit back and reap the benefits of the fisherman, and then maybe we can easily swallow the Excalibur sect's sphere of influence and get all kinds of sects. Rare resource? It's ridiculous, but just by saying this, you have already plunged the sect into a crisis. It is ridiculous. How can the Excalibur sect be what I can imagine? Indeed, the strength of the Excalibur sect is capable of destroying everything in any aspect. The number of top powers is even greater, and who can have the ability to easily challenge them? It is true. Although it is a sect elder, you should also pay attention to your own words. If it is heard by someone with a heart, the threat to the sect will be a disaster. What's the big deal? Isn't it an Excalibur faction? Could the forces behind us still be afraid of them? It's just because they can't spare their hands to teach them, otherwise they would have been wiped out thousands of years ago. It's ridiculous, don't say such things anymore, otherwise, if you are known by the head, you will be in big trouble. This sect is closer to the Excalibur sect. The strength of its elders is very strong. It can be said that it is one of the overlords of this side. The relationship with the Excalibur sect is relatively stable in normal times. Easily provoke each other. Ahem. I felt a coughing sound at this time, and a gray-haired old man walked out of the dark door of the hall. The old man's eyes contained an aura that no one could have imagined. Although it seemed incomparable, it was just for the presence. All the strong are under terrifying pressure. These sect elders who had quality at that moment did not dare to take any action. All showed respect. Hello. All the elders stood up neatly and respectfully said, "Sit as you like." The old man didn't care, and then slowly sat down in his place, like an ordinary old man dying, as if he was about to cut off his breath in the next instant. He looks like a dying person, full of the feeling that he is about to die. People who don't know really think that he is an ordinary old man who is about to die. However, the elders present know that this is the well-deserved number one of their sect. The master of the entire sect is also the head. No one knows how powerful his sect is. Clear. Only one thing is known, that is, his strength is almost unmatched, and he is a super existence that really stands at the peak. No one in the whole school dares to violate his orders, otherwise, he will only end up in a different place. It is for this reason that the equation enables him to control ability, and can easily control the power transfer and any resources of the entire school. This is the right he should have. The elders present naturally didn't dare to say anything at this time. The head was here, he didn't speak, and whoever dared to speak casually, they all knew the methods of the head. If someone dared to upset him, it would be easy to be killed directly. No one of you dared to come forward. After all, his strength is a symbol of the pinnacle. When the strength can reach the level beyond all means and no one can match, you can have the right to control everything. This is a symbol of strength and a symbol of status. These are all destined to make their own strength reach a complete unimaginable degree 0. No matter in any respect, this old man can be described as a cruel man. It is precisely because of his cruelty that he can easily control the whole school. Who dares to be disrespectful to him? But there is only a dead end. Who I heard just now said to deal with the Excalibur sect. Stand up for yourself. The old man said a faint sentence, which seemed very plain, but it made every elder deeply imprinted in his mind, and it echoed in their minds all the time. Because of this, all the elders present were all frightened as they watched a momentary throbbing, and did not dare to say anything. Those super beings were originally supreme in the eyes of ordinary disciples, but at this time they appeared so terrified in front of the head, and they did not dare to make any moves. If the disciples of the sect were to see them, they would definitely be shocked. After all, these ordinary high-ranking existences, since they can appear so fearful at this time, or even fear, it is almost impossible for them to kill them. Am I not clear enough about 1.2? The old man spoke again, still speaking incomparably plain, but at this time, no matter what he was able to hear, he was about to go crazy, and if he waited for him to go crazy, it would be death. For a while, most of the elders looked at the poor elder. The elder who was arrogant before, now can only be a bitter gourd-like face at this time. He knows that he has already offended the bottom line of the head. I am afraid that today whether you can survive is a question. He couldn't be more clear about the character of the person in charge. If he really had something to upset her, he would definitely not be merciful. And those who have hatred with this elder, some people are at this time, have some gloating appearances, waiting for him to be punished by the head. If that is the case, I am afraid that he will not survive today. Regardless of how their sect usually seems to be unanimous with the outside world, they are truly united, but in fact their internal struggles are very serious, especially in some more sensitive matters. If they can defeat the other party, they will spare no effort to fan the flames. If the opponent can be completely overthrown, then one's own status will be slightly improved among the whole school, and the number of competitors will be relatively reduced. This makes the entire martial art seem very united, but in fact there are already some undercurrents. It seems that the sects may undergo violent shocks due to some major events at any time. This is the distance between the sects. Under this kind of shock, if there is no absolute strength as the foundation, there is no chance to survive. So under this circumstance, it was natural that all the elders present began to look at this elder and were all targeting him. Now that the head is here, we can just use this opportunity to fan the flames in 08. Our character is very clear to them. If there is something that makes him unhappy, even if it is to kill an elder directly, it is just it couldn't be easier. Even if it was so, no one would say anything. The head of the sect is the supreme existence of the whole sect. His words are the most unquestionable. No one can resist. If anyone dares to question him, he will face the disaster of extinction. Even those elders with very noble status are all very jealous of the heads. Although we are usually supernatural, but he knows almost everything about the martial art, and there are some things he might not care too much about. After all, the struggle between the sects can also promote the mutual improvement and growth between the sects, so that the number of strong people continues to increase. This kind of thing has an uplifting effect for the whole school, so naturally he won't pay much attention to these aspects. But if it touches his bottom line in some more sensitive aspects, then he will definitely not be polite. In his eyes, they are nothing more than objects that can be slaughtered at will. Although these elders are expensive elders, but their own strength is a few jins, even if they are very clear, if they are under the strength of the head, they have no resistance at all. The leading pressure of absolute strength. In the face of absolute strength, everything seems pale and weak. What's more, the strength of the current leader is further and unfathomable. It is difficult to guess what level it has reached. You must know that we have not shot for a long time. It has been many years that there is no one who can really make him use his full strength. Master. Many years have passed since the last battle with a real strong man. That strong man is the head of the Excalibur sect. In that battle, they didn't know whether their head had won, they only knew that the two heads had gone together on the sky, and the battle took place on the distant sky, and it did not cause any fluctuations. Let the people below feel. Only know that they ended the battle in the fastest way, and it can even be said that the victory or defeat was decided in an instant. This way of determining the outcome is really unimaginable. It is almost impossible to know that what can be done in that instant, but they ended the battle in this way. This kind of strong, how powerful the combat effectiveness is, it is simply terrifying. The two pinnacle powerhouses are worthy of being truly on the pinnacle. Each of them is extremely powerful, but how far they can reach is difficult to guess and unimaginable. Even if these elders with more distinguished status and the head of the school have a relatively familiar relationship, everyone is completely unclear about the strength of their head, as well as the victory or defeat of that battle, and who wins and who loses. This is also a topic that has always been their thinking after a meal. It is because of this that they want to know more whether their head has won. The head of the Excalibur sect must know in this respect, although for ordinary people the members of the school didn't care at all, and it didn't make much sense to them. But it is of great significance to these elders. If their head loses, it will prove that their head is completely inferior to the other. Under this huge amount of power gap, if their leader loses to the other side, it proves that there is a certain gap between them, which is very bad. To know that the peak power of the sect means the prosperity and decline of a sect, as well as whether it can persist to the end or turn defeat into victory when facing a strong enemy. If you can't have enough powerful strength, you won't be able to have these, which proves that your own ability will not be able to have the quiet and rhythmic ability. Perhaps at that time 887, there will be no chance to face everything. This is a more realistic problem. Although it seems very cruel, it is the reality. When the peak power of one sect is not as good as the other sect, and the two sects close to each other, this is a bit bad. So for so many years, they have been guessing whether their leader won in that battle. Maybe now they can hear something about that battle from their leader's mouth. This also gave them something to look forward to at this time, looking forward to their leader to say that they won in that battle. It's a matter of life and death. You know how powerful the master of the Excalibur sect is. Even if it was once, I can't say that it can completely overwhelm the opponent, even in that battle. Speaking of this old man who had been incomparably vicissitudes of life has become even more vicissitudes of life, and there is a self-evident feeling in his eyes, which seems to be full of a sense of confusion. It is precisely because of his feeling that this silk hat is long that the elders present have a very bad premonition. Staring closely at the head, especially the great elder with a lofty status among them, at this time he even pricked his ears and listened carefully to what the headmaster would say next. This might be a earth-shattering news, and it is precisely because of this that they can keep their eyes fixed on the head while pricking up their ears one by one. This makes the atmosphere on the scene a little weird, and it can even be said that their sect hasn't been like this for a long time. When the door's eyes look. But I found that the feeling of a long hat is even faster than when facing the terrifying superpower, as if it has been a lot older in this moment. This kind of feeling they have not seen from their head for a long time. To know the strength of their head, they know the most, that is the super existence that can destroy the world and omnipotent. But now it is this existence that they think can destroy the sky and the earth, and it is full of tense at this time. How can this make them not surprised? It is precisely because of such a huge amount of change in their head's eyes that they have kept their eyes fixed on the head, wanting to hear from his mouth what happened afterwards. I think you should have guessed the original battle. It's true who won and who lost. I really lost that battle, and the defeat was completely defeated. There is no room for resistance in the hands of the master of the Excalibur sect. His strength was too strong, he suppressed me with his strength without taking a shot, so that I didn't have any room for resistance at all. At that time, I even felt the pressure like Mount Tai. The pressure is so strong that I am cautious in my life. Even the top existence of some super empires is the gap between him. There is also a certain gap. So what I said back then was not wrong. When facing such a powerful enemy, let alone me, even the top powerhouses in the super empire would be helpless. The old people directly said the victory and defeat in the battle that year. When they finished saying this sentence, they couldn't help but make him a little older in an instant. At this time, they appeared even more, and the old body seemed to be hanging up at any time. If you fall, you usually see him like this. But all the elders present were nervous. They didn't want to see their head. It was because of what happened in the past, and at this time, they were so stubborn that they hurt his cultivation heart. If a strong person is hurt in his cultivation mind, it will be miserable. At that time, his own cultivation will be greatly affected. Even in the future cultivation, it will be difficult to move at an inch. At that time, it is not easy, and you can make up for it with your own practice. That is to cultivate the mind, to cultivate one's own xingxing, to be able to truly make up for the previous shortcomings, to be able to truly step into the right path, and then to be able to have a huge amount of breakthrough in the realm. Otherwise, the whole life will stay in the current realm, and there is no possibility of improvement. For a super strong, it is undoubtedly a very painful thing. The road to the strong is one step at a time, and every step is very difficult, but if you can finally reach the realm of the peak strong, you will not be afraid of any difficulties and obstacles. No one can stop the pace until finally reaching the peak, becoming the most terrifying existence between the world and the earth. But this road is indeed very difficult, and there are almost few existences who want to truly reach the top. In this world, there are a few people who can say that their strength can truly reach the peak. There is no ability that anyone can contend. There is no such ability at all. Such existence only existed a long time ago. At least for now, in the current world, it seems that no one can rely on his own strength to truly have the aura of an enemy. You must know that 1 + 1 is always greater than 2, not to mention the mutual cooperation between top powerhouses, that can burst out real power, and by then it will not be something ordinary people can contend. Such power can naturally have the ability to destroy the world, and even the omnipotent strength. At that time, no one can have the ability to contend. It is for this reason that all the elders present can be very clear. One thing to understand is that their leader has completely lost in that battle. Moreover, even his own cultivation heart has been hurt to a certain extent. If you want to make up for it in the process, it is almost impossible. If even the mental state of cultivation is destroyed, one can imagine how great the damage to him in that battle was. Although it was only a very short battle, it brought him such huge amounts of damage. Most superpowers, only at this level can they truly have it, and their heads also feel helpless and desperate. Otherwise, how could there be no color in his eyes at this time, as if he was already like dead man at this time? This look seemed to make him look back at the things of the year in amazement, and he still had some brooding looks. This old man can be said to be full of spirit, promise, thinking that his strength is already within this range, and there is no ability for any strong man to fight him, but he is discussing with the master of the Excalibur sect. During that time, he discovered that the real huge gap between them was irreparable. Even if he borrowed many magic weapons and medicines to instantly improve his cultivation level, he still did not have the ability to fight back under the opponent's hands. This is already a dimensional gap. Under such a gap of huge amounts of, there is no room for him to work hard. Under such a gap of huge amounts of, he thoroughly understands his strength, and it is completely insufficient in the eyes of the other party. Look, it's even like a fragile chicken at all. The head of the Excalibur faction only made only one move, leaving him completely without any room for resistance. And that move was just a release of momentum. Just relying on his aura completely overwhelmed him, and his original vigorous posture on the sky was instantly suppressed. Even during that process, he had no hope of his own strength at all, and he felt the force suddenly pressed over. The fighting posture he had originally prepared was completely suppressed. In the process, he felt that the huge gap between the two sides was irreparable. This made him deeply realize at that time that he was just thinking about it. That's it. There is a huge amount of gap between him and the other party. If he wants to make up these gaps, he must truly improve his realm to make up for the possibility. At that time, he finally realized that he had no room for resistance in front of the other party. The previous bragging and big talk had already slapped him in the face, making him very aware that he was no longer possible. Ability to defeat the opponent. The opponent is able to use such strength at a young age, and it can even be said that he is still among the juniors, only 900 points older, and still a junior, but his own age is already dozens of times older than the opponent. This has created a huge amount of strength gap between the two sides. Not only the strength gap, but also the ability gap is quite huge, so it was able to cause him to have such a huge amount of mood change at that time, so that he was unable to extricate himself at all during that period of time, in which he was constantly closed to paralyze himself, so that he could forget some of his things that happened at that time. However, no matter how hard he works, you are still full of a shadow in your heart. The other party is his huge psychological shadow. During his cultivation process, it will appear in his cultivation consciousness instantly, and he will be affected in the process of cultivation. Restricted. He simply couldn't break through his own realm at a critical time, so for a long time, he couldn't really make further progress in his own realm, but in the process has been keeping in place, and the gap with the other party has also grown. The farther. He understands the opponent's strength very well, and it is impossible to stop at all. After all, the age placed there must be able to continue to improve, even to the extent that he is willing to surpass him. At that time, he will never have any chance to be in front of the opponent, have the ability to implement anything. This inevitably made him feel that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well sitting in the well and watching the sky. No one can provoke him, but he didn't expect that he looked like Joker from the other side. He was just an old guy, and there was not enough to see him in front of him. Although this reality is very cruel and it filled him with despair, it also made him thoroughly understand that the Excalibur sect is an unprovoked existence. If he were to be at that time, he would dare to be straightforward and come at the cost of destroying the other party. If you make the final choice, I am afraid that his school has already been directly destroyed now. The strength of the sect headed by the Excalibur is indeed the use of this ability to be able to destroy the strength of their sect with their own power, even if their sect has a strong power behind it. This old man also believes that even that horrible existence does not seem to be a fairy faction. The opponent of the master is because he deeply feels that the other party's aura completely overwhelms the feeling that that powerful existence brings to him. The oppression of this kind of aura is not deceiving, especially for a strong man like him. Under the understanding of this kind of aura, it is more clear where the strength gap between the two sides is. That is a real gap between realm and cognition. It is precisely because of this huge gap that he can understand very well. If you dare to provoke the head of the Excalibur sect, let alone it is their school, even the powerful forces behind him will be completely destroyed. This is not alarmist, but a fact of real existence. He originally told this thing to the super being behind him, but even that super being was very clear after hearing it, and it was very clear. Understand your own strength. I'm afraid there is a huge gap with the other party, so naturally I dare not provoke the other party during this process. At that time, it was relatively low-key. The super strong are not stupid. This person will not encounter this kind of horror, especially this kind of young super ability master. The future growth path will definitely be endless, if in this halfway if it provokes such a terrifying existence. Then there will be no room for maneuver in the future. At that time, it will bring disasters of extinction. This must be understood by countless people. If they are top powerhouses like them, they will understand this problem even more. This is a real problem. If someone dares to provoke the existence of this kind of horror, then there are some that cause big trouble. This kind of existence will not give them any chance. Until their own strength is enough, they will definitely destroy the people who have provoked them with the power of thunder. The character originally possessed by a super genius is incomprehensible, not to mention this top super existence. What kind of character he is, it is difficult for that person to guess. If he really bursts out, no one knows what kind of strength he can achieve at all, only knowing that it must be a true peak. At that time, I believe that no one can have any possibility in his hands. This is a manifestation of absolute power. The head of the Arrow sect directly pushed down with his own power. The two super existences let one of them exist in the years to come, and even the improvement of their own cultivation level has been stagnant. Before, there is no possibility of improvement anymore. Now that the old man wants to continue to improve, the only way is to take a more miraculous pill, and the last way is to defeat his own heart demon, and his heart demon is the head of the Excalibur sect. If he can defeat the opponent with his own strength, he can get rid of this demon, and even the strength he can let himself advance by leaps and bounds in this process, reaching a height he would never expect. By that time, his strength might be even more terrifying than the super existent power behind him. You have to understand that the strength of the leader of the Excalibur sect is earth-shattering. Even I have absolutely no certainty that the ability that can be a trick in his hands. Even after so many years, I am sure he is now. The strength is stronger than before. If I fight him again now, I believe that I am not an opponent of the opponent's eyes at all, and he can completely overwhelm me with just one look, and at that time he will no longer give me anything. At any chance, the reason why he didn't kill me was because he didn't bother to kill me at all. As far as he is concerned, my strength is not seen by him at all. In his eyes, he will only dirty my hands when he kills me. You should understand this huge amount of strength gap. This old man is even faster at this time, and even his eyes have undergone a huge change, which is a kind of from the original bright to more dirty. Obviously it has now been constantly hovering at the end of life. Even if he can't live for too long at all, he will reach the end of his life in 1,000 years at most. To know that the top existence in this world can live for a very long time. Even some super existences are very likely to live for hundreds of thousands of years and 1,000,000 years. But now the strength of this Lao-tzu, I think he can live a long time, but at this time is full of the greatness of death. It is enough to show that his state of mind has been destroyed in the following years. Even if he can make up these completely, it will have no effect. His life is about to reach the end. At this time, it is his last dying struggle. Unless there is a miracle, he will have no possibility of being able to. Lifespan of more than 1,000 years. This is already irreversible. He knows very well that his lifespan has come to an end. Because of this, he can appear in this school at this time and do some things that he should do. He understands very well that if he dies, there will definitely be countless people who want to swallow this sect. Time can be miserable. For him, the fact that he has only worked so hard to create the current sect will be in vain. At that time, I don't know who will become a subsidiary force, and even this sect will be directly destroyed. After all, the existence he provokes is also a lot of. Even if those people were not as strong as him, but after he died, this sect would no longer contend with those existing strengths. At that time, this sect would truly exist in name only. He has put in endless efforts to build this school to its current height, but he did not expect that he was angry at the beginning, and he would stand on the road with the other party for a while, but he did not expect that today's thing would happen. Shocked. As a result, in the process of continuously improving his later cultivation base, there is no possibility of any improvement, and he has been constantly hovering in the process. It even made him continue to regress in strength. Although he has stopped regressing now, he has paid too much vitality systematically, and it is no longer possible to return to the original state. It was no longer possible for him to return to the spirited state he had arrived at the beginning. At that time, he was not afraid of anyone, but he did not expect to end today. Sure enough, no matter what time one arrives, one can't be too proud, otherwise, when he really encounters an existence that is more powerful than himself, he will be completely blown by that time, so that his cultivation heart will be completely destroyed. There is simply no room for reversal. He had failed because of his own impulse at the beginning, and now it has no effect to say anything that he has reached the end of his life. At this moment, he can only do enough to bring enough things, and then he will completely retreat. While practicing, if he can make a breakthrough at the last juncture, maybe he can extend his lifespan by several decades, but if he fails, then needless to say, he will definitely fall directly in the process. Therefore, he must make the final fight within a limited time. If it fails to reach the end, then he can only admit his fate. A generation of strong people will definitely be completely forgotten as the years go by. You must know that many superpowers in history are very powerful. 0. Look for flowers. However, they were forgotten by the people because of their fall. No one would remember their demeanor, only that they had lost a lot in the battle. Even if it can be mentioned by countless people in the next period of time, it will be forgotten by countless people as the years go by. The time when it is obtained. Who will remember them? Only some true peak powers can do countless things with their great achievements, so that many people will remember them, so that their names can be forever portrayed in the long river of history. Only this super existence can. It's really just a journey in this world. 0. The only ones who can truly survive the ages are those truly top powerhouses and these invincibles who have made outstanding contributions. Those who have done all these bad things will naturally not be remembered by anyone. Even these elders didn't have any colds on him. Just pay attention to explain that these elders also dislike his character very much, but who would call him the head, since he has to be respected by many people. Otherwise, for them, the anger of the headmaster is not something they can bear. Naturally, they have to force the palace to enter. But if their head dies one day, I believe no one of them will feel any pity. It is impossible even to shed a tear. For them, only status and endless wealth are the most important. Others can be completely ignored. They can completely abandon the righteousness of the school and the principles of the school. After all, for these selfish people, these things have absolutely no effect on them. Ding. After these elders heard these words, they looked at each other one by one. It can also be said that they could see a little different meaning in their eyes. Although on the surface they seem to have some sadness, and feel a little bit of pity for their head, they must lose all resources within a limited time. Otherwise, wait until the day their heads truly die, then they will not have any protection. At that time, the whole school will collapse and disintegrate. At that time, who will guard this school? No one can have this ability at all. It is precisely because of this that it is very clear that what must be done at this time, otherwise the entire school will be completely destroyed in the years to come. There are too many strong 900s that their sect provokes. The reason why no one dared to retaliate against them easily before is because their head is very powerful. There really is nothing in the process. People dare to provoke this kind of horror. But nowadays, their elders seem to have run out of time. In the process, they naturally have to take a back path for themselves. If they wait until the end to find a back path, then it is already too time for them. Late. At that time, countless peak powerhouses will come to their door, which is undoubtedly a devastating disaster for them. The meaning of martial art for them is just to provide them with enough resources, allowing them to constantly cross a new realm, and improve their own strength step by step. The other ones are not too much for them. That's it. It is precisely because of this kind of situation that it is not critical that what makes them hang up high is a pair of open mouths, and a trace of peculiar smell that can be contained in the depths of their eyes. Afterwards, they have already planned to do something in the future. What happened? This is undoubtedly a very sad thing for a sect. It is necessary to know that all members of a sect have no thoughts at this time, and want to persevere until they coexist and die with ability. As you can imagine, this school is completely dispensable for these people. Since this kind of super martial art can come to this day, the biggest reason is actually because the head of the martial art does not handle things badly. He is arrogant and domineering at all times. Even the slightest feeling when facing any opponent is that he wants to completely kill the opponent without leaving any opportunity for the opponent. Under the circumstances of this vicious method, this makes his reputation very bad. Who will become true friends with such a person? How can people who only have enemies and no friends survive forever? One day they will face those who are stronger than themselves. At that time, their lives will eventually come to an end. This is the reason why this sect must be destroyed now, and now, at least for now, this kind of thing will not happen for a period of time, but if it waits for their head to die, this kind of thing will be very difficult. It will happen soon. These elders were always thinking in their hearts at this time, and they had made plans early. People who really care about the safety of the entire sect at this time can be said to be almost none. After all, they don't have any thoughts. Regardless of this aspect, the entire sect is nothing but a way for them to enhance their influence and ability. If they were asked to give their lives to protect this threshold, then they would not agree at all. After all, life is the most precious to them, and they want to give their lives to protect a force. For them, this kind of thing a fool would do it. They only think that their lives are the most precious, and they can completely abandon the others. It is precisely because of this selfish situation that they have gathered together before, because of the common interest. When they get enough benefits, they become very important to their lives, and the safety of the school is not so important to them, and it can even be said to be dispensable. This is a very sad thing, and the old man today is naturally very clear about the thoughts of these elders. But he has no choice. If he kills all these powerful elders with the most terrifying method now, then the strength of the entire sect will have a huge amount of weakening zero. At that time, the whole school will be destroyed, so he is very clear that he can't make a move at this time. If he makes a move at that time, what huge amounts of harm will be caused to the whole school. Although these elders seem to be people with wine and rice bags, and even unscrupulous people for their own interests, this is what he can't do. Now he looks back sadly, but finds how stupid what he once did. It's a pity that everything is too late. Even if he wants to be a good person, it is completely impossible. The lifespan of those agriculture is limited, and he can only enter into cultivation immediately after enriching this matter. If not, his vitality regression will be more serious, and by that time I am afraid that the time that he can exist will be greatly shortened. This is extremely bad news for him, whose life boundary has come to an end. He will naturally do everything possible to let his vitality drain and slow down. At least don't let him die so soon. You must settle down the sect you created before you can let him die with peace of mind, otherwise, even if he is dead, he won't be at ease. The old man's eyes swept across all the 1.2 elders, and when he looked at them one by one, he saw a trace of evil from the depths of their eyes. This inevitably made the head sigh while shaking his head. A trace of coercion has been released, and when this trace of coercion is released and touched, it has already made everyone on the scene frightened and afraid to have anything more. The thoughts that originally existed in my eyes were completely suppressed at this time, and I did not dare to have any extra thoughts, because they were very clear, and this is a very clear warning. If they dare to have any ideas, I am afraid it will be impossible to get out of this hall today. They know the cruel way of their heads. They know that even if he falls into Shenzhen, his vitality has faded, but he is still a power above everything else. Under the powerful pressure of the elders, no elder in the room dared to make any moves at this time, because they knew their own strength very well. If there is any movement at this time, it will be instantly locked by the powerful power of this old man, and while capturing their movements, it will be able to make them burst into death at this time, without any chance of reaction at all. This is an absolute power gap, although the absolute power gap between their head and the head of the nerves is indeed irreparable. However, there is indeed an unbridgeable gap between these elders and their heads. Under this huge amounts of gap, they also feel unprecedented pressure. This not only makes them very clear, even if their head has the power to completely crush them at this time when the vitality fades, if they want to make any movements at this time, they will be directly locked. In that situation, even if they resist any more, they will have no power to resist, so they must develop insignificantly in this process. Otherwise, if they provoke this head, they will not want to live on. They knew the cruel character of their heads, they couldn't be more clear, and even if they thought about that kind of method, they would have chills. Under this kind of method, the natural body didn't dare to make any movements, so that the meaning of the hands in their eyes is different, which means that at this time, when they are completely pressed down, there is only pain and humbleness on their faces. It can be said that at this time they are completely like a humble scary person, generally afraid to make any movements, which is enough to prove that they are completely bullying and afraid of hardship, and they definitely belong to a group of real villains. This old man couldn't help sighing even more at this time. I thought of these subordinates silently then in my heart. Although the strength is good, he once made these people become elders. It was a wrong decision, but it is too late now, since it's done, and you can only make mistakes just like that. It is impossible to wash all the people of the entire force and replace them with a new group of strong people in such a short time. It is almost impossible. It is impossible for someone to give him such ample time, and it is also impossible for a strong person to sit idly by. You must know that every pinnacle force wants to expand its own, getting rid of and strength will be blocked by other forces, and it cannot be done so easily. It will take a long time to get there step by step. Now what he lacks is time. His vitality is already in the process of rapid loss, and he will never give him so much time at all, so that he understands this very well, so he is clearly aware of this at the same time. He already knew that his life was about to come to an end. If he could not settle the whole school in the fastest time, then when the crisis comes, the whole school will be in a dead end. Now it seems that he no longer has any illusory ability about his life, but instead has a slight worry about the safety of the whole school. This is the school he created with endless efforts, and he is naturally very special, worried about the comfort of this school. As for the future things that made him think about the sect at this time, he kept kicking this sect, and while worrying, he planned everything that he said later at this time, and planned how he would continue this sect in the future. Go down. Especially the techniques he created, as well as those incomparable sword techniques. If he can pass on these perfect inheritance, then even if he died, he would have died without regret. Listen to yours. If anyone dares to have any other ideas, don't blame my ruthless subordinates. You can hear them clearly. From now on, the whole school will drive me crazy with the fastest speed and the greatest belief. If you can't improve your cultivation in a short period of time, you will be punished. If anyone's apprentices don't cultivate well and let me know, kill them directly. If there are too many accumulated numbers, then you, as masters, don't want to live the sun tomorrow. This old man speaks very slowly, but his words are full of power and sonorous. It seems that at this time, he is not like a person whose vitality has come to an end, but instead is toward a true peak power. Even the strong power that can be shown in this moment. Just today, the space oscillated away, and the fluctuations oscillated from his body, expanding outward in a semicircle, because all the elders present were all fearful. Even the great elder didn't dare to take any action at this time. Although this great elder had a noble status, the gap between our strength and ours was still like a heavenly chasm, and it was an insurmountable gap. So even he knew very well that he had to correct his position, otherwise if he didn't do things seriously, then he would be killed during this period. The ruthlessness of the master is not a joke, but it is something that can be done when it comes to it. It is precisely because of this that they are all at this time with fear and constantly nodding, not dare to stop, just like a little chickens pecking at rice in general, and everyone is terrified. It's really because they know how terrifying the 900 old men's methods are. That's why they show such fear at this time. They are very clear, if it is to completely provoke the existence of this kind of terror. So for them, waiting for them, there is only death, and there is no longer any result. The feeling of a dead man completely gave them a feeling of childishness, and even ruthlessly raised their necks, so that what they had in their eyes at this time was only fear. Even some long heads with slightly weaker strength are already trembling in their legs at this time. They are shaking at this time, and they dare not look up at the old man at all. It can be said that the old man at this moment is as inviolable as a god, even anyone seems vulnerable in front of him. It is under this powerful strength that the majesty he is full of at this time is unparalleled, and no one on the scene can remain calm at this time and still sit firmly. All of them are in fear, and they lowered their heads while trembling, not daring to see his eyes, for fear of being killed by the first one. This is the improvement of absolute power. Under absolute power, even their distinguished elders will be unable to resist at this time. At this moment, the old man revealed the aura of the sofa that permeated the space between the heavens and the earth, filling this towering hall with a strong killing aura. Under this powerful killing aura, all the elders present were facing each other. The same pressure. So that they matched their faces, and they didn't dare to have any discomfort. For them, the strength of the leader is an unclimbable existence. Even if he may have been seriously injured in the previous battle, he can still be completely injured. All the elders on the cheeks. This kind of absolute strength gap makes the elders who have just changed their minds immediately suppressed the thoughts in their hearts. At this time, they dare not take any actions. After all, life is the most important thing anyway, and other things seem to be no longer important. At this time, it's good to be able to survive. The headmaster is obviously already going crazy. If they are not acquainted, they just wait for death to come. None of the elders present dared to make any movements, and none of them understood. If they dared to make any movements, they would definitely be directly targeted. People like them will be miserable then. This is a reality. Even these elders are dispensable to their head. If they provoke him, they can kill them at will. This is why the head can have the most supreme power. At the same time, all the elders present are very aware of a problem, that is, even if their head is not the opponent of the immortal head sect, and now this elder dared to say such a thing, it has undoubtedly proved that he must be dead. Boom. Sure enough, at the next moment the elder exploded inexplicably, and the horrible shock wave swept away, making this space all within the range of the explosion become that terrible. It seems that there is nothing in this world to cover his eyes, and he will be the most powerful person in this world. At this moment, there was a hint of feeling in his eyes, full of a hint of different flavor. The headmaster seems to care nothing about all of this. Generally, it seems that what he has done is just a simple thing. To him, killing an elder is just as simple as eating and drinking, and he has not been let him. There are no waves in his eyes. The real power of the king is under absolute strength. Even these seemingly powerful elders are so weak. You must know that the strength of that elder is very not weak. But even so, there is still no room for resistance at this time. Such a huge amount of gap is no longer what the elders present can resist. A strong killing aura enveloped the entire wide hall. All the elders are at this moment. Look at me, I don't dare you to make any movements. Even because there is nothing but fear in their eyes, and there is no other color anymore. At this time, they all understand that their lives have been controlled by the master, and the strong pressure in their hands has spread and filled the air. A breath of killing. This breath completely suppressed all the elders present, making them afraid to move at this time, and there was no ability to move. The intensity of this pressure almost made all the elders present were terrified. They all understood that the elder was guilty of death just now. He made a mistake, and even his life was gone. Now it's just a thing of the past. Now that there is no scum left, even the soul has been decomposed, and there is no longer any possibility of repairing the soul's body. Now it has completely disappeared from this world, and a generation of strong people has disappeared like this. You have to know that even any elder in their sect can smash the situation outside, but now they are dead, and what they do is as fragile as a chicken. This is just a lesson. If there is the next time who would dare to say that it will be the end of the Excalibur sect directly. The Excalibur sect's strength is unmatched. You are not comparable to our sect. If you want to provoke you, you will get killed. Disaster, the whole school will be ruined because of this. Don't think that there is a stronger force behind the sect and can sit back and relax. In the face of the strength of the head of the Excalibur sect, perhaps even the existence of that person cannot compete with it. From now on, don't talk about the things of the Excalibur school at will. If someone has made excessive knowledge, he will kill him directly, regardless of your background. The old man said indifferently. His words were like imperial edicts full of unquestionable, as if they should be ordered like the supreme emperor. All the elders on the scene must obey their words, otherwise they will cause death. Yes, head. All the strong on the scene said in the same voice. No one dared to have any slack at this time, and the voice was full of affirmation. At this time they were full of seriousness, and no one dared to move their eyelids at that time. It is conceivable that at this moment, what kind of coordinating ability the head has, since he can control all the strong people in the place by his own power. This is a decisive character. Starting from today, according to what I said, all things of the execution sect are all cultivated in the best condition. If someone feels slack, use the sect rule to punish. After the old man finished speaking, he left this place directly, disappearing instantly without taking away anything, as if he had never, appeared in this space. This feeling of coming and going without a trace makes all the strong people present feel the illusion of suffocation. They once again understand how powerful their head is. It is not what they can imagine. Do what is said, then it is them who will die next. Under this kind of power, it is natural to say that the strength to obey is the law. One of these elders is more refined than the other, and they have lived for countless years to understand that they can only bow their heads under the power. Moreover, they have always lived in this sect very adequately, and they have countless resources to provide them with training, which makes them naturally unwilling to leave this sect. Even if their head is really seriously injured and short-lived, they are still in a heyday within 1,000 years, at least for this period of time. They will not die. Within the time frame of the millennium, they belong to the true heyday. As long as it was within this period of time, none of their so-called elders could compete with his ability. So you can only be a human being with your tail clipped at this time. After they have used the resources in this sect, and when the sect is about to die, they will not be able to advance and retreat with the sect, and they will definitely find their next home in advance. This is the most normal thing for them. For these people who are more selfish, who really wants to carry forward a school. If all the elders are united in one mind, then another school why not develop and grow? It's a pity that their sect is too focused on interests, and they all value personal interests. Even the head of this sect has no way to solve this substantive problem. The heart is too late. His years have only been less than 1,000 years. During this time, he must break through his current realm as much as possible. No matter what, he has to try it. If he can finally break through, there may be a chance to break through the constraints of the realm of himself, and the vitality of 900 can be extended. It is necessary to know that when the strength of a strong person breaks through a realm, the life obtained will be longer. In the case of analogy, it will naturally be able to obtain more long lives. Therefore, for the strong, the breakthrough in their own realm is the most important. That is the way to continue a long life after the end of life. Only on this basis can you have endless life. The way of cultivation is also the way of strength. What you cultivate is your own vitality. The stronger you practice, the stronger your strength, and the stronger your health. When a person reaches the true peak of his cultivation, he is borrowing his life from the heavens. Only when he truly reaches a supreme level can he have an inexhaustible life. That realm is commonly known as a godlike realm. After reaching this realm, the strength that you have can basically surpass everything, and integrate with the real cosmic, heaven and earth energy, and you can gather wherever it is, and you can reach anyone you want in a single thought. It can be said that it has reached a level of omnipotence. When it reaches this state, it is no longer capable of being destroyed by ordinary power. It has reached the ability to create and destroy like the gods in the legend. Under the two abilities of creation and destruction, it is like turning into this thousands of worlds with one's own body. Everything is under control, and it can make death. Human resurrection can slay all evil and shatter the firmament, so that endless light envelops the entire continent. At this time, Li Wei has already broken through the boundaries of self-cultivation, gained real power, and integrated his own power. Now his strength has increased exponentially, reaching a super strong state. It can be said that he is a real strong man from any aspect, and only under the strength of such a strong man can he have the power to destroy this space between the world and the earth. After struggling to break through, he has entered the crowd. All this is just normal for him. Perhaps he was so happy at the beginning that he could not extricate himself, but when he completely calmed down, I feel that my breakthrough is still lacking. Li Wei blended into the crowd extremely calmly, chatting with countless disciples in those sects. Such a shock, the whole sect is in action. I wonder if the elders in the sect will come together. Does this still need to be said? This is also a big event for elders like the sect. If you know that what happened within the sphere of influence of the Excalibur sect, you must find out no matter what. If the top powerhouses of other sects dare to break through the cultivation abyss within the sphere of influence of the Excalibur sect, this has already violated the majesty of the Excalibur sect. Dare to run wild within the sphere of influence of the Excalibur sect. It is simply impossible to tolerate me like a god. How can ordinary people insult at will? Does this still need to be said? If this kind of thing happens, the top powerhouses of the Excalibur sect will definitely rush away. After all, the matter is very important. You said that if the head will appear this time, you need to know such a big shock. I am afraid that even those powerful forces around the Excalibur sect can feel it. Impossible, the person in charge has not appeared for a long time, unless it is a major event in the sect, otherwise it is impossible for him to even appear. The head what kind of identity, unless it is an important decision in the school and some important things, he will appear, otherwise, how can the head waste time? I just want to think about how the head can appear. That kind of omnipotent existence is the core of the entire sect, and it is also the most advanced existence of the entire sect. How powerful is his strength? It is simply difficult. Imagine. This kind of top-notch existence really cannot be provoked at will, and its real power will definitely be beyond imagination ability. Such a powerful force is simply unbelievable. I really don't know what kind of existence that strong man is. Li Wei quietly watched them talk and didn't say anything about the matter. As a bystander, he went to the destination with them during the flight, but he didn't seem to care about the matter at all. Li Wei caused the big shock himself. How could he care about these things? It's just that in order not to attract the attention of those who are interested, he naturally wants to cover up his whereabouts and cannot expose his powerful things. Come out. It must be wretched and developed. It will only emerge when you have enough ability and understand the internal structure of this sect. At that time, he will be able to truly possess strong power, otherwise everything is just empty talk. Only with strong power can he have India's ability, which he knows better. Li Wei, tell me whether the head will show up, since they don't believe what I said. A short, squat young man said. This young man looked honest and amiable. Seeing him, Li Wei is full of appreciation for this fat man. In the past few days after he came to this world, he has always had a better relationship with this fat man and can help each other. This fat man doesn't have any wicked eyes. Whether he is a person or doing things, he is a very reliable person, and only this kind of person can become a true friend. Li Wei knows very well that in the whole school, only people with this character can become his partners and friends. Chen Daoan, you don't want to think about it. How can a person like the head of the boss show up because of these little things? He won't care about these things. Li Wei is very calm and doesn't care about these things. His idea is very simple. Anyway, these things have something to do with him. Naturally, it is better to keep silent at this time. There is no need to say more about other things. It is not appropriate to let the people present to hear it, even if this is not possible with the fat man in private. Tell him. You guy is so boring? Chen Daoan patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Li Wei didn't care, constantly mobilizing the power of his body to circulate in every part of the body. At this time, he could integrate the power he possessed. At this time, naturally he can keep his power in sync with his body, and only at this time can you be completely stabilized according to his previously improved cultivation base. His current strength has exceeded his ability, beyond the limit of his tolerance. It takes a certain amount of time to adapt, at least for this period of time. It is not his true peak. When he has fully integrated all the powers and can mobilize his strongest power so far, that will be the strongest power in his heart. Seeing Li Wei staying silent, Chen Daoan was only curious. He always felt that Li Wei seemed weird today, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He just felt the shot on his body. Zhang, it seems that all the power has been completely removed. It is precisely because of this that Chen Daoan feels a strong pressure. This pressure has exceeded the limit of his ability to bear, so that he immediately asked him to shoot a few of Li Wei's bodies, and directly took it back. Some looked at Li Wei in surprise. He doesn't know what happened in Li Wei's body, but he can understand very well that Li Wei may have surpassed him in realm now. To know how long this has passed, Li Wei was still far behind his strength a few days ago, but how long has passed since he was able to surpass his ability in realm, which made him even more unbelievable. But Li Wei just glanced at him faintly, and immediately let the fat man understand that he should not make any movements at this time, let alone tell the matter. You can see what he meant from Li Wei's eyes. Chen Daoan is also a very smart person, so he understands it naturally. It's better not to ask more. It's really weird, who dares to cultivate so brazenly in the Excalibur sect? If it's not for the opponent's strength against the sky, how can he dare to have such a courage? No, if you are not powerful, how can you dare to do such a thing? It will completely provoke the top, and at that time, I am afraid that you will lose your life. How can ordinary people provoke Excalibur sect people? We must know that there are countless strong people in Excalibur sect. Not only are there many, the strength between the elders is far apart, and the number of top walls is countless. Within this broad area, who else would dare to provoke our Excalibur sect? Since its inception, the Excalibur sect has been a top-notch power, both in terms of strength and in all aspects. They are truly superpowers. Exist. How can this kind of top-notch power be imaginable by ordinary people? There are so many powerful people in the Excalibur faction, and they are truly top-notch existences on all sides. The strength they possess is even more unimaginable. It is hard to guess how strong it can be. Dare someone dare to insult me, the Excalibur sect must pay the real price, and it is already a death crime to rush to such a large-scale cultivation within the sphere of influence of the Excalibur sect. At that time, see who dares to be so arrogant. Even those super martial arts around the Excalibur sect will not dare to do such a thing. Among the drowned corpses, a large number of Excalibur sent their disciples to go together, and the three are in groups, discussing this matter from time to time. 0. Look for flowers. This is the pride of the disciples of the Excalibur school. As the first school in this wide range, it is natural to have its own courage, otherwise how can it suppress other schools and let those schools bow their heads? Only under this powerful spirit can he have the ability creature that crushes everything. There is no longer anything in this world that can cover his eyes. This is the true superpower, able to have the ability above everything else. Only under this kind of strength can you be able to strengthen yourself and make the sect flourish. The Excalibur sect's address is actually the sunrise of the Qing dynasty. This time it is really important to this matter. I am afraid that even the elders of the Excalibur sect have all started at this time. 00. Li Wei thought very clearly in his heart that now that such a large amount of aura is gathered, the strong sense that can have among the strong makes him very clear that now in this wide area, countless strong are coming together. Especially the top beings in the Excalibur sect, their breaths are all vague, trembling in the void, even in the hidden space, it can bring huge amounts of pressure between this side of the earth. Li Wei can clearly sense that these top existences have arrived. Under the strength of these terrifying existences, they can naturally have the power to destroy the world. It seems that there is nothing in this square garden that can cover their eyes. This is real strength. Under this real strength, it seems that the world is under the control of these super beings, causing the collapse of space, the collapse of time and space, and a powerful aura fluctuation in the air. Under this kind of breath fluctuation, naturally, countless people within this broad range felt the atmosphere of depression, and they understood that the top powerhouses among the martial arts had already been dispatched. Those who can possess such a shocking void ability, only those elders with older qualifications can possess this ability. This is an important point of the sect. If it is not possible to show the strength of the sect at this time, wouldn't it be laughed at? The Excalibur faction naturally wants to maintain itself well, and is known as the #1 power in this wide range. Ding. This is the dignity that belongs to the sects and must be defended with life and strength in any case. And when all the people were concentrated in the scope of the explosion before that, everything in front of them made them unimaginable. There was only a huge purple deep pit that was bottomless, and there was nothing in it. Only the huge residual energy could vaguely distinguish the strength of the energy generated before. This can make all the strong guys present have some confusing, so that some do not understand what is going on. Everything in the circle of this side, since there is no life fluctuation at this time, on the contrary, only the rich energy remains at this moment, which is still expanding constantly. Although the energy has disappeared, the expanding energy has almost covered it. The entire Excalibur sect. 900 is the residual energy fluctuation after energy compression, destruction, and destruction. In the end, it has completely dissipated, and the only remaining energy is some residual energy. Under so much majestic energy, this space range oscillates the space, everything is in the process of destruction, as if all of this has undergone a qualitative change. The elders who have arrived, floating in the void, looking at the deep pit below, feeling the majestic energy in it, and they are a little frightened. The strength of that energy, even all the strong ones they are present, I also felt an unprecedented pressure. What a terrifying aura, even the remaining aura is so strong, what a terrifying existence this person is. A gray-haired elder stepped out of the sky and appeared above the giant pit, and then stepped out to the depths of the giant pit, watching the terrifying aura rising from this place. Even this old man couldn't help but his eyelids throbbed at this time. This force was far beyond the scope of his ability. Even he didn't expect that you would have such huge amounts of breath fluctuations. As a result, this breath directly affected the normal circulation of all spaces within the radius. Everyone present felt this huge amounts of oppression. Who is dead man? This is clearly a sign of the breakthrough. Since it can cause such huge amounts of destruction of ability, his strength is not tolerant of mice. This matter must be known to the head in the first place, otherwise I am afraid it will be huge misfortune. The white-haired old man showed unprecedented caution, and this was the first time he showed this kind of gaze in so many years. This makes it clear to the elders of the sects present that you, the qualified and very old elders, have shown such a cautious look, which is enough to explain the seriousness of the matter. This time things seem to be bad, and they have to deal with it cautiously. Boom. I saw that the old man suddenly waved his hand, and changed into this space area and was shrouded by a huge amounts of energy light. Cannot enter this area at this time. This space has been completely controlled by this old man. From now on, without my permission, no one is allowed to step in here, and those who violate the order will be expelled from the nerves. The voice of the old man, the shocking image brought by the shocking void, all the strong men present did not dare to make any movements, all of them bowed their heads and dared not speak. For this kind of existence that truly stood at the top, they knew very well that the other party had the strength that none of them could contend, and the status of this old man was also extraordinary. Even in the entire Excalibur sect, it can still be ranked. Naturally, the countless elders and disciples dare not say anything at this time. Everyone in the Excalibur sect understands that this is an extraordinary thing. If they dare to step into this area again, they will definitely be punished very seriously. This is completely out of value for them, and naturally there are many people. At this moment, I was thinking about who would come to this kind of ghost place. Everyone was a wise man, and left here immediately. From this, it is enough to show the different responses of this old man. In one sentence, all the people in the school will leave, except for the top elders. I've checked it again. If this person is not capable of determining inferiority, how can he show this kind of energy fluctuation that destroys ability? We should prepare early, otherwise if it is not good for my Excalibur sect, it will be too late to regret. NS. The old man said lightly, and then disappeared directly, as if he had never appeared before. And the elders with the most powerful strength watched his departure one by one, even the big elder watched the other side leave at this time. One can imagine how noble this person's mysterious identity and status are. If they were seen by those countless disciples, they would definitely be even more stunned. After all, for them, the status of the sect is the most lofty. Except for the head, there is only the great elder. It can be said that one person is less than 10,000 people, and the status is really very high in the entire sect, but there is no the thought that there is still a person who can make the great elder is also respected. To make this proud elder show such a respectful look, how much his identity and status have reached, it is natural to speculate that his status in the sect is definitely second only to the existence of the head of the sect. Otherwise, how could it be possible to have this kind of ability that would make all the elders retreat? We all go up to, the head of this matter will know, let the head decide 1.2, and other people will continue to practice. After the elder finished speaking, he left directly, but he left in the same direction that the old man left. Obviously, he followed him. There are naturally high-level dialogues between high levels, and other elders are naturally inconvenient to participate in it. For these exhibitions, it is a dialogue between the highest levels, and they are not qualified to hear it. Everyone's identity and strength positioning must be clear where their own ability is. You can't blindly think that your identity, status, strength is already at the peak of existence, but often many people can be in identity and strength, presenting a crushing posture. The power of this kind of peak power is too strong, it is hard to imagine, it is impossible to remember with truth. Afterwards, all the people quickly left, and a powerful space confinement was set within this radius. From the outside, it was completely one side, and the normal world was not hindered in any way. But if you use a powerful force to spy on this Fang Yuan, you will be blocked immediately. This is the powerful space that can be arranged by the pinnacle powerhouse, imprisonment. This kind of space imprisonment and sealing method is very powerful. It is changed with a powerful sealing formation method, resulting in such a wonderful state, which is worthy of the formation method, said the top formation. You can only do this by the strongest person of the highest level, so the identity of the old man will be created, and the color will be more blurred. It is hard to guess how much his strength has reached. When Li Wei left, he already felt the power of this formation. Although it was an illusory formation created by space power and time power, the feeling for him could be peaked out. This may be due to the enhancement of his own power in the perception aspect of 08, and he can feel the presence of this breath even at such a distance. It is conceivable that if he is close, he can still understand some of the power composition if he believes in this formation. This randomly arranged formation can have such a strong guardian power. If this person is fully serious, how strong will it be? Li Wei couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart, and at the same time calculating the opponent's possible strength. But when he calculated, he already fully understood that the gap between himself and the other party was like the difference between clouds and mud, and it was impossible to bridge this huge amounts of gap. This is the real difference in strength. Even if he has been cultivating for 10,000 years, it is impossible to reach this level. As far as this is concerned, he knows best, so he knows the strength of the opponent very well. Li Wei, what are you thinking about? It's coming soon. The outer disciple test. Has you thought about how to pass the test? You don't need to know the address of the outer door. The number is even greater. The strength of each of these geniuses is very weak. If you want to pass this test, you also need to put your heart and soul into it. It's not that simple. Chen Daoan faced Li Wei. Although he knew that Li Wei today is indeed different in all aspects, he did not think that Li Wei could be the opponent of the top talents among the major families. This time the assessment is totally different, and it's going to be more difficult than ever before. But if you can successfully pass the test, you can definitely have a strong strength. At that time, I believe that fierceness can have a good position in the martial art. It can even be regarded by those elders. If they are regarded by the elders, they will be accepted as apprentices. At that time, their status will be very different. This whole school has a place and will never be regarded by others. Casually bullied. You must know that in the sect, as long as you can become the land of the elders, it means the promotion of your own status. After reaching that level, it does not exist, and who can bully at will. It is important to know that the status of the elders is different. Even the elders with the lowest status can't be compared by ordinary disciples. Under this huge amount of gap, naturally the elders' land is a very status. The tall ones are the existences second only to the elders. It is even more important to surpass some so-called mentors in terms of status. Although these mentors will give countless sects of outside disciples the cultivation method, this is only the cultivation method of the elementary level. The elders of the school came to teach in person. So it can be seen from this side that if he becomes the land of the elders, what kind of status will he achieve? Anyone who meets him must be courteous. Therefore, this opportunity is not to be missed, the power of opportunity that time does not come. Definitely many people have chosen to participate in this sect outer disciple assessment. For those countless family geniuses, participating in this assessment is undoubtedly their best want. If they can become the disciples of the Excalibur sect elders, it is a matter of establishing their own status for their own family. Naturally, many geniuses want to be involved in this battle. It can be said that this time the sect outside door assessment has attracted countless people, and they all want to sign up. None of them are the idle generation, all of them are the better ones among the disciples of the sect. They can enter the inner door with only one step. At that time, they will have more resources to provide their own cultivation. The resources of the Excalibur sect are very rich. As long as you are a top genius, then the sect will spare no effort to cultivate until you can cultivate it. It will play a certain role in the entire Excalibur sect. This is what the entire Excalibur sect is willing to see. The Excalibur faction itself is a place that North Korea is, and the number of super geniuses in him is very large, and it is precisely the gathering of the top geniuses in this vast area. Even some big families choose 900 to join the Excalibur sect. Not for anything else, just because of the great influence of the Excalibur sect within a radius. That is the Excalibur sect that everyone understands. Not only is it powerful, but the teachers are even more terrifying, especially the Excalibur sect. The head, the strength is even more legendary, so that many people are very clear that the true powerhouse of the Excalibur sect is the head, even more powerful than those top powerhouses hiding in the dark. Therefore, power is everything, and the source is that only with strong enough power can it be respected by others. It is for this reason that the Excalibur can be respected by countless people, and it is because they have powerful strength as the foundation. The background of the Excalibur school is not imaginable by ordinary people, especially the peak power among them. The number is extremely large. On this basis, this can give the Excalibur faction the decisive strength that can be possessed. This is beyond imagination. Ability, even some superpowers, cannot be compared with him. Naturally, many sects and some small families bow their heads to the Excalibur sect, and are very willing to add some members of their own family or sect to the Excalibur sect to learn and exchange. The annual Excalibur sect assessment is about to begin. Li Wei must do something in it, at least to test how powerful he is. At the same time, his status in the martial art can be continuously improved, and he can have the ability to enter the high-level disciple of the martial art. Among the martial arts, the higher the status, the better. He now has this ability. This person has to fight for it. It is definitely. Naturally, he can't fully expose his methods, so as not to arouse people's suspicion. However, if you encounter some people who wanted to insult him before, then he will definitely not be polite, and will let the other party know how to provoke him. Li Wei has always been a character who has a grudge and must be avenged. As long as anyone provokes him, he will never let him go. And just a few people happened to provoke him when he first came to the martial arts. At that time, his strength was still very weak, and he did not have the ability to compete with those people, but now it is very different. The strength completely surpasses those people. Even if those people are going all out, he can kill them instantly. He wanted to see if the elite among the disciples of the outer sect had ability in the martial art competition, which had defeated his ability. Li Wei quickly returned to the place where he lived, without attending the class at all, learning some current skills. After all, in his current state, the actual effect of learning these on him has been minimal, so it is better to let him immerse himself in the practice. Among them, it may be possible to integrate their own strengths. The ability he has now is that the teachers can't teach him at all. He has now surpassed those teachers in all aspects. It can be said that he has completely surpassed those people in the realm. Even those so-called teachers can't compare with him. Even some of the more senior teachers want to teach him in terms of their own abilities and growth ability. What Li Wei needs now is to improve his realm cultivation level as much as possible. After all, his current realm cultivation level is still very low. Only when he is constantly improving, can he integrate the power he had obtained before. It is found that what is lacking is a comprehension of one's own realm, unable to exert all the power that one has gained. If he can integrate all the power he has gained, I believe that his strength will be increased by huge amounts and his own strength will reach a higher realm at that time. Only at that time can he have the power to comprehend all the power. At that time, he will surely be able to make greater breakthroughs in his own strength. It is only a matter of time that he wants to reach a higher realm in his current realm. Can enter a higher realm very quickly. But what is lacking now is a large amount of energy to support his promotion. After all, the energy of heaven and earth is not so easy to obtain. It is necessary to know that the energy possessed by the other side between heaven and earth is not much. Only in the martial arts can there be a large amount of energy, which can be provided to the brothers of the martial arts to practice. Therefore, there are countless geniuses born in the martial arts, because their original resources have far exceeded the limit that ordinary martial arts can reach. With such huge resources, even those with poor abilities can gradually develop their abilities, so that they can gain super strength in the future. This is why there are always more geniuses in the martial arts than the general martial arts. This is why many small families want their own people to join those super sects, and get enough resources to keep their strength and quality improving faster than they can get in the family. The promotion has to be big. It's definitely, this is relatively speaking, if it is for some super families, even relying on the strength of their own family can still make them improve quickly. Therefore, although there are many resources in the martial arts, some super families can also be compared with them. It depends on the overall strength. The overall strength of some large families far exceeds some super schools. So looking at the strength of a power as a whole depends on how terrifying their peak strength is. Only the peak combat power can determine how powerful a power can exist. If there is no absolute strong as the foundation to deter other strong, then the threats faced are also unimaginable. You must know that the cruelest law in this continent is strength. If you don't have strong strength, you can't do anything. You can only rely on strong strength to have the ability to counter and understand. However, it is a pity that in this process, people who can achieve their own ability are almost only a minority, and the number of such people can be said to be very small. But if anyone can make their own power realm reach the level of surpassing everything, then at that time is enough to have the ability that is above everything. Li Wei still lacks too much now. In order to discover the power of logic, he still can't achieve the ability that he can use his own strength as he wants. Promise, only one day, when he can fully utilize his own ability, will he be able to have the ability of the pinnacle of the span, otherwise he will not be able to enter the real one even in the lifetime of the medium level realm, that only belongs to the realm between the strong. The ability that exists among the strong is beyond imagination, not to mention how terrifying the power of their top existence is. Li Wei still has a long way to go. If he wants to truly achieve that kind of top-notch strength, he probably has at least countless years to achieve it. However, if he can really achieve that step, I believe he can also obtain strong enough strength. Li Wei sat cross-legged and began deep training. For him now, continuing to consolidate this career is the most important thing. As for the competition between martial arts, it is still aside. Li Wei has forgotten the time in the process of training. He doesn't know how long it has passed, but in his opinion, the gains gained during this period of training are quite rich, and his strength is constantly improving. Today, he can be described as a rapid improvement in his strength. In the past few days, he has continuously consolidated his ability. On this basis, your realm has finally stabilized, and his strength has been continuously improving. Specifically how strong he is now, even he himself is not clear, but he can be very clear, that is, his current strength is absolutely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Ability. You can say that he has truly entered the ranks of a top fighter, even in the entire continent. He can also be ranked in the middle level. It's definitely, as for the true peaks, there is still a long way to go, but I believe that with his strength, it doesn't take too long to really get to this step. His own ability, I believe that one day he will enter a truly unrivaled state, until then he can have super strength above all else. He desires that he can truly reach that point, and believes that he can finally reach that point with this ability. It is precisely because of this 900 that he is constantly working hard on this basis, and his strength can be continuously improved in a process. Now his strength is improving, and at the same time as his rapid improvement, his eyes are full of a feeling of vast stars. This is a realm that can only be reached when one's own strength is promoted to a state of no self, but it is not easy for him to be able to reach this level under this realm. At this time, he indeed has a strong ability in the process. It is precisely because of the conflict of this strength that he can be filled with a strange feeling at this time, as if there is no more space between the world. Anything can cover his eyes. Li Wei, come out quickly, the sect assessment is about to come, if you don't come out, you will be disqualified. At this time, when the sound rang, it seemed very rushed and full of anxiety. When Li Wei heard this voice, he knew it was his best friend Chen Daoan. This fat man knocked on the door like this at this time, it may be an urgent matter. Li Wei also understood this and immediately shot it down. When he saw this fat man, he was a little surprised. At this time, your eyes are full of fear, worry, and even other meanings. At this time, Li Wei is directly confused. How could it be like this in a good manner? Is it possible that he has encountered something terrible? For a while, he was a little confused while constantly thinking about it in his heart. But no matter what he thought, he couldn't understand this, so he could only ask some funny questions. What's the matter with you? Could something happen to be a monster coming? See if you are scared like this, are there any outside disciples? Li Wei had some funny joking words. He saw that this fat man was full of kindness and the relationship between the two of them was so good that even if other things happened, they could think of ways to deal with it together. You are still in the mood to laugh, don't you know? Do you know who is in charge of the martial arts assessment this time? Fatty didn't find it funny, but at this time, he was full of serious voice, and seemed to be full of shock at this matter. You are talking about it. Li Wei also knew that things were unusual, otherwise this fat man could not be so serious. You don't know, this time the elder in charge of the assessment is the Great Elder in the martial sect. Do you know that the status of the Great Elder is second only to the superpower of the head, and his status is in the whole door, the factions are irreplaceable, even the other elders still give him a lot of face. Such a super existence is actually the promise of the assessment. This is the best time ever. You must know that the elder is notoriously strict. If he comes to preside over this assessment, then there must be very few people who can pass it. Chen Daoan said anxiously. After all, with his current ability, he could only rank very low. It would be almost impossible to complete the assessment under the supervision of the Great Elder. Therefore, for him, the impact on him is very large. If the big exhibition does not allow him to pass, then even if he has the means to reach the sky, he will not be able to pass. The assessment this time means that if the status among the disciples of the martial art is not passed, it will undoubtedly be a huge amount of blow for him. It is for this reason that Chen Daoan is so worried that this time the assessment is undoubtedly very difficult for him, and he even has no hope at all that he can pass the ability assessment and enter a higher level. Among the disciples of the school, he no longer has any confidence in his ability, so he was full of disappointment at this time. Seeing him like that, but it made Li Wei have some funny. This fat man is usually too loose and does not practice well, and now it is. Okay, I don't know regret until the assessment, but what's the use of this? The assessment is about to begin. Even if he only starts working hard now, there is no way to temporarily hold the Buddha's feet. In this kind of assessment, the eyes of the elder who has no effect are fiery eyes. How can it be so easy to be fooled? For this, Chen Daoan was naturally clear about this, but it was precisely because of this that he had some hopes for his own ability, and he was downcast at this time. It's miserable. If the great elder supervises the assessment, then it is almost impossible for me to pass. Can it be said that I will continue to stay among this damned outer disciple for another year? Chen Daoan has some crazy ways, but he can't help it. After all, this matter has become a reality. If this time can't get through, then he can only stay for another year. Anyway, the assessment is once a year. This time it doesn't work. He can still fight for the next year. If it doesn't work next year, he can continue to fight. It's just that if the number of times exceeds 9 times, everyone will forever lose the qualification to pass the martial arts assessment, and by that time he will no longer have any ability in the martial arts. The Excalibur faction will not accept these aggressive people without any ability.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.